Committee of ICAI and hosted by WRC of ICAI. Before we start further proceeding, I request everyone, please put your hand on heart for ICAI motto.
Vishwaji.
येष सुप्तेषु जागृति येष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्मिमाणः निर्मिमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तदेव शुक्रब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनाद्यति कश्चन एतद्द्वैता 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 एतद्द्वैता.
Thank you so much. Now we are honored to have the presence of Chairperson Corporate Law and Corporate Governance Committee, Shripriya ma'am. Ma'am, thank you so much for gracing the occasion and guiding us. I am also recognize the presence of Chairman WRC Murtuza Kachwala sir, Secretary WRC Shweta Jain ma'am, Treasurer Piyush Chandak, and Secretary of the committee Sarika ma'am. Welcome you all, and last but not least, all the audience. Friends, corporate law in our country are undergoing frequent changes. Friends, these changes are on both sides for ease of doing business as well as ensuring more transparency and better compliance. Considering this is important, WRC are organizing continuously various webinars, seminars on the various topics like corporate law changes in CARO, Schedule 3, extras. First of all, I wish to thank, or I want to thank entire committee of Central, led by Shripriya ma'am and Vice Chairperson Preeti Sawla ma'am, for granting, for permitting, or for allowing us, or for hosting this conference. Ma'am, we are thankful for bottom of our heart. Thank you so much, ma'am. Friends, for the next 2 days, we are covering topic not only the related to compliance or regulatory compliance, but also professional opportunity for CA and many other topics. Friends, I am not taking your much time because we have to start the session at 10:30. So I first request Secretary WRC Shweta ma'am for guidance or for remark.
Oh. Thank you, Ankit. A very good morning, everyone. And it's a pleasure to welcome you all on this 2 days national conference. Friends, at the outset, let me congratulate and compliment to Chairman of Company Law and Corporate Governance Committee at WRC, Ankit Rathi, for the success of this conference. Also, would like to thank Chairperson of Company Law Committee, Shripriya Madam, and Vice Chairperson of the committee, Preeti Sawla Madam, in absentia, for allowing us to host this conference here. And whenever we reached to Preeti Madam for this conference, she immediately said, you go ahead, whatever support is required from the committee side, we both are there, and we will do all the needful. So thank you so much, Madam, for this cooperations. Coming to WIRC. This year, WRC has designed theme as a lead, that is a leap towards excellence, achievement, and development, which is a well-perceived program and combination of 5 goals, which we have set out for ourselves. And under the leadership, able leadership of our chairman, CA Murtuza Kachwala sir, this year our main focus is how we can technically equip are chartered accountant. So keeping this in mind, we are organizing and keeping a lot of many programs, a lot of new initiative this year we have done. We are conducting a lot of refresher course series like valuation, internal audit, Ind-AS. And so our members can aware about the new development in the profession. And for this, we have started one technology drive series also, which will be continue on a monthly basis, 5 days in a month. So every month we have done CAD tools also, Excel and Tableau fusions also, Python, everything. So this how we are covering in technology, how so members can equip themselves. Then we have started a series for second inning chartered accountant. Again, 5 days in a month. So we all know that for women's sometime one break is, I mean, every woman face this compulsory break. So after a break, if she want to come back again, so definitely she required some more training for this. So keeping this in mind, we are organizing 5 days in a month, a lot of programs for those women chartered accountant. So one more initiative this year we have started is Easy Connect with ICI. Many a times we heard that nobody is listening at ICI level, that what is our problem. So this year we thought that let's hear from the members directly. So twice in a month, every Thursday, 4 to 5, we all will be live. Chairman itself will be there and our official staff will be there. So members can send their queries well in advance. So we will send them a link. So whatever their queries is there, their grievances, so they can talk directly with chairman also. So with your support, your participation is of course required in achieving our goals. But at the same time, we all are there for you to support. So you can reach out to us at any point of time. So with this, I'll conclude my words. Thank you so much, Ankit, and over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. Before further start, now I recognize the presence of our first technical speaker and honorable past president, CAIM Kale Saab, sir. Sir, welcome you on this online portal. Now I request Chairman WRC Murtuza Kachwala sir for opening remark.
Thank you, Ankit. A very warm, or I should say a very warm, rainy good morning to all the participants. The rains do not seem to be stopping in Mumbai. And I think a very good decision, and a big thank you to the chairperson of the committee, Shri Priya Madam. Madam, we would have liked to welcome you and host you in Mumbai, but we missed the opportunity because of the rains. But we'll again look for one more opportunity to invite you again to Mumbai, Madam. But thank you for allowing us to host this conference. And before I go ahead, Madam, also congratulations that your son has completed CA today. So let me also recognize presence of past president of ICI, Honorable past President YM Kale sir. Sir, extremely grateful for accepting our invitation, and sir deciding to and accepting our invitation to open the innings today, sir. I also would want to thank Preeti Savla Madam, Vice Chairperson of the committee. She's been extremely supportive in designing the whole program, getting us the best of faculties. So, and she'll surely join us during the day sometime. So thanks to Preeti Madam. I would like to thank Ankit and Chetan, Chairman and Vice Chairman at WIRC of this committee, for such a beautiful program and such good registrations. Now, let me quickly come to the program structure. And I know, and I have looked through the participants list, and there are some really senior people, partners of Big Fours, partners of other firms, even CFOs from industry. So really an elite crowd, and I'm sure we would want to do justice to all your time today and tomorrow. And hence, I think a beautiful design with the whole governance landscape in the country being covered by Kale sir. So that is a starting. Then there is we have a speaker again when we have a panel discussion tomorrow morning, first thing with all the independent directors in evolving expectation of independent directors and of them from us as consultants, chartered accountants, statutory auditors. Now, once we lay these two expectations, I think then there are some normal routine things which we cannot skip and we need to cover, like changes in company law and CARO, which Vijay Maniar sir is covering. Then like we also have the SQC1 and audit reporting which Sudhir Soni is covering tomorrow. Then like NAFRA is giving us sleepless nights, so we are covering NAFLA and nuclear, and then we have Nilesh Vikamsi to guide us, and then Chandrika madam who will cover it, and SEBI LODR by Paresh Clark. But friends, looking at all of these also, what we try to do is what are the various opportunities that we have. And of course, we have opportunities on related party reporting. As we look at the future, and I was reading one article about our president when he gave interview, and he mentioned that sustainability is a way forward, and we got a session on sustainability. So how do we support organization in implementing that and reporting to the first 1,000 companies also this year? And similarly, we also go, like the president also mentioned in his interview about the fraud investigation and forensic in this country, and we got a panel discussion on that as well. So, and the last session, then we end with the independent director, the board wants the CEO and CFO to submit a related party transaction report every quarter. They are busy, so who will do it? People like us will go and do the related party evaluation and submit a report. Similarly, the board wants us to give the CEO and CFO to give a complete view or certificate on all the compliances, and they will come to us and we will give. So there are so many opportunities which are evolving. We want to cover all of those also within these 2 days. So friends, happy learning. Thank you for joining. And we've seen the registrations are close to about 200. Extremely grateful to all the participants for joining and to all the speakers. And again, to both Shri Priya madam and Preeti madam for allowing us to do this conference. Thank you very much. And over to you, Ankit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind word. Now I request Chairperson, Corporate Law and Corporate Governance Committee, Shri Priya ma'am. Please guide us by your word of wisdom.
So respected past president, CA Y.M. Kale, sir, a legendary chartered accountant, Mr. Murtaza Kachwala, the chairperson, Shweta Jain, Ankit Rati, CA Piyush Chandak, and my secretary of the committee who's also attending this webinar, CA Sarika Singhal. Here's a very hearty good morning to all of you, and I'm delighted, honored, and absolutely privileged to be here today. So at the outset, you kept saying we've allowed you to do this conference. I think we are honored that you're doing this conference. I realize that it's the branches and the regional councils that are actually the operating units of ICAI. So it's your absolute right to run a program, and the committee, which is why when I get a mail, I don't even open it, I just say approved, and that's about it. I must at the outset admit that it makes me very nervous that I have a very eminent guest in the audience in Shri Y.M. Kale, and it's slightly momentous for me because he was the vice president when I cleared my CA inter and then went on to clear CA final. So I distinctly remember meeting him while he might not remember me, and I had met him with Mr. Vishwanath as well. So I intend to keep my address a bit short and would largely focus on themes that I think are relevant or contemporary to what's happening now. So would like to step back just a little bit. So the advent of joint stock companies globally, really long back, you had the English East India Company, the Dutch East India Company. They created a need for a fiduciary to sort of audit or report on the truth and fairness of financial statements. So this was a new landscape in the world, and it meant that the ownership was divorced from the management, which was the first thing that was very relevant, not otherwise practiced in non-corporate entities. And the second most important thing is it came with a very powerful instrument of limited liability. Your liability was restricted to the unpaid contribution of share capital. So this obviously meant somebody had to protect the shareholders' interests. And it's towards this investor protection that a lot of institutions got built. So you have the MCA, which is an institution, and then you have SEBI, which is an institution, and the institution of audit was created in 1949 in India by the CA Act. So the expectation of this institution, and in this institution, what is unique is that each one of us is an institution. So it's not just ICAI, but each of us who are a chartered accountant carry that brand on our shoulders, and which is why if XYZ makes a mistake, they say, oh, he's made a mistake. But if there's a chartered accountant where there's a problem, they say, oh, the CA community has made a mistake. So that's something that's very important. So what's the expectation of this institutional mechanism? Very simple. We're expected to be at the cutting edge of trust and integrity all the time. And this kind of gets even more complicated in the current context, where I see there's a huge change in expectations of the audit profession. So for the next couple of minutes, I'd sort of delve into what I think is slightly relevant. I'm not a very humorous speaker like Mr. Kale is, so I'd like him to double his anecdotes to contribute for my share of being a little serious in this. So, and if there are recorded lectures of Mr. Y.M. Kale, I'd be very happy to listen to them. In fact, I listened to him for a very brief while in the past president's meet, and I was completely floored. So, so the MCA obviously, and another very interesting thing is, I think with perhaps the exception of the Manusmriti or the Hammurabi's Code of Law, very few legislations in world history are proactive. They're very, very reactive to the way a civil society behaves or misbehaves. And in a very specific Indian context, the Companies Act 2013, the new act, is no exception. It sort of turned out at its first avatar as a very punitive, regressive legislation to rein in corporate India and its failures, and came up with a whole lot of new provisions, including provisions on auditors, penalties, fraud reporting, controls over RPTs. It envisaged a much larger scope of corporate governance. And so what's corporate governance? So this act basically, I see it as a set of 3 adjectives: accountability, corporate trusteeship, and transparency. And when you trickle it down to the audit process, I think this is exactly what the expectation here is. Whether the accountability of the management has been properly discharged, whether the trusteeship functions have been performed effectively, and whether the transparency is what we seek to in our relevant reporting framework, which is the AS or the Ind AS. So MCA also went on to decriminalize penalties, etc., etc. But largely what I see now happening is a very strong tightening of enforcement. Now, this was also accompanied by a significant change in the audit landscape with the establishment of NAFRA. What I am kind of seeing with all the changes that have happened is that today you're expected to comply with both the letter and spirit of law. And the letter is sort of assuming tremendous significance. If one went through certain NAFRA reports, etc., I find that the auditing standards are more or less interpreted like law. They read the is, the was, the may, the shall, and auditors' working papers, for example, changes to auditors' working papers. It's all sort of being reviewed with reference to a standard script, which I think is somewhat an overkill, and that's a personal opinion. Now, another thing that I think, so why has this landscape changed? Why do the laws get more aggressive? I'd attribute it to a couple of things. The one is obvious, the corporate failures that we've been seeing, starting from Satyam, Sharda, Sahara, and now to DHFL, ILFS. I think all these have sort of changed the entire perception that one needs to now verify and then trust, rather than trust and verify. And the Companies Act has been significantly beefed up to incorporate these changes. The other interesting development that I see, which is sort of resulting in a significant upgradation of the kind of controls that the government is seeking to impose, is I think the advent of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. So somebody remarked very funnily, if you owe 1 crore to the bank, you have to be worried. Whereas if you owe 100 crores to a bank, the bank has to be worried. And very interestingly, a past chairman of the IBA made this remark. He said, until the Insolvency Code came, a promoter would just walk into a banker's office and say, your account is going to become an NPA. Please do something about it. And he would specifically use the term, your account would become an NPA. But he says, after the IBC came up, there was a real and a genuine fear of a promoter losing his entity. And IBC, with all its improvement requirements, which I think are substantial, especially in the judicial space of NCLT's functioning, etc., I think it's been a good law in bringing to light, an incipient sickness issue, which is what this law is intended to be. But more importantly, it's placed tremendous amount of focus on reading of financial statements. So previously, when a bank account turned NPA, a banker would just call it a suit filed case, and then it just goes in. They don't even review financials or request reports after that. It just becomes suit filed and is consigned to the sort of the back rooms of the bank. Now it's bringing up issues to the fore. A lot of the forensic audit reports, which in fact in some cases RPs have been asked to present to MCA, I think there's a huge collective learning that's sort of happening, and there's a huge impact of such collective learning which is actually getting translated into newer laws, rules, and regulations. Now, from this very macro kind of view on why I think laws are changing, and of course, laws are also changing to adapt to newer forms of business. The extensive Uberization, the extensive digitization that you see in the country today, cryptocurrencies, digital assets. So the laws will obviously keep changing for the changes that have happened. But in very specific reference to the audit landscape, and I'm sure a lot of it is going to get debated, let's talk about the recent changes. And these are my personal insights on some of the recent changes that you might sort of already know about or find interesting. Let's look at the Schedule 3 changes. I think Schedule 3 completely transforms this reporting from being financial reporting to a management reporting style of framework. So for example, looking at capital work in progress, aging reports, dormant projects, shelved projects. Typically, where would all these feature? These would feature in your MIS reports in the organization and to the board. I see that there is a huge amount of Schedule 3 incorporation. And I think this is because the government wants to know. And I think with the new version of MCA version 3 coming, where they're speaking about a significant amount of artificial intelligence that's going to get used, and they're actually working very hard at it, I think the government is actually going to have a lot of very micro level data. The second interesting thing that Schedule 3 brings is there's trial balance at its lowest level. Obviously, the very low level, you have the vouchers and the entries, and then there's a trial balance, and then there was a Schedule 3 reporting. Now I see there is a clear one more layer of a grouping that's happened to the trial balance in what we are reporting. And if one notices, the key information part of Schedule 3 today is as big as the old Schedule 3 itself. There's a significant amount of information that's requested on intermediary transactions, companies functioning as ultimate beneficiaries, intermediaries, willful defaulters. And again, in my view, I think if you look at the standard 143.1 inquiries, the balance sheet formats, the P&L formats, your audit report format, the additional requirements under auditors' rules reporting, plus your CARO, plus your ICOFER, I don't think there is a single question that's left unanswered. It's almost like there's just, I mean, I would like to jocularly remark, there's just not one question that says, have all the vouchers been signed? I think that's the only question that seems to be left out. So if you take fixed assets, they've attempted to slice and dice everything on the fixed assets right up to CWIP, intangibles in progress, etc. So that's my key take on Schedule 3, which makes it completely a different reporting, a far more incisive reporting style. And what does one do in True and Fair? Fundamentally, two things. You ensure compliance with an applicable reporting framework, which in our case is Schedule 3. And the second thing that you do in an audit is to ensure that your financial statements are free from material misstatements, whether due to fraud or error. So hence, I think, and another interesting thing that I've noticed is when I try to do some work, I try and understand why a particular information has been sought for. What's the purpose rather than treating it as a mere disclosure? And that helps you to comply with the law or the provision in spirit rather than just the letter. Now let's come to CARO. So CARO 2020 was introduced before Schedule 3 came in, the revised changes. And then obviously we went back to the government and said, how could you expect us to report on something where the management is not putting it down? So there was a logical sequence to it. The Schedule 3 was amended, and then the CARO 2020 has been notified. Another interesting thing I think that's happened is a transformation from audit reporting on liquidity versus solvency. Audit until ILFS was all about, I think ILFS possibly was a turning point, was all about solvency, going concern, assets being sufficient to meet liabilities, etc. But now with the introduction of new clauses in CARO, such as one having to confirm if the assets are sufficient to meet the liabilities which are going to happen in 1 year, I think there's quite a bit of expectation from the auditor. Now one can go back, and a lot of people said remarks that when CARO 2020 came in, it was very punitive on the auditors. I really don't think so. It was not an issue of auditor error that cost revised CARO 2020. On the contrary, I think it was a general feeling of corporate misgovernance that cost CARO 2020. And here I'd like to liken the government to this, the story of the Calcutta Kali. So she's fighting a demon that's called Rakta Bija, which means someone who's born of the seeds of blood. So every time the goddess attempts to vanquish the demon, there's a new demon that appears out of the blood. So I somehow felt when this whole thing happened, there were credit rating failures, there were bank of failures, there are institutional failures today. So, so the government obviously had to kind of come back and say, okay, where can I put my trust on? And maybe I'm looking at this very positively and the way I should, and I ought to look at it as a council member. I think they figured out that somewhere along the line, here is a profession they could trust. And which is why one looks at CARO 2020 in a slightly different light. And again, my only request is try and understand why the clause is there rather than going into what just the clause is all about. The other interesting thing I'd like to sort of insert in what I'm trying to say now is, I think very often we feel as a community we're being targeted, as an institution we're being targeted. I don't think so. I think every single institutional mechanism in this country can do better. There's been, looking at SEBI, looking at NSE, looking at ICAI, looking at ICSI. I'm aware of about 400 odd recipients of notices in relation to Chinese alleged or purported shell companies. So I think there seems to be an overall impact where the expectation is to enhance the standards of institutional governance. And as regards financial and corporate governance is concerned, I think the audit tribe of fraternity plays a huge role. Just to sum up, and in terms of my own conclusion, and don't want to keep this waiting for too long, what would be the key asks today of the auditing profession? First is those magical words that speak of professional skepticism. So what does it mean? It means to verify and then trust, and not just trust and verify. To pay a lot of attention to dormant transactions, dormant companies, shell companies. And just imagine, here's a country where we created 20,000 companies and we struck off somewhere between 3 to 5 lakh shell companies. So is there, and many of those companies have actually not applied for restoration. So do we see a problem here? So look at dormant shell companies, inactive companies, strike off companies. That in any case has happened as part of the new reporting framework. The third thing I'd like to emphasize on is first principles. So when we do our articleship, we all remember, they say, okay, test of subsequent realizations, test of subsequent payments, bank reconciliations taken seriously, bank vouching taken seriously. Somewhere along the line with all the digitization that's happened, I don't know whether there's a huge substitution of human intuition. I think what makes for a good auditor is an intuition, a spark that tells you, okay, this is where I need to focus on, because it's obviously not possible to audit everything. And the last and most certainly not the proverbial least is professional ethics. And I'd like to conclude with a small story. In fact, I would have liked to conclude it with 2 stories, but I'm going to sort of stop with one. So, you might have heard this before. This is a very old story from the Rigveda. And these were the times when they were just the gods and the devas and the asuras, and they used to fight every day. So Monday through Saturday, they would fight, and Sunday was break, and Monday they would start fighting again. And this particular Monday, it was Shiva versus the asuras, and Shiva was heading the group. And so Indra, who's also a deva, was very unhappy with Shiva's popularity. So he wanted to defeat Shiva in this battle, just so that he comes one level lower than Indra. So he's wondering how to do it. And then he sees a termite walking along, and then he calls the termite and says, "Hey, termite, please come here and help me to defeat Shiva in this battle." So the termite says, "Oh, I'm such a puny animal. How can I possibly help you? And by the way, isn't this match fixing?" To which Indra says, "Hush." He says, "I have a very smart idea. When Shiva is stringing his bow, please bite off the string, and then, it's all done." So the termite says, "I'll think about it and come back." And then the termite apparently comes back and asks, "Ka dakshina," which means, "What will you pay me?" To which Indra says, "Until there is wood and water on this earth, you will continue as a tribe and you're inextinguishable." So which is why when you have a termite problem and you do a pest control and you send it all upstairs and then it comes back to you later. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is supposed to be the story of evolution of corruption. The model being, until there's wood and water in this universe, there would always be corruption. Which is why when people talk about audit getting substituted, etc., I keep saying it's impossible. The institution of audit can never be done away with because of the first reason that I said, which was the fiduciary relationship that we are expected to exercise. And secondly, because until there's a law, it'll always get gamed. And who's best to, kind of exercise reasonable assurance? And I'd like to conclude with that reasonable assurance on the truth and fairness of financial statements. It's the CF fraternity. I always keep thinking about this. If one looks at the Indian emblem, it says Satyameva Jayate, which is truth alone triumphs. But in terms of our profession, I think we need to go one higher. I'd like to look at the logo of the emblem of the Supreme Court. It says Yatho Dharmos Tato Jayaha, which is actually from the Mahabharata, and it means wherever there's dharma, it would sort of results in victory. And the pre-word to that was Yatho Krishna Tato Dharma. And this is a very interesting reference that you might want to read up sometime by Googling, which I generally do. So just to conclude it, I'm sure we'll all uphold the highest standards of trust and integrity and be there for this country. And more important, I think it's very important in today's context that you be a defensive auditor. I think it's very important to know what you're doing and to document what you're doing. And thank you once again for this very, very nice opportunity. And I hope to meet you all in person. And if any of you do come to Chennai, please do drop in for a meal. And thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind word and guidance. With this, again, we are concluding the inaugural session. We at WRC, again, very much thankful to Chairperson, Corporate Law and Corporate Governance Committee, ICI, for allowing us for hosting this conference. And we are also thankful to Vice Chairperson Preeti Savla, ma'am, for designing, allowing us this conference. I also recognize the presence of our council colleague Sanjay Nikam sir and coordinator Abhishek Tiwari. Now just we start the first technical session. So I request Piyush bhai kindly take the charge of first technical session.
Thank you, Ankit bhai. My dear friends, all seniors in the profession, the most senior person and dignified person, M.Y. Kale sir. YM Kale sir, I'm sorry, Yashodhan Kale sir. I welcome all of you for this 2 days national conference on company law. We are going to have a journey from compliances, regulations, and sustainability towards the professional opportunity. And listening to YM Kale sir is one of the delight. And we all are fortunate here to get this opportunity. So, before taking much time, I'll request C. Abhishek Tiwari to introduce YM Kale sir.
Thank you, sir. I especially thanks to WRC team, Murtuza Kanchwala sir, Chairman, Secretary Shweta Jain madam, and my colleague C. Ankit Rathi. It is my privilege to introduce our own pride, our own past president, CA VM Kale sir. Currently, he is associated with Group President, Corporate Governance and Development, Hinduja Group Limited since 2002, and Chairman Hinduja Global Solution Limited, and formerly Director of Oracle Financial Services Software Limited, and international appointment as a India representative 1995 to 1998 International Accounting Standard Board. Recently, public appointment on Government of India of National Drug and Pharmaceutical Development Council 1983,
working group on drugs pricing and procedure 1983, and also Reserve Bank of India as a group of introduction of concurrent audit of bank 1992 and SEBI committee and many more. Sir, अगर मैं आपके बारे में बोलने जाऊं तो ये पूरा दिन कम पड़ेगा. Thank you and welcome you.
So with this, we request Vijay Kale sir to take the charge. Sir, I will be assisting you with the PowerPoint presentation, and I'll request Mr. Ji to allow me to share my screen.
Yes, that is very kind of you, because I was born in the not in the digital age, but in the bullock cart age. So therefore, I may do so many things wrong that Shweta Jain very kindly offered that they will change the slides. So I will say next, and then you can change the slide. Okay, right.
Definitely, definitely. It is my pleasure to assist you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. May I just begin by thanking the young lady who was chairperson of your company law board, company law committee. I think she was more generous than accurate, but I was so impressed that may I just briefly return the compliment by saying that I recognize the presence of a potential future president, perhaps the first lady president, because I don't think we've had any so far. Okay, now with that, may I turn my attention to the subject under discussion. Can we have the first slide?
Yes, sir. Sir, we are on. Are you able to see the slides?
All right. So now, no, that is just the title, governance aspect. Will you go on to the next one, please? Take the next slide. That's right. Now, I would request all of you to look very carefully at this definition, and particularly the highlighted words therein, because governance is all these things. I will not waste your time by reading it out all over again, but please remember that it is not just system, it is system, form and style. There is an element of direction and control. There is a compliance with regulatory and internal frameworks, and there is the oversight function, which takes care of all stakeholders, and there is a lot to do with transparent and timely reporting. Now, this little chart should assist us in an encapsulation of what has come to mean corporate governance in practice. There are the owners and stakeholders who delegate to a governing body, and that governing body is accountable to them. The governing body in turn sets the direction for the management and monitors the management. The management instructs and aligns the operations and executions, and they are expected to periodically report back to the management. Can you go to the next slide? Now, this is in a sense the skeleton of the entire talk. What are the drivers changing the governance landscape? Because after all, I am addressing experienced chartered accountants here, and therefore I intend to concentrate on what may add value. So let us first examine what is contributing to the changing governance landscape. First, there is the leverage due to pandemic and institutionalized business. Then governance function is no longer seen in isolation. Then it is moving from specialist to a business enabler function. There are new roles, skills, and agenda which are expected. And there are the expectations of internal and external audiences. Now, I'm going to take each one of these and go into the depth. So therefore, in the few slides which come about now, I will not only read what is on the screen before you. I'll leave you to read that, but I'll try and embellish. So now next one, sir. Okay. Now, what is the main change which has occurred in the One is that there is this leverage due to global pandemic and internationalized businesses. Governance in the old days used to mean mainly caution, if you ask me, to encapsulate in a single word. But today it means value creation. What has happened is that over the last decade, free markets and light touch regulation has come to be associated with a strong governance function with measurement, monitoring, and sophistication. Those are the first 2 points on your slide. And the next 2 points, please look at them. What they really mean is that there has to be the furnishing of holistic, accurate, and current information, which is now taking front seat with compliance. So there is a lot more than compliance. Now, many of these things, the whole idea of having a person like me who is actually superseded by the march of time and technology to come and talk to you is that we can add value through some of the experiences that we have faced. So I will try to give you one example. In fact, I'll try to give you more than one as we go along, but let us begin with one, where we say leverage due to global pandemic and international business. How did that affect so much? I'm going to give you one example. We have a business process outsourcing business, okay? In fact, I'm chairman of that company. What we do is, and this is facilitated by the unprecedented convergence that has occurred between computers and telecommunications in the last couple of decades. A lot of information gets shipped along the wires, and we take it to desks in Manila, in Jamaica, in all sorts of places, where huge number of people sit, process that information according to the guidelines set by the one who is the transmitter, and then ship it back along the wires for use in those countries where these things may be more costly. So now what happened? How does pandemic and internationalized business occur? I'll tell you how. Suddenly, all these huge workstations in all sorts of places collapsed overnight, and the government said, look, we are locking this up, everybody goes home. Now what do? Close down the business? No. It really meant a huge governance function which was remarkably different from the past. It meant giving laptops and other devices at each home. It meant controlling the way the information moved. It meant processing at distances which were never even imagined before, coagulating it, and then shipping it back. Now, why would governance be so concerned with it? Doesn't it look like a very operations manager? Yes, part of it. But the governance comes in because the customer who is sitting in the United States or somewhere says, look, how the hell are you going to control all this information? What is my guarantee of confidentiality? Tell me how my interests are being safeguarded when you send these out to 100 different homes and get them back. All that involves a lot of governance aspects. So just keep this little example in mind of thousands of desks spread all over the place, connected by wires, convergence of computers and telecommunications, and the presence of the pandemic, the COVID, which sends people home and brings about a whole shift in paradigm. Keep that example at the back of your mind as we go along. Now let's go to the next slide, please. Yes. Now, the next driver, governance function is no longer seen in isolation. Now, I will go down each one of those. You look at the slide before you, and I'll tell you roughly what it means. There is a demand for integrated, globalized, and immediate data. There is an increased frequency and accuracy of plans and cash flows. The situations are uncertainty are such that business forecasting has become a more essential exercise. Everybody expects tighter review of data, costs and margins, and these are no longer only the purview of a cost accountant or a CFO. The governance function must keep a close eye on it. third item on your slide. There is increased pressure to deliver instant results. Opportunistic versus planned growth is what one has to worry about. There has to be a balanced focus on short-term controls on immediate costs with your long-term aspirations. And your last point is there has to be an increased need to spot potential vulnerabilities and a robust mitigation of hazards. There has to be a drive, thorough compliance. You will, I hope this works for you, that you look at the slide which is displayed, and then instead of reading that slide like a parrot, I give you some elaboration on that. Please go to the next slide, sir. Okay. The governance function is moving from a specialist to a business enabler. Now, the first two items, your restructuring, your divesting, your acquisition and identifying, sorry, all four, let us consider all four of them together. What is really happening is that more skill sets are needed, more knowledge is required to reside in one individual. Rationalization and outsourcing of business processes is something need to watch. Systems analysis reveals what is not needed. And one has to be constantly concerned with the preparation and dissemination of board notes on assumptions. Board notes mean notes to the directors on assumptions, implications, and justifications. Also remember, and this should be a good news for chartered accountant, nothing moves in this world without a proper appraisal of tax losses. So those have got to be always kept in mind, the tax losses. Then let's go to the next two items. The reviewing of alliances and supply crisis, and the business plans and bankable balance sheets. Now, the first one, alliances, inadequate due diligence on distributors, sales agents brings about reputational risk from inappropriate actions of unregistered suppliers, contractors, all sorts of things. And the governance is vitally concerned with it. In other words, talking of an example, if somebody is using child labor in a certain jurisdiction, you can't say to yourself that that is something which I lost, because should come to light, even if another jurisdiction where you have not participated, it can still cause reputational hazard. Now, business plans and bankable balance sheets. Tax and regulation sometimes becomes for some of us the least important areas in the pursuit of bankable financials. That is, we are so enthusiastic about delivering bankable balance sheets, and these incorrect priorities are compounded by the cordial assent which these seem to receive from the most comprehending minds in the business and profession. Now, I promised you a few examples, so let me go a little step further in the next slide when we say new roles, skills, and agenda. Before we go to new roles and skills, which is mainly for technology, etc., we talked a lot about the world collapsing and restructuring and all that. Now, remember, your traditional skills are no longer enough. For example, I can't give you the name of the actual jurisdiction because that would be a breach of confidentiality. Recently, I was concerned with the acquisition of a major financial institution in a Caribbean island. Okay. Now, everybody was gung-ho, including some of the larger firms. They said there is no taxation in that land. Now, closer inspection brought home that yes, there is no taxation, but there are all sorts of things which invite a stamp duty. So they managed to collect something all the same by calling it stamp duty. Now, in a collapsing world, you cannot say that, look, I looked up only the tax portion and I was not. The entrepreneur will not like that. You would have to be a little more alive. So that is what the collapsing globe would mean. Now let's turn our attention to the present slide, which is new roles, skills, and agenda. Kindly look at the 5 items there. Please understand that these are descending orders. I am not suggesting that all 5 of them are par. Technology harnessing, of course, comes at the top. Creating value, which flows from it in many ways, which was different from the earlier scene. Managing of costs, commercial forces, and the sensitivity to business enterprises, which will include things like banding. But before we examine it individually, let's just tell one thing. The mouse clicks are already opening countless doors of knowledge, enterprise, and commerce continents away. And what will shortly overtake us is a global embrace of new gadgetry, info predators, electric town halls, and high-tech shovels that drown us in the info junk of a 21st century village marketplace, exchanging information and services. Now, I don't want to turn this into a technology session, but suffice it to say that you can't run a governance function unless you closely work with your CTO, Chief Technology Officer, and your CIO, Chief Information Officer, on matters like artificial intelligence, blockchain, cybersecurity, and data analytics. One need not be a technical expert, but one has to understand that tasks are now performed with more precision, greater memory and processing capacity, that humans define problems rather than execute anything. And there are very important applications to our vocation, like speech to text, language translation, virtual customer, and personal assistants. Then blockchain, I will not dwell on it. It's a logically linked chain of blocks, encrypted entries, which minimizes fraud, but it also minimizes manual intermediation, and it reduces transaction costs, which is very important for the governance function. The cyber security will have its own points, but suffice it to say that books of account and computational rectitude, which used to be our main worry in the old days, is no longer the main worry because arithmetic is taken care of. Now our problem is the cyber. That is now the concern. I'll come to that in a minute. And of course, there is data analytics. I never cease to be surprised at what young men working under me can produce with this data analytics today. They provide trust in data, they support effective decision making, and at the same time, as governance function, remember, we can hold people to account, and this involves a wider range of non-financial reporting, which was never the forte of us accountants. Now, can you go to the next one? Next slide, sir. No, I've already dealt with that, unfortunately. So one more. That's right. Now, cyber security. I'm not going to dwell much on this. I'll leave you to do this. I will just not even read even one of those items, leave you to glance at it because I've highlighted it with a view to convey its import. But I will tell you that there are incidents which can be malicious or accidental, and if they and they may involve not just potential fines, but also consequential reputational damage. Competitors and all sorts of hackers have to be protected by firewalls. Work from home and using the devices on the roads should require your approval, and there should be no connecting to unencrypted Wi-Fi's. Remote wiping facility must always be kept in mind because of distance. Stick to the big brand names as far as possible for all antivirus software because you keep getting patches. Regularly apply software updates for all your machines. The weakest link is the strength of the chain. Then I hope to God you never face things like which warrant ransomware and WannaCry and so on. Policy documents and regular password changes are a must for the governance function. Never train your staff never to click on link attachments from unfamiliar sources. Define the major servicing customers. because there have to be certain vital functions like payroll where advance warnings are necessary. And always keep in ready a part of your recovery plan with the help of specialists, some pen and paper documentation, what to do in an emergency, including physical accidents and fire and so on. Now, can we go to the next one? We said creating value is one of this. Now, what is this? Investment decision. I don't know how many of you work in large groups or are auditors of large group or advisors. Increasingly, the most aggressive person in any, I don't mean aggressive in a bad sense, that is part of his job, is a chief investment officer. Now, that gentleman is supposed to expand the empire. So it is the traditional divorce between a cavalier and a backroom boy. He is not concerned with compliance. So you have to introduce the restraint, because everybody these days tries to leverage valuations. And even the entrepreneurs are most concerned with sustaining their market capitalization. But you have to be concerned with eyeing of unwelcome builds and the conservation of cash. Remember, one of the principal concerns is these days is augmenting asset-based borrowing from lenders. The old categories of secured assets are gone. Securing evolving categories of assets which are not just traditional or tangible assets, but all manner of things from pledge of shares to IPRs, trademarks, patents, what have you. Now, you have this legal entity reduction. Okay, convoluted legal structures raise the cost of complexity. So you have to guide everyone towards fewer legal entities. Companies that integrate operations closely reduce costs and improve governance and visibility. Now, foresee that I've said transaction shared service centers. Now, shared service centers centralize processes and therefore are a boost to governance function, and one can also avail of potentially lower cost locations. ERPs, they not only cut costs, which was the traditional view, but the business is easier to control. Many ERPs are now expanded to include accounting, goods, HR, payroll, procurement, and CRM. Let's go to the next one. Managing costs. There's someone who says that really managing costs is the wrong word. Costing is now management. If you look at the first two sides, the balancing cost cuts and cost reductions not to be, please remember in this action, streamlining, standardizing, and replacing resource-intensive manual controls with automated controls is the key in this age of technology. Then there must be constant elimination of duplication and inefficiency. Decommissioning processes. Yes, I'm saying this with consciously, not commissioning, but decommissioning of processes and the checks that are no longer required has become an important governance function. Now, go to the second half of that slide, the IT department opportunities. Now, remember, nearly 3/4 of an IT budget is spent on applications, infrastructures, and services running day to day. So any reduction is significant. Consolidating similar application, establishing or leveraging virtual platforms, and the reconsideration of all service level agreements, SLAs, maintenance, periodic maintenance, pruning of licenses, and market data contracts to only necessary levels. This is also now part of a governance function, but you have to liaise closely with your chief technology officer. Now, next one, commercial focus. Now, this would never have been part of governance functions when I started sort of into this game. Let me not read those, what you can already see. First item is simply means sharper and more commercialized financial skills to ensure target achieved. Second item means you have to lead programs which look to a preferred future than the past. Please remember, I'm not talking of budgets anymore. A preferred future, larger concept. Third item says, explore what is contributing to the preferred future. Then the last one is all about allocation of time. How much do you spend on facilitation of strategic planning? How much on support of decision making? How much on analytics of senior management, and then the residual function? Please remember, anybody who doesn't get the first three things right, facilitation of strategic planning, support of decision making, and analytics of senior matter, will become a bank bencher and will soon be relegated to an inconsequential position in the modern organization. Okay, next one, sir. Sensitivity to business interfaces. Now, here we enter such things in the very first item. We enter such things as brand ownership. You know how important it is. Every entrepreneur in the world wants to see what can be legitimately parked, what can be legitimately charged in above the line, because dividends are out of appropriate profits. He wants something to see what you can do. Can there be any form of loyalty return on a brand? So brand ownership, registration, alignment, positioning is important. But it also requires, if you want to do things very legitimately, the nurturing and the royalty related to actual user. Then there has to be a lot of thought given for the tax jurisdiction for housing, regulatory issues, the BEPS and transfer pricing, legal drafting and vetting, valuation of brands, logos, pass-through tax havens and relocations. Unless you have faced some of these, it would be difficult to gauge the depth of what I'm saying. I'll tell you, now there you have this pillar 1, pillar 2. I hope you are cognizant of it. This is not a place to explain that. But suffice it to say, for the purpose of this discussion, pillar 2, agreed by OECD, involves that any MNC will pay 18% and no jurisdiction will make it possible for an MNC to pay just 5% or 3% or something like that. So therefore, suddenly there are some new trends developing in the world, and there is also a tax war. I can name one without hesitation. Hungary, for example. Hungary had decided to stand up to the USA because the USA said, all right, you are not falling in line with pillar 2. Then instead of 5% withholding tax, we are going to go for 30%. Now, how should that affect me as a chartered accountant? I'll tell you. If I have selected Hungary as an intermediate location some years back after a lot of thought, and convinced my entrepreneur that please route your investment in USA through Hungary, because not only is it a good location, but the US is currently about to implement a US-Hungary treaty, then I am a worried man. Because if the US goes in for 30%, and not only that, it has already given a notice that the US-Hungary treaty, they just want to not implement. Of course, it will take them until 1st January 24. Even if they have decided not to implement, there is a certain process. So one has time to think. But what it really means is that any dividend flow out of US, which you had planned at 5%, if it comes with a 30% deduction, you are likely to lose your job. Similarly, if you are borrowed from a US bank, then you are paying 30% on your interest withholding. Now, I'm sorry if you feel I have gone into little more detail, but these sort of governance lectures are meaningless. I'm telling you, meaningless unless somebody backs it up with concrete illustrations, because otherwise they become the mystique of jargon. And I believe that the duty I owe you is that at the end of this lecture, you must feel that you have got something more than what you came in with. Okay, now the next one, using consultants on assignment. This is no good deal, but mostly big firms, lawyers, MCs, PR, architects, valuers. Remember always that there are two types of assignments. In the standard assignment, the work at subsequent levels depends upon the findings of the preceding one. Whereas in the earlier one, it is the unbound. So you have to be more careful about the second type. Okay. Now, sectoral challenges and domain knowledges. This has become important. So previously, there were not so many sectors where knowledge of the terms was important, but today I find it is. Let me just tell you, when I started into industry, moved out of profession, I had a lot to do with cable industry. And suddenly I found somebody said COPE, C-O-P-E. It meant something to me in the Oxford Dictionary. Whereas COPE in that industry means cable operator premise equipment. If somebody said zapper, it meant an informal term for a set-top box with a remote control, which allows zapping between select channels. If somebody said BARC, to me all my life, it was Bhabha Atomic Research Center. Whereas what it really means is Broadcast Audience Research Council, BARC, with a sample of 30,000 panel homes. And then finally, the most comically hits, HITS, head end in the sky. It has nothing to do with hitting. It is a satellite multiplex service that provides cable channels to cable TV operators by satellite, so that it dispenses with those good old head end stations which used to abound, and keeping control over them was a problem. Next. We have the expectations of internal and external audiences. Now, ESG. Now, I'm going to talk a lot about ESG, and therefore, let me first cover the other items which appear on this slide. Please hear me carefully. If I don't talk about ESG and the length at which I will talk, then this lecture itself is meaningless, or this talk is meaningless, because ESG is the big thing in the governance horizon today. Without that, this talk is meaningless. But let's deal with the traditional thing. What did ESG mean until it became such a big subject? There were key metrics always on financial considerations versus environmental, social, and governance vulnerabilities. So this was well recognized for many years, but it has suddenly acquired importance, which we will deal with in a minute. What it means is balancing the long-term planning with any short-termist market behaviors, being a champion of nature and environment. And it involves 3 Ps. Now, it says triple bottom line trends. What does it mean? It simply means profit, people, and planet. 3 Ps: profit, people, and planet. The people and planet are now as important as the profit. Okay. Now, insurers, why am I mentioning all these people? They will assess value creation against adverse impacts on environments like toxic contaminations of any sort. And there are the ever-present investors and analysts. Now, please remember, this is a community that you really have to worry about. There is an old of Shakespeare, I think it is Macbeth, I'm not sure, but somewhere in the 3rd act, character comes on stage saying, "Let us kill all lawyers." And when I was young, I used to always wonder why Shakespeare was so hostile to the black frock community of lawyers. But later on, I discovered that had he met investors and analysts, then he may have been a little more kind to lawyers. There is now what is the reasonable part of what ought to be doing? Grasping of business story, identifying what is sustainable revenues, and proper communication of financials. I think this nobody can object to. There is also a proactive anticipation of investor interest and investing in relationships. This much are very legitimate aims. So let me mention them before I go on to a little more detail of what is happening now. Next, sir. That's right. Now this slide you are going to see for quite a few minutes. So you better read it very, very carefully. Now this is one slide where I will make an exception to my earlier procedure by reading what is on the slide as well as then talking about it. First is that this is all spurred by COVID-19, COP26. Remember that term, COP26 summit. That is what was the summit of nations, and then IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and that has been issuing a lot of reports. Now, what have these three things done? That they have brought to the fore that environmental risks now top the global risks by impact. And this has been confirmed by WEF report, World Environment Foundation report. Shareholders and profits lens to impact on stakeholders. So we are gradually moving from shareholder capitalism to stakeholder activism. That is the kernel. Now, the next one, I've said, key metrics, environmental. How a company performs as a steward of nature. For example, optimum use of resources, managing of greenhouse gas emissions, sustainable sourcing, waste management. Then the social metrics, what are they? How company manages its employees, suppliers, customers. For example, employee diversity at board level as well as at employee levels. The training and the benefits, the health and the safety of all employees. And the G, that is governance metrics, how a company is governed consistent with ethics, transparency, and accountability, which is what we talked of. Now, the next thing is the Indian requirements, because after all, we are living in a real world. We need to know about the globe, but most important of all for our fraternity are the Indian requirements. Now, please see, there is the BSR, there is the financial part. First is in India, Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report, BRSR. Every chartered accountant must now get to know this in detail. This reporting is mandatory for top 1,000 publicly listed companies with effect from 1st April 2022. BRSR report comprises of 3 sections. The first section, A, is a general disclosure and includes things like size, location, products. The second section, B, is the management and processes disclosure, namely internal policies, frameworks, governance processes, and stakeholder engagement extent. And finally, section C, it is a principle-wise performance considering 9 key principles by national guidelines on responsible business conduct. Now, these 9 key principles must be studied. Clearly, this is not a place to go into them. Some of them are mandatory and some of them are called leadership. That leadership is a sweet name. If you want to be recognized as a leader, you need to follow it. So instead of calling it recommendatory, they have done a clever thing, called it leadership. Okay. Now, what is the next thing? There are many mutual funds which give a lot of importance to this. These are dedicated funds. They have now grown 5 times to, in Indian rupee, 12,000 crores was the total in between 19 to 21. 5 times they have grown. And then please remember that there is a commitment to net zero carbon by 2070. Now, commitment is given by government, but please always remember that any such commitment given by is finally, it has to be realized by the business. And when the business fails, the blame usually comes on the chartered accountant because it's so easy to point you are connected with the signing of all reports. So the COP26 summit in November 2021 is the turning point where India announced that its goal is to be net zero by 2070. Long term, but I think it will require a lot of hard work. Now, as I said, I'm going to talk a little more about this. So now let us go a little more into the investor and activist pressures to comply these multiple ESG reporting sector. What are these? There is a reporting based on key global standards. we were already used to international accounting standard, all that you know, but now you have to be reasonably, get reasonably acquainted with following things. There are more, but I think I want to make it simple. SDGs, that is Sustainable Development Goals. These are United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Then there is a GRI, Global Reporting Initiative. Then there is a CDP, Carbon Disclosure Project. Then TCFD, Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. Then VRF, Value Reporting Foundation. And then ISSB, International Sustainable Standards Board. Okay. Now, as if this were not enough, there are sector-specific reporting frameworks. GOGLA guidelines for off-grid solar systems. And I have never heard of it before, but it is there. GOGLA, GOGLA guidelines for off-grid solar systems. Then there is a GRESB. This is for real estate and large infra projects. And then there are any number of principles for what is called responsible investment for the investment industry. Okay. Now, I'm going to go to the last two items, but again, here I'm going to spend a little time because opportunities for both risk mitigation and value creation. This is important because anybody will say, my God, this is just some more, this ESG is nothing more than some more compliance builder. But no, there is, every cloud has a silver lining. There are benefits of ESG parameters in business if you apply it intelligently. And I'll tell you from actual example. There is an access to capital markets and lower cost of funding. Then there is the stakeholder engagement and demonstration of regulatory compliance. And most importantly, entry into new markets, which offers a huge competitive advantage. Let me give you well, I would not want to elaborate for not breaching confidentiality, but we started some initiatives and they are going to be very, very lucrative in the future. We went into the renewables. In my group, there is a whole subgroup now. What started as a small thing for solar, all that, the renewables subgroup is really multiplying by the day. And I would not be surprised if tomorrow it becomes very important. Same with electric vehicles. When we started, people had said, well, this is not going to go anywhere. The Americans have already taken over, but no. The vehicles running not on diesel and petrol, but on electricity, this is a cutting edge. So entry into these new markets with offers many competitive advantages. Okay. Then, of course, the value creation, what the governance function has to keep an eye on is you have to manage the risks. And of course, this helps also in attracting and retaining talent if they feel that you are in new age sectors, health, performance, and value creation. Okay. Now, finally, India's ESG agenda is backed by the Finance Act 2022. A chartered accountant, it would be a pity if a chartered accountant says, I know all this, but I don't know what the Finance Act itself says. That I think is something which is close to our bread and butter. So the Finance Act 22 is focusing on both environment and the planet agenda, as well as social and people agenda. I think every CA should study it, but there are many initiatives which are aimed at achieving climate-related goals announced at the COP26 and addressing social challenges such as inequality, declining farmer income, increasing access to improved infrastructure, and so on. Now, since I am only a few minutes away from my closing time, there is the governance landscape. Can you go to the next slide? I think we have done justice to GSB. Okay. Now, what is the rest of the traditional governance landscape? Because you are also familiar with it. I even tremble to enter, except that I would like to give you some examples which may contribute some value because they will reveal what contemplative reading does not normally reveal. Okay. There is the board composition and the board responsibilities. First of all, let me say that regulation 16 to 27, every CA needs to know LODR regulation 16 to 27, and all that is required of listed companies, that is those with equity over 10 crores, those with net worth over 25 crores, and those with high value debt listed entities where NCDs, etc., are more than 500 crores. That is where we got to be very clear. So board composition and board responsibilities I'll deal with in a minute. Come to publishing periodic results. Now I said I will tell you something which contemplative reading may not have revealed. So in the old days, before all this came, we only had to go to company law board, ask for extensions for holding meetings, etc. Because the timeline was really governed working backwards from the AGM. Now there is a strict time limit of 60 days for listed companies to submit annual results to regulators, and extension is unlikely. So what happens? Many a times the audit doesn't get completed. The chartered accountant says, look, I am not going to do a perfunctory audit, and you are rushing towards a timeline. So you will find some companies are increasingly adopting this practice, that first they announce financial results only for reporting under regulation 33 of SEBI LODR, and subsequently they submit complete annual financial statements. However, I would exhort you, but you have your own judgment, that this approach is not to be advocated, because there is a risk, usually does not happen, that there is a risk that if there is unexpected volatility in the numbers which you have already intimated to the stock exchange, then this may necessitate nothing less than a restatement, and that is best avoided. Okay. Then you say related party transactions. Now you all know how many plethora of regulations there is. I'll tell you one thing which has added to governance functions recently, and which no amount of contemplative reading would have revealed to me earlier. Now that there is a need to secure minority support, because wherever promoters or controlling shareholding, if you like to put it that way, needs to abstain from voting, then proxy advisors pose all sorts of challenges, and therefore the assembling of a requisite majority among the minority, even for the most legitimate purposes, given the spread and dispersal of non-promoter public shareholding, becomes a nightmare, I tell you. And this is an exercise which is part of governance, but nevertheless, there is an outreach involved. I would not use the word marketing because my generation is anathema, but there is an outreach. Okay. Then there is this subsidiary auditor resignation. Somebody rightly referred to NFRA somewhere along the line. See, there is an increasing trend of abrupt resignations in certain cases by auditors, citing reason as various preoccupations. But then what happens, please remember, for a governance function is that about a dozen regulations kick in. There is the Companies Act, there is the SEBI LODR, there is the auditing standard, and above all, there are the NFR, the National Financial Reporting Authority rules. So these are the three things which I would say, something which is very mundane, as you will see from the slide. All this you would have seen in your own way many times. Now let us come to the closing slides. The next beta. Okay. Now board composition. Here again, there is a number, distribution, and gender. You all know that NED is generally non-executive should not be less than 50%. IDs are either half or 1/3 depending on the promoter involvement and chairmanship. And executive directors have to be little less than 50%. Managerial appointment requires sanction, and meeting periodicity and quorum. Be sure when you select your director that he is present for the quorum, because IDs, busy IDs can make quorum difficult. One thing which I would tell you, which again is an example from practical life, specific timeline is not prescribed for restoring board composition when the imbalance for an imbalance caused by a non-ID appointment. If you have not understood, I'll explain. Suppose there is a well-balanced board which satisfies the compliance requirement, but you appoint one more non-ID for whatever reason. A non-independent director you advise. Then how soon do you have to restore? There is, to the best of my knowledge, no actual requirement, but I have worked out that it is advisable to restore that balance before the quarterly compliance reporting takes place. Because otherwise that may feature in that. So therefore, it is always prudent to consider both ID and non-ID appointment parallelly. Last slide, beta. Last slide, please. Next one. Okay. Board responsibilities. These are spelled out, and I don't intend really to talk very much on this. You just, first function is to rectify non-compliance. Second is to ensure a succession plan, code of conduct, independent director duties, evaluations, the non-executive director compensation, and what are all the informations that need to come on the board, where chartered accountants are vitally concerned, CEO and CFO compliance certificate, and of course the risk assessment management. Now I have come to the close of my thing, but I feel like sharing one thing with you. Go to the last slide, sir. Go to the last slide. Yeah. Now, what is this? I was going to skip this, but I found that the young lady, the chairperson of the company law, very nicely, she referred to Rigveda and all that. So I overcame my hesitation, and I am going to tell you what this is. I was looking for what is the exact Sanskrit word for governance. Okay. I looked up many dictionaries, and I just couldn't find the right. There were words, but I could just instinctively feel they were not right. Then I said, where did it start using? So the business sense is off late, but who started using it in a way for another administrative purpose, but nevertheless that was the East India Company. They used to have these governors, and they would say, your governance of Bengal province, or this, that, or the other. So then I said, maybe there is one famous dictionary published at the behest. It was funded by the board of directors of the East India Company. I got hold of it. It is by one Sir Charles Maniar, and it's really, really old. And there, believe me, as soon as I said governance, bang, came this word, Vinium. And I felt that I should perhaps share it. Now, I'm sure there are better words, but this was a finding, and therefore rather dear to me. Sometimes you come across this. For example, once I searched for the word fraud, because I was lecturing on fraud. And all sorts of things from Ghotala to Asatya came out. And finally, I found in an obscure dictionary a superb Sanskrit word which explained that he said that the concept of fraud is very different. First of all, it has to show a mala fide intellect, and it was Vipralamba. I will not go into it, because why that Vipralamba is so opt itself will take a lot of explanation and some knowledge of Sanskrit. So we'll call it a day. Well, thank you for having heard me patiently. I think, well, I have crossed 1 minute. It is saying 11:31. Murtuza, you had promised that I would have a hard stop at 11:30. But I can plead that that delightful young lady whose speech was so delectable took 4 minutes more. So I still have a 3 minutes right. Bye. Thank you.
Murtuza sir, over to you for the.
So, sir, actually, there is one question in the chat box, not directly related to today's subject, but maybe one Shri Prakash Ghanekar sir has said, YM Kale sir, should DISA be made compulsory for chartered accountant? Diploma in Information Systems Audit, sir. Should it be made compulsory?
So I say, he may have been more generous than accurate, but I'm touched.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any other questions from participants? Please welcome in the question answer box if you have something.
Murtuza, why are you doing this to me in my old age?
Sir,
I think I'll take leave of you. I have to go also.
Sir, we'll just do a formal vote of thanks, sir.
All right.
Yes, Piyush.
okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, it was a great session covering various aspects of the governance to value creation, specialist to business enabler, new roles and skills, expectations of audiences, and most importantly, environment, social and social governance. Sir, it was a session of full knowledge and experience sharing. And as I said earlier, it was always a delight. It is always a delight to listen to you, sir. Sir, on behalf of WIRC, I thank you for accepting our invitation, sparing your valuable time with the members present and sharing the words of wisdom. I would like to dedicate few words to you, sir. As we are doing it with Murtuza sir always, दिल को सुकून मिलता है मुस्कुराने से, दिल को सुकून मिलता है मुस्कुराने से, महफिल में रौनक आती है आपके आने से. And with this, I thank you from the bottom of my heart, sir. And also thank you to allow me to assist you for the presentation. Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Okay. So with this, we will move to our next session, and we are here with us CA Ishwar Jivani from Surat, and also CPM Madam is also present. CA Swetajan Madam is also present, and speaker to the next session, Advocate and CA Nipun Singhvi also present. Sir, our next session is going to cover expectation of regulators from the chartered accountants. And I would like to share a few words for the feeling of a CA right now. And it is also again in Hindi, a shairi. Hamara zikr bhi ab jurm ho gaya hai sahib. It is a turmoil we are facing, sir. Hamara zikr bhi ab jurm ho gaya hai sahib. Dino ki baat hai, महफिल की आबरू थे हम. And with this, I would like to throw light on all the expectations of regulators and how we should meet that. And before moving further, I would like to request to CA Ishwar Jivani from Surat to introduce the speaker.
Thank you, Piyush ji. Respected Chairman, Chairperson Murtuza Karchwala ji, Secretary Sweta Madam, colleagues, a very good morning to all of you. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce our today's speaker, Advocate Nipun Singhvi ji. He is practicing advocate, FCA, CS, LLB, LLM, certified forensic, IFRS bank auditor, qualified independent director, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, executive program on merger and acquisitions, which was held by IIM Ahmedabad. He is qualified insolvency examination, have been a member of World Bank Insolvency Group on Train the Trainers jointly by IBBI and IP of all the three institutes, ICI, ICSI, ICMAI. You have been, member of many organizations such as part of the committee of ICI on corporate laws, bank audits, accounting standard, contributor to WRC reference manual on insolvency laws 2021. He was also guided to IBC by Bloomsbury, Taxman's Gujarat RERA manual, resource person for ICI certification course on drafting, appearance, and pleading since 2020. ICI certification course on MSME 21-22. Is also certification on insolvency and bankruptcy code examination 21-22. He has been awarded by Divya Bhaskar for excellent contribution in real estate justice in 2021. He has delivered more than 1,500 lectures on various laws and across 50 cities, regular faculty at ICI, ICSI, Nationalized Bank, CAG, Trade Association, etc. and has regularly authored various corporate and tax journals, namely Taxman, Corporate Professional, Today, Economic Times, the Dainik Bhaskar, the Chartered Accountant Journal, the Resolution Professional Journal, and Tax Guru. He has been expert on corporate, commercial, and insolvency laws, advised many and handled 600 plus insolvency cases having debt with more than 1 lakh crore. And important cases includes JP Infratech, Lanco Infra, SR Steel, SR Oil, SR Shipping, Swiss Ribbons, Reliance Naval and Engineering Limited, Gujarat Ambuja Exports Limited, Syntax Industries Limited, ABG Shipyard Limited, Big Gem Limited, Today's Writing, Raj Rayon Industries, and Gopal Polyplast Limited. He has been, financial analyst, like he has filed numerous PIL in public interest. Some significant includes demonetization, tribunal members appointment, NCLT composition, advanced ruling authority, and a national GST tribunal constitution. Indo-Korean Steel custom duty evasion issue, extension of IT returns due date, extension of CFSS scheme due date, and Indian banking audit allotment. He has been, social activist representing in PIL on social cause, unfortunate Surath fire incident, removal of castes in OBC list, and formation of permanent commission, parking fees charged by illegally, food prices to be allowed in multiplexes, formation of policy in towing vehicles, and he has been RTA activist like disclosure of willful defaulters by SBI for the first time, RERA tribunal appointment, NCLT members appointment without approval of law ministry. Like this, he has been, activist in RTI, social activist, financial activist, not only advocate. He has been, the social person also. With this, I introduce before you our today's learned faculty, Advocate Nipun Singhvi. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ishwar bhai, for the introduction, kind introduction. I'll request the faculty to take the charge. Sir, are you there?
Yes, sir. I am very much there, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ishwar bhai. Being a RCM and also my very good friend, I am happy to see you here. And mostly because I belong to CA fraternity and thereafter I started law. So always I love Ishwar bhai. We all are discussing how legal things have taken an ugly turn and now how regulators are coming down heavily on us. And as Piyush bhai rightly said, कभी हम महफिल की जान होते थे और आज कुछ और ही हो रहा है. So I think this is, in fact, I tell you my own experience from last, I think, 2-3 months. I have been filing for bail, going to High Court for chartered accountants. In fact, even if there is some fraud, some scam, no relation of the chartered accountant, maybe he has audited 2 years back, 3 years back, their name is put in the FIR. So it's very sorry state of affairs, I must say. But as the things are, we have to be ready. And the most important part of our profession is getting updated each and every time. So when Shweta ma'am just called me and said, sir, you have to take a session on this, I said, ma'am, it's a very typical topic because there is no specific material on it. I will have to collate it from different regulatory regimes and probably where I appeared. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And I think it is a very important topic. Even otherwise, I have tried to touch some of the issues which as a chartered accountant, we must take into consideration. And thank you, Murtuza sir, for organizing wonderful session here. 2-day program I have seen, it's wonderful topics, all are covered. In fact, I saw just that NEFRA is also there. So NEFRA is something I would say it's going to be the next biggest tough regulator. So the way things are moving, I think now it's a time not only for specialization, I would say over specialization. The way things are moving, we need to be over specialized in a particular field to actually deliver because the expectations have increased too much. And I think Shri Priya ma'am is also there. So she is aware what is happening with IBBI. Shri Priya ma'am, are you there? So Shri Priya ma'am heading the insolvency committee, she is aware. In last 2 months, I think approximately 10 to 15 orders are passed by Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. And as we know that our CA Institute is having the majority of insolvency professionals. So total number of IPs, I think we are having more than 60-70% from our IPA. And penalties are imposed equivalent to 100% of the professional fee charge. And the notices are now being issued of the matters which have been concluded, closed 2 years back, 3 years back. So this is something which is very dangerous. And in fact, I have also talked to so many professionals, and I am of the view that when we are taking up a profession like insolvency professional, and which is a very lucrative profession, I must say, because as a chartered accountant, we always want to become a businessman. And when we get the business hands-on, appointed by the court, probably we have to be very cautious in all the compliances of various laws. And there may be some misdoings of the erstwhile promoters, and we have to take care and try to get the company resolved. So though it's a very good profession, very interesting profession, the threshold also of 10 years is something which is a very mature thing for any professional like us. But these upcoming professions, we have to be very cautious when we are dealing with it. And I think I would be taking some of the cases from my personal experience, which I have appeared as an advocate and advised that how, as a chartered accountant, we should tame the cat. And also the arrests which are increasing every day because of some fake billing of some other client, or maybe our client is there in the big chain. We are unnecessarily getting harassed. Whereas, as far as a chartered accountant is concerned, my personal view is that it's a case of a documentary evidence. We do not get into any crime. We only see the documents and form our opinion. If suppose the document themselves are fake, it's just fastening the liability of somebody else on the professional. So I think that should stop. And as we already have seen, there is a dire need to bring about maybe a CA protection bill or a specific amendment in the CA Act whereby we are protected. Something like this is there in IBC code, wherein it is said that it is presumed when you are discharging a duty, it is done in good faith. Because there also, there have been cases where our member who was handling biggest case of real estate, JP matter, Mr. Jain was handling, and he was arrested by a local police station, whereas he was handling a matter more than 30,000 crores of money was involved. Real estate was involved, and unnecessary he was harassed. And Supreme Court came down very heavily on the police authorities, and he was released immediately. So that's how the things are moving. So we will have to educate not only the public, but also I would say enforcement agencies, maybe somewhere judiciary also will have to be educated and made aware that as a chartered accountant, our role is very much limited. And it is also limited to the scope which is given to us. We cannot get into the business and see whether there is a scam or a fraud done. So with this few experience, I would like to just share my presentation. Piyush ji, are you able to see?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great, sir. So today, broadly, though we have we are not having the complete day on this topic, but I would like to highlight some of the issues which I have come across personally, and I think which are very much important. As a chartered accountant, we were previously having the view that whatever issue comes, it will go through CA Act, it will go through our institute only, and any action of any breach, violation, misconduct, anything is there, whether it is correct, whether it is incorrect, any allegation would have to go through our institute mechanism. But with the passage of time, the things are changing. And now specific regulators under different laws have been given power to basically see whether there is a violation or not. Now, the finding given by that regulator will tend to amount to some wrongdoing, or maybe a view taken by a regulator will actually mean that there is a violation in the CA Act or not. It's a very big question, which is still needs to be answered. So some of the regulators, I would tell you, as a chartered accountant, whenever we are doing company audit, we are governed by Companies Act. Under Companies Act, I have seen that the regulators are so many. Nowadays, ROC has become active. In fact, as I was discussing just 2 months back, ROC has filed multiple FIRs against the professional as well as the promoter where the Chinese companies were involved, without even seeing whether that particular professional was involved or not. As a chartered accountant, what we need to see is, suppose there is an incorporation of the company, you will ask for the documents. On the basis of document, you will apply for incorporation. Nothing beyond the documentation. But if suppose that company has been into some maybe money laundering or maybe some fraud, how that person who has incorporated company would be arrayed as a party, it's beyond imagination. But ROC on the direction of central government, I have seen, in fact, in the state of Gujarat, I have seen more than 10 FIRs filed by ROC. And in addition to the promoters, they also make chartered accountant and company secretary as a party. So this is something which I would like to discuss with regard to ROC. Then the second issue which is now actually coming up is removal of auditors even before the term of their appointment. So whenever an auditor is appointed, it's always from an annual general meeting to another annual general meeting, and law is of 5 years and 10 years, we all know. But nowadays the issues are coming wherein, as an auditor, sometimes you demand something which maybe the promoters don't like, maybe the management don't like, and thereafter they go for removal of the auditors. Now here comes a very big question, that when there is a removal, or I would say just like for a judge there is an impeachment, similarly is the removal for an auditor. To remove an auditor in the midway or before his term is getting concluded is actually casting an aspersion on the auditor also. So therefore the law has provided that regional director, that's basically the central government power, has been delegated to the regional director, and regional director issues a show cause notice to the auditor to explain his point of view. And therefore now we should be ready to face RD. And I would be discussing some of the cases handled by me before the regional director, wherein when the auditor was removed, in what circumstances auditor was not removed, and the position was continued with the existing auditor. So some of those issues we will discuss in the RD. Insolvency profession, I have already told you, I will be discussing some case laws wherein how they have interpreted the law. With regard to NCLT now, because sometimes the CA also represent as an auditor, sometimes he also represent as an insolvency professional, and nowadays a new practice of representing bankers is also being given to the chartered accountants. So whenever there is a meeting of committee of creditors, nowadays the chartered accountants are given the authority to represent the bankers in the committee of creditors, because there are technical issues, there are legal issues, there is a viability issue, all those things. A chartered accountant who is much more aware about the financial things are roped in. Now in that case also our role or our stand before the court has to be monitored, has to be very proper. I have seen cases where conflict of interest has been noted by the NCLT, and some of the professionals are also said that you cannot do a conflict of interest thing here. So suppose if I am representing one of the professional in one of the matter, in the same matter I cannot be representing the bankers also. There has to be a difference between representation of bankers, representation of insolvency professional, then representation of maybe a third party who is going to buy the company. A same person cannot be duplicated or representing more than one party. So that is something, though it is already inherent in our CA Act, but nowadays because of judicial scrutiny, it is coming apparently. So therefore we have to be very sure with regard to conflict of interest. NEFRA, I think, would be dealt by another speaker, so I am not going to speak on that. As far as this complaints under criminal actions are concerned, wherein Enforcement Directorate or CBI, all these are coming. What is happening is, suppose there is some fraud happened in a company. Let's say there was some account being declared as a willful defaulter by the banks. What is happening is, whenever the case is registered, by default professionals are made a party. So some of the do's and don'ts or some of the precautionary measures which we should know, I would be discussing that. And some of the cases which I have seen with regard to appointment of auditor by C and AG, and whether the removal by the CAG without giving an opportunity to the auditor is correct or not. So these are the basic parameters, or I would say the agenda items for today. So now let us see what all laws are we being faced by, or there is an interplay of all these laws when we are actually practicing nowadays. So though we are aware that there may be some violations, some irregularities of the law in our normal course of practice. Like in case of Companies Act, there would be some issues with regard to late filing. Then there could be some issue with regard to not properly disclosure in the balance sheets, or maybe notes on account, something like this. There would be always some of the issues in the Companies Act. Now the problem comes when, if you see nowadays what they have said in every form which we file with the ROC or under the Companies Act, what they are taking a declaration beneath the form is that if there is any false statement in the form, the same can be prosecuted, same can be taken action under 447, 448 of the Companies Act. Now 447 and 448 is very, very important because it is having a criminal implication. And every state, central government has designated a special court to take care of the prosecution. So this is nowadays becoming, I would say, in vogue, wherein whenever there is a false statement being provided by the company, always the forms are being countersigned by the professionals, all the important forms with the ROC. So not only CA member, but also CS member, sometimes countersigned by CWA also. All those forms are also entitling for a trigger under criminal law also. Therefore, we should be very careful when these forms have to be filed, whether we are verifying it, or sometimes what happens is there could be a dispute between some of the parties. Some of the management issues could be there. Some of the dispute with third parties should be there. My suggestion to everybody would be, you please make an appropriate disclosure in the audit report. If the management is not making disclosure in notes on accounts appropriately, or maybe P&L balance sheet, or there could be one group which is in the control and the other group has gone to court, please appropriately make a disclosure. We as a chartered accountant are not required to conclude something, but we are only required to put the facts on record. So that is a very important aspect which I suggest that we all should take into consideration whenever like we are not getting, let's say, related party transaction disclosure completely or the supporting documents. Let's say we are not able to get the accounting standard 18 disclosures, or we are not able to get the relatives detail from the management side, or we think that there is something suspicious. Appropriately make a disclosure, because normally what happens, if there is a disclosure, we could always take a defense like this. Now suppose an auditor wants to resign. Maybe there is no cooperation from the management midway. There could be a resignation issue, or there could be something like the company is not paying the taxes on time, and that irregularity has become illegality. Let's say from last year they have not paid, this year they have not paid. So now this becomes a big issue, because sometime minor amount not paid could be a irregularity, but it should not become an illegality. So that is something which needs to be taken into consideration. I think I will now go by case to case so that we, with the passage of slide, we cover. So the first issue which I am going to take is removal of auditors under Companies Act. So the law is very clear with regard to section 140. Removal, if at all required by the company, it could be any of the grounds. There could be a management dispute. There could be a non-cooperation from both the sides. There could be an issue with regard to not discharging the duty properly on time. So all those issues could be there. Some issues on the management side, some issues on the auditor side. The procedure says that the board would conduct a meeting and file and form with the RD. Basically, law says central government, but the power has been delegated to regional director. Now, what regional director does is they will issue a notice to the auditor to explain why he should not be removed. So basically, auditor will have a right of being heard. So this is something which is always imbibed in the law. Principle of natural justice requires that we should be given a chance to explain our position. Now, this position could be anything. Now, if we want to continue, we will appropriately define why this particular removal is moved. Because some cases I have seen when, let's say, the audit is 90% done, and we are saying that, let's say, we are issuing a qualified report. Let's say we are putting XYZ non-compliances. The management may not be happy with the auditor, because they will never like that there is a negative report on the card. And therefore, what they will try to do is they will try to remove it, or they would say that you give a clean report. So such type of coercive actions, if they are trying to take, it's better that we resign. Obviously, if there is a removal and some of the management is supporting, some of the management is not supporting, we can definitely put our points on record. In fact, recently there was a discussion in the ministry that they are coming up with some guideline, that appropriate amendment in the law, that whenever an auditor is resigning, he will have to disclose the reasons. We have seen in this turmoil period of last 3 years, many of the listed companies, many of the good audit firms have resigned from continuing as an auditor. Why so? Because of the increased regulatory action. And secondly, whenever there are issues, they will sometimes not say why they are resigning, but as a regulator, what they demand is reason. So therefore, this becomes very much important as far as this removal of auditor is concerned. In one of our matters where I was representing the management, there was a non-cooperation from the auditor side. And there were, the auditor said that I could not complete because there is a life threat. On the other hand, he said that I have completed the audit and I want to complete the audit work. Because of this dispute between the management and the auditor, the matter went on for almost 2 years. When the RD was moved, RD was not conducting the hearing. Then we moved the High Court, and after the direction of the High Court, the matter was heard and concluded, and ultimately an order was passed removing the auditor. So that is very important that a removal can be done if there is non-cooperation from the auditor in completing the audit on time. So this is one of such case. You can read this case because I have cited that case. It's available in public domain also. Secondly, in this particular case, one of the group of management wanted to remove the auditor. They called a meeting, whereas the dispute was with regard to shareholding and directorship, which was already pending in NCLT. Now the question was, if there is a dispute between the shareholders and management and the persons who are in control wants to remove an auditor, whether it is justifiable or not. Because ultimately, the approval will have to go through shareholders meeting also. In this case, one of the group of management or group of directors filed an application to remove before the RD. Now here, auditor justified his work. He said whatever the other shareholders were also supporting him. Shareholders also came before RD by filing an intervention, and RD concluded that the auditor is discharging his duty in a perfect way and there is no need for removing the auditor. And an appropriate disclosure in notes on accounts actually helped the auditor to justify that he is not favoring any party. Therefore, notes on accounts, though it is not our, it's our domain, it's ultimately the domain of management. Our domain is see whether that particular dispute has been disclosed or not. If it is disclosed in a proper way. As far as our audit report is concerned, it might have an emphasis of matter or other matter as the case may be. But the comments with regard to that particular litigation or dispute among the shareholders or maybe among the management should be made in a neutral way. There should not be a comment on a particular set of management or shareholders, or there should not be an adverse remark. So neither it should be favoring, neither it should be adverse. The comments should be, the observation should be not comments. They should only disclose the facts. So therefore, my suggestion to all the professionals is that whenever there is a dispute in the company, please appropriately make the disclosure in the audit report. Also draw the attention towards the appropriate notes on accounts. And suppose you are not able to conclude this, you can always take the help of the counsel who is representing the company in the court. Please ask for an appropriate note to be drafted by them, so that you as an auditor, you can always take the help of an expert to get a particular disclosure. Therefore, tomorrow it does not come on the professional that as a professional, we had to be a neutral person and we have favored X or Y. So that is very important. Another case, though we all are aware, some of the CA firms, as per the RBI press release, I have copied this. Some of the firms have been, I would say, prohibited from auditing NBFCs or banks in the case by RBI. RBI is having the power to, I would say, prohibit or ban a particular audit firm if they think they have not discharged their duty in the proper manner. Now, these issues are in public domain. We all are aware. But the problem is like NEFRA is coming with a detailed order in the public domain. RBI is not coming out with the orders. We are not aware what RBI has concluded, what were the facts, what is the finding. So therefore, again, when this is a regulator, when the RBI is a regulator, always, though our SA 250 says consideration of laws and regulations in case of an audit, but even otherwise, when we are auditing an entity where there is a specific regulator, we need to understand the regulations of that regulator. Some of the findings of NEFRA you can read in ILFS also, how this particular NBFC regulations were not complied or appropriate comments by the auditor were not made because of non-compliance by taking a specific interpretation of circular. So therefore, as an auditor, we have to be conservative. We have to take into cognizance the regulations given by the regulator. And I also suggest, if there is some confusion, if there is some doubt, please send a mail to the regulator asking for clarification. Now, obviously, the code of ethics, that part has been deferred, wherein it says that you have to approach the regulator by writing because of there is XYZ non-compliance in the entity which you are auditing. What is the issue according to you? Whether in the opinion of the regulator, it will sustain or not, as an auditor, we will have to report. In my view, in my personal view, whenever there is a strict regulations for a particular entity, I think we will have to inform the regulator, even when though that part of code of ethics is still, the NOCLAR is still not applicable, but still, in my view, it has to be informed to the regulator. Another case, again, without quoting the judgment, I would like to tell you that there was a penalty being imposed on a professional, on a chartered accountant, because what had happened in this case was there was a form wherein there's a form 3 as per HERA rules. What is required is that whatever amount has been collected from the home buyers, it could be home buyer, it could be shop buyers, allottees, basically in a real estate project, that amount is being shown as a amount towards a particular unit. So basically they are an allottee. Whoever gives the money, they are an allottee. Now here what had happened was there was a misclassification in the CA certificate saying that the amount which was received from the customer was treated as a amount as a loan. So see, if the business of that particular entity is taking money for real estate, we have to verify whether it is for loan or whether it is for a particular unit, and we have to satisfy ourselves with regard to this. Because if it is a loan, obviously we will have to see the books of accounts. We will have to ask whether interest is due and payable or not, whether loan can be accepted or not. Because if there is a loan, there is a different treatment. If the money is for a particular unit from the customer, it's a different treatment. So a wrong classification entailed Gujarat RERA to penalize that particular professional. So that is very important. Now they have come out with guidelines also. They have used their power to notify some circulars and rules they have made, wherein they say that source of fund, what is being used for a particular project, what is the cost of the project, from where the fund is coming. All those things, when we are certifying, our certificate is considered to be final. Whenever we are certifying that money is being used in particular project, this much should be used for this particular project, it is considered to be final. Therefore, we have to be extra cautious while issuing any certificate under a specialized law. This is one of the cases where HERA is now absolutely relying on whatever a chartered accountant is certifying. Even the fund which has to be withdrawn is also restricted, because only on the basis of a chartered accountant certificate that could be withdrawn. 70-30 is the basic ratio. And they ask for a specific designated account. So suppose if I am giving loan, it will not come in the RERA designated account. RERA designated account will only have the money from home buyers or shop buyers or the allottee. So therefore, the understanding of law and the common sense both have to be applied together whenever we are handling such type of special assignments. Then another important case, this is a case where it was a government audit. Now what had happened was, in case of government company, whether it is a state government or central government or a combination of both, the audit has to be done by an auditor appointed by C and AG. We all are aware about that. Now, in this particular case, what had happened was because of some scam found in one of the company. There were some FIRs registered against that company, that particular entity, and there were some observations against a CA firm also. Now, because of that issue, a circular was issued, a direction was issued by the Anti-Corruption Bureau to the administrative department, saying that we feel that there is some gross negligence on the part of so and so CA firm. Now that administrative department issued letter to all public sector undertakings not to take services of this firm because of XYZ issues of gross negligence alleged by the anti-corruption department. Now, because of this suspicion that there could be something, their appointment done in one of the companies was removed without giving any notice, without giving any communication. Now, CAG website only shows your name of the firm and the company for which you have been allotted audit. So there was an audit coming, and whenever this happened at the back end, auditor was never told what is happening. But then let's say there was audit coming, one audit of this entity. Then after a subsequent period, it came that that particular audit is gone. So it shows 0. Now, without intimation, without calling upon to give explanation, auditor was removed in effect. This matter went to Gujarat High Court and a very detailed judgment is passed. I request you to read this judgment wherever you get time. In this, court has interpreted that the auditor cannot be removed on the basis of an apprehension. An opportunity to the auditor has to be given. Even if it is a CAG, they cannot just remove them. They will have to go through the process, and even suppose they want to remove, they will have to move to NCLT. So point is, even if they are regulator, they cannot go hayway. They will have to understand the principle of natural justice. They will have to ask the auditor, call upon him to give explanation, and only then that person can be removed. In this particular case, I think 4 PSUs or 3 PSUs were involved, and the new auditors were appointed. Court restored the original auditor, and the new auditors, they said that you will have to suffer the loss, but this is an injustice on the continuing auditor, old auditor, where he is removed. Therefore, we restored the appointment. So that is something which is very important, that we should be aware about our rights. Normally what happens, let's say if we are not concerned about the fee, we would say let it go, we will fight it in the due course. But no, see, if a person is not fighting and he is removed, that means he has accepted whatever allegations are made. Therefore, we have to be very vigilant. If any allegations or aspersions are made and we have not done something wrong, we should definitely take it to the court so that justice is done, and in the long run, our reputation does not suffer. Now, another issue which normally comes up, and I've thought that this should be added and we should also discuss on it. This is with regard to criminal actions. Now, criminal actions are being taken nowadays with regard to maybe some scam or fraud or some complaint being filed by normally I have seen either maybe income tax department, GST department, or maybe the bankers. Now, what has happened, we all know that many of the NPAs are coming. RBI has a circular, as a master circular, wherein it says above, let's say 100 CR, you have to file an FIR with CBI. They say it clearly. Now, when they file it, obviously they are going to rely on the balance sheet, they are going to rely on the bank statement. And when a person is not able to pay, there will have to be some default. Now, whether that default is a willful default, it is due to maybe the business exigencies, or it is an intentional default, or the person has diverted money, has siphoned off money. It's a very, very subjective topic. Now, what is presumed in these criminal law is that by default, when let's say there is a 3,000 crore of outstanding loan and the assets which are left today is only 100 crores, so there will be by default some siphoning. That is what the presumption is taken by the authorities. Whereas in actuality, it may not be so. It could be possible that some of the businesses have been hurt by COVID pandemic. It could be because of some regulatory issues that that particular business is suffered. It could be due to import issues. It could be due to export issues. There could be a number of issues. We cannot actually come down on what all issues can be there. Let's say, for example, aviation industry. Most of the companies are either closed or maybe under insolvency, like we have seen Jet Airways going away, Kingfisher going away. So some of the companies will survive who have maybe the cash rich companies or maybe having another businesses from where they could fund it. Sometimes it could be a regulatory action, like in case of telecom companies. Most of the companies were not able to pay the spectrum fee, which ultimately they lost in the Supreme Court, wherein they were arguing that we need not pay the license fee on the basis of AGR. So that all issues could be there where a regulatory interpretation can hit the companies. Two of the companies went under insolvency. Aircel went directly. Reliance Communication went indirectly by financial creditor filing insolvency. Other companies got merged, like Vodafone Idea got merged just to save themselves from insolvency, because such issues could be there. Now, just because there is a default, just because there is a huge difference in the outstanding amount and the asset base, what is happening is in India, our regulatory mechanism is they are filing a complaint. Now, sometimes we are also come to know from the newspaper, from the media, that there is a complaint filed against the professionals also. Now, whenever I was telling before that I came to know about one of my friend, his name I saw in the newspaper that there was a criminal complaint filed and the FIR has been registered. Now, there is a difference between complaint filed and FIR registered that I will explain. Whenever an FIR is registered, there is definitely going to be an apprehension that we may be arrested. Therefore, what precautions we should take? So first of all, I would like to give one concept. What is complaint and what is an FIR? So see, any regulatory authority can file a complaint. Now, if that complaint is alleging some criminal offense, then probably what can happen is under that offense, there could be two types of offenses. We all are aware, cognizable and non-cognizable. So bailable and non-bailable. So when we say non-bailable, it does not mean that there cannot be a bail. There would be a bail, but not by the police department. We will have to go to the court and take a bail. So that is one concept which is very important, that on the basis of complaint, an FIR can be registered. Now, whenever, suppose as an auditor, we have come to know that there is a scam, there is a complaint of the entity in which we have been audited, my suggestion to all the professionals is immediately write to that company. If you have come to know from media or any other sources that yes, there is some issue with regard to this company, immediately write and ask, what is it about? So that if you are not aware about that scam, you come to know. If you are aware, then at least you can ask what is the development in this particular matter. So that is one thing which is a precaution which we should always write to the client. We have seen in Satyam case also what the auditor did. Immediately he said a letter to all the stock exchange, all the regulators, saying that please do not rely on my audit report, because I have come to know that there is a scam unearthed and accepted by the promoter. So the first thing to do is, if we are confirmed that there is a confession like this, our audit report should not be relied upon. Secondly, if we are not aware, we should request a communication, request for information by making a communication to the board of directors or to the promoters, as the case may be. It could be a non-company also. Then there are some guidelines which are very much important for us, which we should know. What are those guidelines? So there are, so criminal lawyer or somebody who is working in the criminal law may be aware, but as a chartered accountant, what we should know? So there is two judgments of Supreme Court which are very important for us, and for all the criminal cases, the guidelines have been laid. So we can say that it is just like a law made by Supreme Court by way of a judgment giving some guidelines. So what are those guidelines? So one is the DK Basu guidelines. This DK Basu guideline says that whenever a person is taken into custody, so whenever a person is arrested, there has to be an arrest memo. It has to be notified to the police station. So if somebody comes from outside, he will have to, our agency or a police comes from outside another state or another district, they will have to inform the district police also, they will have to give an opportunity to the person who is being arrested to inform the same to their relative or maybe friend, whoever they want to inform. So opportunity will have to be given, they will have to be informed, and they will have to be produced before the magistrate. So that why these guidelines are there, so that there is no illegal arrest, there is no illegal detention of any person. Now these guidelines are applicable to everybody, whether the company's promoters, whether the company's professional. So therefore, if we are aware about these guidelines, we can question them and ask them to take us before the magistrate. They cannot illegally detain us. They will have to get an arrest memo signed. They will have to ask for presence of some of the friends or relatives. They will have to give an opportunity to call them. Our opportunity to meet a lawyer is also imbibed in these guidelines. To meet a lawyer, there is a clear guideline which says that when we are meeting the lawyer, we will obviously, when we are discussing something, it is privileged communication. So the officer or the enforcement agency's persons cannot be sitting when you are discussing your issues with the lawyer. So that is very important. They will have to go for medical examination, and every 48 hours, if that we are in custody. So that is very important, that there is no physical abuse, because ultimately whatever cases in the professional capacity you are facing, it is a case of documentary evidence. It's not a case where there is maybe some of the heinous crimes. They are not there. So what we say is it's a matter of documentary evidence. Ultimately, it is dependent on documents, and therefore there cannot be a third degree on us. So therefore, we are saved by this DK Basu guidelines, and I request all of you to read these DK Basu guidelines. Though I have captured some of the points, I've already told arrest memo, inspection memo, calling the nearest friend or relative, taking before magistrate. So all those things are there. Now the interesting part is in another judgment of Anish Kumar. Now this Anish Kumar judgment actually was of a dowry case. Dowry case, and normally domestic violence and dowry and all this was happening, and ultimately matter went to Supreme Court, where they said that 85% of these matters are not genuine. Therefore, these guidelines were evolved by the Supreme Court, which says that 41A CRPC, that's a Criminal Procedure Code, notice has to be given to the person if the offense done involves imprisonment of less than 7 years. So now this is very, very important. First of all, let me tell you, if there is a complaint which is converting into an FIR, what will happen is FIR copy is now available online. So the one thing is, first of all, before the judgment of this Youth Bar Association, we were not able to get the copy of FIR until we were arrested, or maybe when we applied for certified copy in the court. Now the guideline says that it has to be uploaded on the website. So first of all across India, all the police stations, all the departments are having the copy of FIR to be uploaded online. So we will definitely get the copy online. Secondly, when we are getting the copy of FIR online, what has to be seen is what are the offenses which have been alleged, what is the role of a professional being alleged in that FIR. Now, let's say there are 4 sections applied. Let's say 420, 419, 120B, 477A, falsification of accounts. So all these sections are there. We just have to see what is the maximum punishment given in that particular section. Now, if the sections involves only a punishment of 7 years and less, it could be 6 months, it could be 1 year, it could be 2 years, it could be less than 7 years. Allegation, I am only talking about allegation. So alleged offense, if it is having less than 7 years, that will require the police officer to give us a 41A CRPC notice. He cannot arrest us. That is very, very important. So if our role and the section applied on us is having punishment less than this, there could not be an arrest. That is number 1. Number 2, suppose we are apprehending that there is a wrong allegation, and probably as an auditor, it could be at the base a case of a negligence. What we should do, we should immediately move for anticipatory bail. Now, what is anticipatory bail? Law does not define what is anticipatory bail. It's a usual thing which we call. We are only asking the court that if we are cooperating with the officers, investigating officers, and therefore we should not be arrested without giving a notice of 41A CRPC. So this is very important, and we have get good orders on this, wherein there was an apprehension that a chartered accountant may be arrested. However, his role was limited. On the basis of our appointment letter, on the basis of our scope of audit, we can always use it to our benefit, saying that, see, this to the court. Obviously, you will have to take the anti-bail before a magistrate court. Magistrate court, we will put this particular FIR, our scope, our appointment letter, engagement letter, and say, sir, see, this is our scope. This is what we have done. We can never do this. Assuming that there is some involvement, we are ready to cooperate and give all the documents. Let them investigate and decide whether there is a role of mine or not. Till that time, without giving a 41A CRPC notice, I should not be arrested. And courts have been regularly, and I would say consistently, understanding that professionals who have come to court, who have explained their role, there is no, I would say, hiding from the investigation department. They are giving easily the anticipatory bails. The only thing is you have to approach to the court immediately when you come to know about this, because anticipatory bail is only given when there is no arrest. So I have told you before, if you have any apprehension of arrest, we can always go and get an anticipatory bail. Even if there is an apprehension, the concept of anticipatory bail is, even if there is an apprehension, you can always go to court and say, I'm ready. I'm apprehending this could be there. I am ready to cooperate, ready to give all the documents, but this is something which should not happen to me because it will spoil my reputation. So as a professional, my reputation might get stalled because of this issue. Therefore, please give me that anticipatory bail. So this is something which is happening, and we should be aware about our rights. And therefore, I am suggesting this Anish Kumar guideline should be there. So this is something important, though you all are aware about this, but still I am just giving you citation. Youth Bar Association judgment says that FIR copy has to be uploaded within 24 hours. And if we come to know, we can also apply for the same before the police station to give it. Suppose there is a criminal complaint. Suppose FIR is registered or not, we don't know. So we can file an RTI and get the document whether that particular thing is closed or not. If it is pending, we will get the reply that the matter is still pending. Therefore, the details cannot be given to you. So then we are aware that the complaint is going on. So then we have a fit case to move an anticipatory bail. If the closure has done, closure of that complaint has been done. So that's good, because then there is no FIR. Third, if there is a FIR registered, they will give you the reply in the RTI that yes, FIR is registered. So then we can immediately move the court if our name is featuring in that particular FIR. So this is something very important, and I have told you how these things have to be taken care. Now this, whatever procedure I have explained, it is applicable to all laws except some laws wherein there is a specific procedure, wherein there is a special court. So in that case, if the magistrate court will not be there, in that case, a special court will be there. A special court would be normally headed by a district judge, and therefore there could be some court, like I told you, Companies Act. So in case of Companies Act, let's say for the complete state, they will have a one designated special court. So special court means only by the name it is a special court. Otherwise, a district judge is sitting and the power has been given to him, and appropriate action can be taken before him only. Second, whenever there is an investigation, now there are two types of investigation to be concluded. So one is of 60 days, one is of 90 days. So that 90 days is for 10 years or more imprisonment, and less than that, it has to be concluded in 60 days. So suppose there is an FIR, there is an investigation going on. So within 60 days, they have to conclude. If they do not conclude, what will happen is we are entitled to get a default bail. So normally you must have seen Supreme Court saying bail is a right, jail is an exception. So that is because of this provision that 60 days and 90 days is fixed in the law. Beyond that, if the investigation is going on, we are going to get a default bail. So that is very important. If they have not done any action within this period, we can definitely get a bail. And then once a bail is taken, and we are cooperating and we have no role to play, then there is no problem. We are safe. So these are all precautions which we should take and which we should be aware. Why I am discussing all these issues is, normally when as a professional something like this happens, untoward incident, which was previously maybe 1%, but now the percentage has increased. Therefore, my suggestion to you is, you are handy with all these equipment, legal armor, and you can immediately move the court and tell an advocate that yes, you should keep these things in the mind. This is very, very important because the regulatory action has increased like anything. Though after a period of time there could be our name is not featuring, then obviously the name in the FIR is there and the investigation has given us a clean check. So therefore further nothing has to be done. So the concept of quashing could be there. We can move the High Court and get a quashing. Quashing of an FIR can only be done by the High Court. Not any court below has the power of doing a quashing. However, bail power are concurrent. We can move the lower court as well as the High Court for bail. But the procedure is move the lower court. If it is rejected, then move a higher court. And Arnab Goswami case is very famous with regard to this moving before the court and how it can be granted. So he was also a professional. Therefore, the new guidelines were laid down in Arnab Goswami case. So again, if somebody has interest to read it, kindly read the Supreme Court judgment in that also. Then there is one more issue. Nowadays, what is happening? We have big CA firms. Our office is somewhere else. Maybe we have branch offices, main office is somewhere else. Audit is done by maybe the main partner. Let's say main partner is sitting in Mumbai. Let's say branch office is in Hyderabad, and some scam is done and the audit report maybe is signed. They make all the partners as a party sometimes. Sometimes they make the audit signing partner as the party in the complaint. In that particular case, what can be done? See, ultimately, let's say the matter is of Hyderabad. And let's say the CA person who is the main partner is sitting in Mumbai. Now, what is to be done is, before reaching Hyderabad and getting a bail there, what is the precaution he is to do? He can immediately move for a transit bail before the High Court. So transit bail powers are there with the High Court. Concurrent powers are there. Lower court is also there. High Court is also there. But normally people move the High Court because it is fast. They understand the issue and they immediately grant you a transit bail. Transit bail means that until that particular state, he will not be arrested. So maybe from the time he moves from Maharashtra to maybe the state of this Andhra, he could not be arrested because there is a transit bail. You get a transit bail and then apply for a regular bail or maybe an anticipatory bail in the Hyderabad. So these issues we should be aware. We should not be under, I would say, pressure or coercion when such things happen, because this is something which is now part and parcel of our profession. The regulatory mechanism has changed so much that until we are attuned with the procedure, we will not be able to protect ourselves. So this is my suggestion, that all these things we should be aware. What is court? What is special court? What is their power? Whether they can ask us to come and interrogate us, whether they can take us into custody or not. So I think second point is this, that whenever there is an investigation being done, so what are enforcement agencies like CBI, like GST, like income tax, like ED, like SFIO, DRI is also nowadays calling chartered accountants. So what happens is, all these enforcement agencies are calling us, and sometimes the officers do not treat us as a professional. They think that we have only done the crime. So that's not the case. Therefore, Supreme Court has in Paramveer Singh judgment gave guideline. Now this is very, very interesting judgment. I will tell you, this has protected everybody who like us as professional. They have said that any agencies who has the power to call for interrogation and also has the power to arrest, it is mandatory to install CCTV in that particular premise, in that police station or that office. Now here the CCTV does not mean that it will only show that our interrogation is done. Supreme Court has given detailed guidelines saying that audio and video has to be maintained. And the direction says that it has to be maintained for a period of 18 months. So they cannot just record it and then destroy it. They will have to maintain it for 18 months. State level, district level committees have been formed by the Supreme Court judgment. And therefore, whenever we are going for any notices or reply to notices before this agency, sometimes they call us to give a statement, please make sure that Paramveer Singh judgment is complied. There is a CCTV wherein your audio and video is getting recorded. It is a matter of right. Absolutely, it is a matter of right. They cannot deny you. And again, somebody in the last seminar asked me that whether, sir, can I get this video recording? Can I get this audio recording? Yes, under RTI, you can get it. Because if there is a thing which is mandated by a Supreme Court guideline, it is law. And under RTI, we are entitled to get it. There is no wrong. So therefore, no, because somewhere this particular judgment came into picture too much. I think in the last year when it happened that in one of the cases, I think the case was handled by Mr. Podar only in Surat, that one person, the one promoter was called in the GST department. He was forced to pay the payment, accepting the demand, make the payment online then and there. And they harassed him and there was some physical abuse also. And he actually jumped from first floor. Then obviously his leg got broke and he was in the hospital and all those things happened. In that particular case, this particular guideline was also being argued before the High Court, when I think High Court has asked for a status report that whether this CCTV was implemented or not, and the copy of that recording should be provided. So meaning thereby, what I'm trying to say is, in these cases, we have to be very much vigilant that no wrongful activity is done with us. That's the only point, and unnecessary we are not harassed. Okay, so I think now I will take this regulator, which is very strict. And as I told you, moving very fast, that is the IBBI, Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. I would tell you now it has become almost equivalent like RBI or CBI. They have become so strict that they are mandating you under the law to do a particular activity in a particular time frame. So that is something which is very much important. And if we really want to do this practice of profession as an IP, as an insolvency professional, we have to adhere with the timelines. That is for sure. There is no argument with regard to timeline. You have to comply with it. Now, what they are saying is fit and proper criteria is very important. Disclosure of interest is very important. Now, some of our professionals who are holding COP practicing, they were denied registration under IP because some complaint was pending against them. One of the professionals I came across, there was a company in which he was a director, finance director. He was a chartered accountant. Then in that particular company went into NPA, then went into liquidation. And then obviously 10-15 years passed. Now he cleared this IP exam. And when he applied for registration, his registration was denied, saying that you are related to a company which is a defaulter company. Therefore, we cannot appoint you for a law which is for revival of the distressed assets. And this requires beyond integrity a position. And therefore, even if we are practicing as a professional in our another capacity, they have denied the registration under IP. So that is how they look at the people. Even a pending case is looked at like this. Then recently our also Rohit Bansal, if I'm not wrong, the judgment of Delhi High Court, wherein our institute had given a registration, which was then I think cancelled on the ground of moral turpitude because of an action which was committed previously by that professional even before the registration. So when he was not a member, he had done something for which he was convicted, for which he had also given passed on the sentence. Even then, institute denied him the registration as a member. So the point I am trying to make here is that as our code of conduct now is as good as an enforcing law. And therefore, when we are handling such cases, we have to be very sure. Now, I have seen the cases where the conflict of interest is there. Like I am advising, I am the insolvency professional of a distressed company. Now, the person who is going to buy that company, there would be 2 or 3 competitors, there would be bidding. The person who is going to buy or one of the competitor is also being advised by my CA firm. That cannot be done. It's illegal, it's wrong, not only under IB code, also under CA Act, because there we as an auditor, if we are to discharge a duty, we have to be independent. We have to be above all this conflict of interest. So therefore, even this 144, this I think somebody would be taking today or tomorrow, that issue with NEFRA has also said that a person cannot be doing any services except which is provided under 144. So if additional services are being provided, which is in conflict with the profession, then it is going to be a very difficult situation for everyone. Some of the judgments, I think some of the judgments were not correct. Some of the judgments were based on facts or maybe a strict interpretation of law. I would say that though there are many issues in these judgments, I will not go on case to case basis, but broadly speaking, if insolvency professional work has to be done by a professional, we have to be very sure. And now, as per the recent discussion, I think that the disciplinary action of IBBI will also get to an extent given to ICAI, IPA. So our IPA of our institute will get that disciplinary action or mechanism also enforced. And then I think the regulatory mechanism will increase again, because what they're trying to today do is they are probably having less man-force, and therefore the cases may be closed 2 years back are getting concluded now. When the mechanism is given to the institute of all the three CA, CWA, I think the regulatory mechanism is going to get increased. And once it increases, we have to be very cautious that there are no lapses, no irregularities, because it is ultimately an interpretation of an irregularity into illegality. So like what was happening if a company was insolvent and we are appointed as an insolvency professional, and maybe for 6 months we try to resolve and then the company goes into liquidation. Now the law is maybe in that 6 months it's a listed company. There could be filing of financial statement. There could be renewing of licenses. All those things of taking over the company, complying with all the laws and regulations are now on the insolvency professional. So when we are handling such type of assignment, we have to be very careful that we do not get into any non-compliances unintentionally. Therefore, conduct has to be, one is this, no related party, no relationship with the persons who are going to buy. Second issue is with regard to compliance of other laws and regulations. We should not keep them on a liberal side. We should be very strict on it. And third, when I'm saying normally we don't look at the employee side, but when we are an insolvency professional, again, the law says that it is our duty to keep it as a going concern. So when we are going to keep it as a going concern, we will have to take care of the employee. Now, let's say there are 1,000 employees, but the work is of only 200. Probably we will have to downsize also. There could be labor unrest also. So all those situations and issues we will have to consider. Now, I think Piyushji, suppose, I hope you are there. So, sir, I have tried to complete it, and now I have opened for queries, any of the members, because I think we have good number of participants.
Yes, sir. I am just looking at the chat box and question box, but I think there is no question.
Okay, so I think probably now we will have to ask them. You can put your queries.
So members, if you have any queries, you can put on the chat box. So we'll take those. Sir, could you see any queries?
No, sir, I could not see any query, sir.
Okay, so shall we move forward, sir, with your permission?
Sir, I am always with you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, as I said, it was a very important session where we are landing in the eyes of regulators was very well explained by CA and advocate Nipun Singhvi, sir. Sir, you explained about the enforcement agencies, the civil actions and criminal actions under the Companies Act, CA Act, IBC Act, PMLA, and even RBI Act under NBFC. Sir, it was a very detailed analysis. You also shared various cases, active cases, and thrown a focus on various mishaps the professional brothers are coming across. As you rightly said, so there is a lot to be done to sensitize public as well as the professional brothers. And this national conference, I think, is one of the small steps towards that. And sir, we will keep taking so small steps. And I congratulate Chairman WIRC CA Murtuza sir and Chairman of the committee CA Ankit Rathi and Vice Chairman CA Chandan Patel for organizing this conference. So friends, this is the time to be cautious, but not to panic. And our endurance on this will take us through, I think. And with this, I'll announce that the session is over. Panel discussion in the next session. So with this, I declare the session is over, and I thank CA Nipun Singhvi sir for taking out his time and sharing his knowledge with us. Thank you very much, sir.
Nipunji, before we end, I think there is one question which I can see.
Yes, sir.
What measures have been proposed by the ICAI to minimize expectations gap?
So I think this is something which is very much relevant. And as I said that now what is happening, there is always a dual regulator. We always have ICAI as our super regulator. But what is happening with the passage of time, every new law is coming out with one new regulator. And he is also actually taking cognizance of our maybe irregularity or lapses or procedural issues. So I think that there is a dire need of a CA Protection Act which should come. And I also suggest all the office bearers to take up this, because ultimately we will not be able to change every law to include ourselves. But if we have a law or maybe an amendment in our CA Act which gives us power to do whatever we have done done in good faith, and we should not be harassed as like a criminal, and there should be some protection to us. Something like this will have to be done.
So I think good suggestion, but as far as my knowledge goes, Nipunji, I am given to understand that ICAI has already drafted also one note on whether what action police should take, not take. And I think that is being discussed with the ministry. So let us wait for the council to come out with it and get the approval of the ministry. So that is there. Any other questions? I can't see anything in the chat box. If there is something, I think a lot of good comments, feedback. So Nipun, for you on the chat box. So with that, like Piyush mentioned, to all the participants, we'll break for lunch, and we'll request you all to come back and join us at 1:50 so that we can start the panel discussion at sharp 2.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, WIRC, for organizing such a wonderful session, and all the audience for patient hearing. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, request every participants, please be join sharp 1:50, because we have a very interesting panel discussion regarding forensic and opportunity for chartered accountant.
Perfect.
Okay, sir. So should we log off?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. We are continuing my login remains as it is. The same thing is going to continue. If people want to just put it on this thing, mute and close the window, they can do it. Otherwise, they can log out and join again. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
This meeting is being recorded.
Hello everyone, good afternoon and welcome. Today in Mumbai it has been reprieve. The rains have really stopped pouring today, so therefore we could see a little bit of freshness around. And when we talk about freshness, when whatever that we do during our audits or during this Corporate Governance or Companies Act, when we talk about frauds, I think nothing fresh than that. The smell of that fraud is very exciting for any forensic auditor or any chartered accountant to that matter. And whenever that comes, whenever during our engagements, if we come across something like this, I think we are in for a huge satisfactory engagement for each one of us. And if we were to do justice to these kind of engagements, I think we need to hear some good people. And today is just that day. In this national conference, we've got a wonderful panel which is gonna talk about frauds, which are everywhere across these days. And now, what are the opportunities for all of us as chartered accountants? I think whenever we come to financial frauds, we are the first and the best suited people to maybe disclose it, find it out, and present it effectively. Special emphasis on presentation and representation. So I think this session becomes one of the most key sessions for all of us, and therefore I invite all of you. I'm sure you had lunch and everything. Please sit back with a pencil and a paper or a pen, because whatever these people say, it would be great if you could note things down, make some bullet points for you to ponder upon, because these will be thoughts that would be shared, and very important if you could really implement them. If just heard and forgotten, I think it won't serve the purpose. I recognize the presence of Chairman Murtuza Bhai, Shweta Madam, the Secretary, Treasurer Piyush Chandak, my colleague Sanjay Nikam, the wonderful panel headed by one of the founders of this entire space called Forensics, Chetan Dalal sir, a chartered accountant and a proud, we are absolutely proud of him that, as a chartered accountant, he's always been there when we want him, especially in the sense of forensics. And now that he's also talked about some Bhagavad Gita for professionals, I think this is the best combination that a CA could have. First, let's find out the frauds, first find out the negatives, and then use spirituality to overturn them. So I think that's the best thing. Sir, we welcome you here. We have Percy Bhai, welcome again. Surath ji, again a very experienced personality, so welcome. Shashank Karnad, welcome here. To deal and interact with all of these people, we've got a wonderful personality, Rachana Daftary madam. We welcome you, madam. In order to set this up, I'll request my colleague Sanjay Nikam to please introduce the moderator, who could then introduce all of the others to each one of you, and we can start off with the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Arpit Bhai. Thank you. And it's a great honor for me to share screen with such a distinguished and eminent personalities. I recognize the presence of our WRC Chairman, Murtuza Kachwala sir, Secretary of our WRC, Shweta Jain ma'am, and my colleague, Arpit Kabra. Friends, today we have with us very eminent and renowned personalities like Chetan Dalal sir. No words needed to introduce him. Shashank Karnad sir, Surath Mukharjee sir, Percy Amalsadiwalla, and to moderate this heavy dais with her prolific moderation, we have Rachana Daftary with us. Friends, I'm going to introduce Rachana for your kind pursuit. Rachana is a chartered accountant and has over 16 years of experience in risk-based internal audit, risk assessment, forensic business consulting, internal control assessment, and internal financial control, SOX, due diligence, etc. She has worked on large portfolio of clients in various sectors ranging from stock exchange, stock brokings, real estate, quick service restaurants, projects, manufacturing, multi-level marketing, trust, wines, pharma, etc. Though she is now an entrepreneur, she has worked with firms like Mazars. She worked with Mahajan and Ibara and AJ Shah. She also chairs a training and webinar committee of IIA Bombay chapters. Her key highlights are Rachana has conducted fraud risk assessment for hospitality sector and set up the vigil mechanism for a leading power company, a lead and assignment for stock exchange, which involves defaults for members, risk management systems, meetings of board and subcommittees, etc. Led a business ethics review for a leading software company in India, lead the concurrent audit of treasury functions for big core investment companies. Her professional experience lies in risk-based internal audits, IFC, ICFR, SOX compliance, standard operating procedures, mystery shoppings, SEBI certifications, forensic audit and investigations, pre-assessment and grant utilization audits, risk assessment, has gained proficiency in SAP, Oracle, MS Office, including Visio applications. Friends, I'm confident that we are going to have a great intellectual deliberation with these delegates. I request all of you to join me in welcoming all the dignitaries to share their wisdom with us. Thank you, all of you. And Rachana, I'm handing over charge to you. Dice is yours. Happy learning to all of you.
Thank you, Sanjay Bhai. Rachana Madam, just 1 minute before you begin. Friends, I'm sure within this session you would have questions. Please feel free to post them. The more the questions, I think that is how we can get the best out of these personalities. Feel free to write to them. And I think forensics is going to be a very, very important opportunity in the near future. So please make sure that you get the best out of this session. Over to you, Rachana Madam.
Thank you. So thank you, Murtuza, Arpit, and the entire WRC for giving me this opportunity again. And good afternoon to you on a Friday afternoon, which is it's so rainy and it's so gloomy outside. So do bear with us, but I'm sure we'll make it very entertaining with a really good panel over here. So let me first introduce CA Chetan Dalal. Now, actually, he doesn't need any introduction. If I want to read, I think I could go on for an hour. But to briefly say so, he has various qualifications, right from being a FCA. He has a CFE certification, CISA, CIA, and he is actually the pioneer of forensic accounting and investigations in India. He's the first CFE as well. He has authored the first ever audio-visual book on forensic accounting. I'm sure we should, if we are looking out for opportunities, that's the book everyone should be reading over here. He's presently a global investigation specialist operating from Mumbai. He served since 2009 on the board of India chapter of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. He's conducted various courses. He's written many articles. He also has a book on Indian scriptures. He's conducted a lot of workshops. So I think he really has a pool of resources and experience that he can share today. So that's briefly about CA Chetan Dalal. Then we have Mr. CA Surath Mukharjee. He's from the industry and he's a qualified CA, CMA, CISA, CFE, and CRICP. And he heads the internal audit and investigations at ACC Limited presently. Prior to being with ACC, he was with Dalmia Bharat Group for 13 years and he's headed the internal audit over there. And before that, he was with Sony India and had a 5-year stint with Philips India. Over the past years, he's had various leading positions in MNC and Indian organizations. And that is how he's been able to contribute sustainable results in the field of accounts and finance, risk assurance, and controllership roles. He's a contributor and regular speaker at various forums, right from ICAI, ICMA, ASSOCHAM, and he believes in interactive learning. We also have CA Shashank Karnad with us. He is a partner and CEO for Margin and Ibra forensic practice. Before Margin and Ibra, he was with KPMG for 18 years and he's done multiple international, he's been in multiple international offices. He's worked on several cross-border fraud investigation matters. He's worked extensively across industries, including BFSI, FMCG, engineering, automobiles, metals, mining, retail, industrial manufacturing. Again, he's a regular speaker at various industry associations and conferences. He was the past president of the Mumbai chapter of Toastmakers International, renowned as an American public speaking organization. Lastly, we have Percy Amalsadiwalla, a dear friend. He's kind of my boss for the pro bono at IIA Bombay chapter. So again, Percy is a chartered accountant, a certified fraud examiner, and also has masters in commerce from Mumbai University. I think Percy, you've forgotten to write CIA. I guess I should add that he's also a certified internal auditor. He's been telling me to do that for years now. He has more than 20 years of experience. So right now he's with a leading global technology conglomerate, India, Middle East, Africa, India, and he heads the regional compliance investigations and regulatory team. Before that, he was with ACC, and then he's also worked with Mahindra Group. Right now, he's the honorary president of the IIA Bombay chapter, and he's a regular speaker again at various international and domestic and corporate forums. So with this, let us set the context for today's panel discussion. So we all know that in the last few years, there have been so many frauds, so many events which have triggered a lot of regulations. And India has also caught up with a lot of regulations, not only in the Companies Act, but even under the RBI, many acts and jurisdictions. We have implications both within India and even internationally, making this a very interesting area to pursue. So we have, these panelists who would, I would probably pose some questions to them, and they will probably give us insights in terms of how we can, make a career out of this. So this question specifically to CA Shashank, what has changed in the last 2-3 years in India and globally that has created so many opportunities in the field of forensic and forensic governance field?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, CA Rachana, and for the WRC for inviting me to speak at this panel discussion. I think.
Sorry. Just to, we can't see your video. I don't know. It's
I don't know what's the problem. My video is on, but maybe there is something with the network.
Right.
So,
no problem.
Sure, no problem. So maybe it will come up in some time. So I think what has happened in the last 2 or 3 years is perhaps multiple things have happened. We've seen the pandemic, which happened, and people started working from home over the last 2.5 years. We've seen recessionary pressures coming through in the last maybe 6 or 8 months because of an outcome of the pandemic, plus what is happening on the geopolitical side. And as a result of which, what companies often do, and I've noticed this time and time again over years, is that in an economic recession or when things start going bad, companies tend to focus more on cost control and controls in general. And as a result of which, what I think has happened is more and more organizations are beginning to look within themselves. When they're looking within themselves, they are sometimes discovering that things are not all right. So let me take one example of a company which may set up a fraud risk control process to say that, okay, let's do a fraud risk assessment. Why would it do that? Because maybe the number of whistleblower complaints have increased, and they suddenly find that people that they trusted over the last maybe 10-15 years have suddenly been identified as potential fraudsters against whom action has been taken. And when something like that happens, and it's a very human tendency, right? So if, for instance, we are driving on the Pune-Mumbai expressway and we see an accident, a natural reaction is to slow down. A natural reaction is to start driving more safely. And that is what is happening to organizations. When they see something like this happening to their peer companies, or they read about it in the Economic Times, or read about it elsewhere, or see CNBC and they find that something like this has happened, you see companies reacting to that in a way where they start tightening the controls. And when you tighten controls and you start doing your diagnostics, that is when you tend to find more instances of fraud. What has also happened is the opportunity. So if you look at the fraud triangle, right? So you have opportunities have also increased. If you look at the fraud triangle, you have incentive pressure, opportunities, and rationalization. Opportunities have increased because employees have started working from home. And we were just discussing a little while ago about employees returning to work and physically coming to the office. The kind of controls that we have seen happen in the office, starting from access controls to IT controls to even social controls. People sitting in the bay, right? You sit in the bay, you have colleagues sitting next to you. Automatically, there is that check on you, which does not happen at home. You can speak from your personal phone or from your wife's phone, or you can send messages using your child's phone or whatever. So we've seen a lot of these cases have come up, and companies are recognizing that it has been easier for perpetrators to commit fraud in the last 2 or 3 years. So I think a sum total of all of this, and I'm not saying these are exhaustive causes or exhaustive reasons, a sum total of all of this, to summarize, companies tightening controls, companies identifying frauds that have happened in other organizations, and the opportunity that employees have got, either from a lone ranger standpoint as sole perpetrators or through collusion with other employees or third parties, those instances have increased. And I think in my view, that has probably created a triple whammy of sorts. And when I say triple whammy, I don't want to sound negative about the the risk of fraud. I'm actually very positive because that keeps us all in business. It gives us those opportunities that we can investigate. So I think that is really what has caused the sudden spike in opportunities, because the number of cases have increased. And I will talk about it a little later, maybe, in terms of the kind of complexities that are coming up in some of these cases as well. They are not run-of-the-mill cases where the employee asked for a bribe and got a bribe and got caught. There is a fair amount of complexity that has also come up in my assessment. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. So very well concluded on that. We'll move to the next question. This is to CA Chetan Dalal. Are there any opportunities for young, fresh chartered accountants in this field? If yes, what are these opportunities and how should they set their career path, in terms of qualifications that they should be taking, knowledge assimilation, experience, etc.?
Right. I think this is perhaps the most important question for this particular session, because I believe we are about 200 people. There's some disturbance that I'm getting. Is somebody getting a disturbance? I don't know. I got a very big sound.
Now it is better.
Yeah, now it's gone. So there are quite a few questions involved in what Rachana said. One is, are there any opportunities? What are those opportunities that we can do, and what are the qualifications, etc., that are required? I think these are all very, very important, because I'm sure many of the delegates who are present today, though I don't have a profile or the list of these delegates, I'm sure are the younger crowd. I'm sure that there will be people who are if not fresh chartered accountants, people who have recently, qualified, and people who are looking to, developing a big practice in forensic accounting. So what I'm going to talk about just now is largely for that group or that section of our chartered accountants, and not for the already established ones, because when we are looking at opportunities, the established ones already have a foothold in this industry, in forensics, and of course whatever else they do. But let's take people who are relatively fresh, or people who have been more into things like taxation and audit, and they are looking or exploring the possibility of doing work in this world of fraud investigation, forensics. It's actually a pretty vast world, because forensics is of course one specific element in that. But if you look at fraud, if you look at risk, if you look at special audits or advanced internal audits for with respect to any white collar crime and abuse, there is a wide range of opportunities which are available in this. One should not only have a limited view of being appointed as a forensic auditor or a forensic accountant. That is of course very, very important and very good, and for which ideally, if you have some separate training or a certification, it is good, though it is not obligatory. But let's look at the opportunities. At a time like this, and I would really agree with Shashank also, that in the last few years also a lot of opportunity has come up in this world of fraud investigation and forensic accounting. See, when I started my practice as a chartered accountant way back in 1983, so which is almost now 40 years. At that time, I'm sure that audit was the ultimate in practice. Like, okay, if you had got a good audit in some good good company, it was something great. Now, actually, And in those days, fraud investigation was seldom heard of. If there was one such assignment, it was like something which was a once in a blue moon. And if somebody did it, and they did it by using their own audit knowledge or whatever they had gathered by in terms of review or study of financials, and then applying that knowledge, which is also fine. By the way, I don't say that you require to be somebody great to be a forensic accountant. It's merely application of logic. But today, let's say post 2015-16, the need for forensic accountants has grown exponentially. Today, there is a separate organization called SFIO, which is nothing but a fraud investigations office. So these are specialized agencies or enforcement or authorities where fraud is looked at as a specific matter where professionals are required. The institute itself has brought about a course last, I think, 10-12 years ago, where they are actually training people in forensics. So one thing is that, yes, the opportunities have mushroomed out into, I would say, a 10-fold, 20-fold quantum as compared to what they used to be maybe 8-10 years ago. So I would urge all good young chartered accountants to consider this to be one of the areas where they can gainfully get themselves employed. Of course, how to seek those opportunities I'm coming to, but this is an area which is mushrooming out, which is going to be more and more needed. There are so many other, reasons, like not only if there is a fraud, but even if there is a whistleblower complaint, even if suppose the internal auditor reports that there is something which is amiss, or there are some red flags, or there are some signals, or if there is any reason where some RBI or income tax or somebody else, they want to, inquire into more details. This world of forensics, fraud investigation, risk assessment is getting larger and larger. The domain is getting larger, and work in this field is going to come in a big way, even here onwards. So please do consider this and explore this area. Now, in terms of the qualifications required, frankly, if you ask me, my personal opinion, you don't require any specific training or qualification. Basically, what I have learned in the last, I would say 25 to 30 years, where I've been into hardcore forensic practice, it is more an application of logic and common sense. I think this is very acutely needed in this world of forensic accounting. Of course, people can have these cyber forensic certifications, you can have ethical hacking certifications, you can have a forensic accounting certification. These are very good from a different point of view. Okay, you get knowledge in a structured form where somebody has kept everything together in one place, and you are able to follow it and apply those steps very easily. But it's not strictly necessary according to me. But if you really want to do it, then our institute's course is very good. There are some courses which are available on the internet. You can do any of them, because ultimately any of these courses will give you knowledge on a platter, and which you can use, and you can use for your day-to-day assignments as and when you get them. Now comes the million-dollar question of how to get assignments. I'm sure most of you who are watching, I'm sure there are about 200 people who are here. The first question that must be coming to the minds is, fine, okay, I'll get my qualification, I'll be ready, I'll come into this field of forensics, but how do I get work? Isn't that something which every new chartered accountant wants to think of? Well, friends, I'll tell you my journey, how I've come into this field, and in my own humble way, I've been reasonably successful. See, there are two things which have helped me. One thing is, I have always been fond of writing. That means doing some research and writing articles. I started with writing in Business India. I wrote in Bombay Chartered Accountant Society. I've written for the Institute. And it is not that I'm a great writer, but you need to make that effort to write that, because in our professional, according to a code of conduct, according to professional ethics, we cannot go and advertise ourselves as, okay, we are good forensic accountants, or we are good chartered accountants. We are not supposed to do all that. The only thing which gives you better mileage than actually advertising is to write a good article. Even if you write it once in 2 months or once in a month, somewhere make a beginning. Initially, if you don't have a flair for writing, it doesn't matter, it will come. But when you do writing an article, believe me, friends, you have to do research, you have to do some studying, and only then will you be able to write a good article. And if you get into this habit of writing, you automatically get into this habit of doing research, of being able to study something more, and always correlate it with practical examples. What you have actually done, what you have found, what you have discussed with somebody, merge the two and write some articles. I tell you, my career, whatever I have become, whatever little I may have become, is largely because even today, Shashank, when he started, he mentioned that I remembered your articles way back in Business India, I think probably in the 1999-2000 year period. Now, this is something which is living proof that if you do this, there can be no better advertising than this. And I can bet you that you will get work, and good quality work. And that's what we are looking at. The second important thing is, after that, once you get into this habit of writing, also to start going and speaking at forums. Not only the institute, it can be a Rotary, it can be in your club, it can be anywhere. And maybe for half an hour, 40 minutes, you just speak about some of the experiences, some of the cases that you have. This also is one of the best ways to advertise without making an issue out of it, without making a very big fetish that okay, you're somebody great. But if you speak a little bit on some of these subjects or that you are good at, and by the way, what I'm talking about, both these things, writing and speaking, is applicable across the board, whether you are in forensics, whether you are in internal audit, whether you are in any other kind of practice. I feel that opportunities will automatically come to you, and they will come to you with respect. They will come to you with affection. You know, when people come to you and say that, okay, I remember that you had talked to us, so we want to do this assignment, it makes you feel fulfilled. Okay, you've done something. It's not that you've gone and begged somebody or made a presentation, I can do this for you, I can do that for you. That is one way to market yourself. But I don't think that is the case. So I would say, if you want opportunities, they are there on one side. Qualifications, good if you have them, not necessary. But if you do this research, if you write some articles, if you do some speaking, or if you do anything that can add value to a client, a customer, or to your fellow members, that will see you a long way in making you a very successful chartered accountant, whatever field you may be. So these were the two bits worth that I gave you. This is the journey that I have had, and I have had a fair amount, I would say a fair amount of success using these principles. Yes, Rachana.
Yeah, very well summarized. It also shows a lot of experience, that how do you actually take this forward, and gives a lot of confidence to the young chartered accountants. I think there are a lot of them who freshly qualified today. So I'm sure that it will give them more confidence if they're, listening to you today.
I just add one thing for that, Rachana, because, I know people sometimes are a little hesitant. And since my heart goes out to all these younger people, I would like to make an offer that anybody who wants to write and who's not getting the right opportunity, I am happy to co-write with such a person. If he's able to write or give me some material, we'll do that. So this is that little bit of helping hand that people like maybe Surath or Shashank and Percy and others can also do, because we have established ourselves. We should also do what we can to encourage such people. And I would urge the institute also that if there are people who are not known yet, but who want to get into this, give them an opportunity, because this is the best way that our institute's image also will improve, and the younger people will get a chance to come into the limelight. I hope the other panelists agree with me in this.
I think.
Chetan bhai, I want to write with you. So.
I also want to write with you.
Over to you, Percy. Percy, can you throw some light on the provisions under, various regulations which have, spoken about or are writing about forensic governance? What are the compliance requirements? What are the regulatory aspects? And what are the implications, with that?
Sure. Thank you so much, Rachana. At the outset, let me thank WRC of ICAI to invite me to be a panelist with this high-profile panel, along with CA Chetan Bhai, my friend Shashank, with whom I have done several assignments together, CA Surath, who is also now a part of my previous organization where I gained this forensic experience. So, friends, this field is relatively new in India. And we have heard about corporate governance, fraud risks, investigations. But what exactly do we mean by fraud governance? In my view, fraud governance, risk governance is part of an organization's governance structure. Fraud risk management program needs to be in place, which essentially talks about, how do we manage proactive fraud risks, identification and investigation of frauds, whistleblower mechanism, investigations manual, and so on. These essentially should be written documents and policies which should be approved by the board of directors and the senior management. Regarding now coming into the question of which are the regulations which are governing fraud governance, we come to the latest one, which is a hot topic of discussion these days, is basically the Schedule 3 part.
Sorry, just 1 second. I think whoever's not speaking, maybe if we can go on mute. There's a lot of background disturbance. Just a request. Thank you.
Yeah. So, so the Schedule 3 Part A of LODR, disclosure of events or information specified for the specified securities, the Regulation 30, Sub-Regulation 4, has been coined recently. And the genesis of this was that there were a lot of forensic audits of listed entities which were generally initiated by lenders, management of a listed entity, or regulatory enforcement agencies. Now, lenders or the management of a listed entity initiated these audits or forensic audits when they found that something appears to be amiss, or when the entity's financial statements were pointing towards misstatement or misappropriation or perhaps siphoning of funds. On the other hand, in cases where regulatory or enforcement agencies initiated the forensic audits, the objective of this was, to be they had a specific mandate. The agency had a specific mandate and could have been a part of a broader investigation. Now, if the investigation of regulatory enforcement agency results in a material regulatory action against this listed entity, the action along with its impact is also required to be disclosed as per the existing disclosure requirements under the LODR. So in the recent past, what SEBI realized that there have been several cases where forensic audits of these listed entities had been initiated by lenders or management. But the fact of this initiation of the audits and the complete report was not available to the stock exchange. Now, in such cases, there was the information of this forensic audit and the possible financial distress of the listed entity was available with only certain key parties, such as the promoters or the key managerial personnel. Some third parties, such as lenders, were aware of it if it was initiated by them, whereas the other regulators and minority shareholders were not informed of the potentially negative information. Now, non-disclosure of such information created information asymmetry as per SEBI in the market and resulted in unequal access to the disclosures. Further, in few cases, they found that there were instances of leakage of forensic audit reports in the media, thereby, exacerbating concerns on information availability with only few persons or entities. Now, considering all this, the findings of these audits, they may have a significant bearing on decision making by the investors. So therefore, it is important that complete disclosures are made by the listed entities in this regard. And in order to get a perspective of the management of the listed entities, such disclosure must be accompanied by the comments of the management if there were any on the forensic reports. So to address this critical gap, SEBI came up with this regulation and proposed that in case of initiation of the forensic audit, or whatever name it is called, it can be internal review, it can be a fraud investigation, it can be a compliance investigation, no matter what you call it, all listed entities are mandated to make the following disclosures without applicability of materiality. Now, this is also very important. The fact of this initiation, along with the name of the entity initiating this forensic audit and the reasons for the same should be disclosed. And secondly, the final forensic audit report on receipt by the listed entity, along with their comments of the management, should be submitted to SEBI. Now, this opens up a lot of, I would say, a lot of information which becomes available in the public domain. And therefore, we as forensic auditors, when we write reports, we need to be extremely cautious of the fact that tomorrow this report can be used by the regulators or it can be available in the public domain. Now, what does it mean? It means that there could be potential data privacy issues, confidentiality issues. There could be claims of, defamation, etc., etc. So all these aspects need to be kept in mind as we as forensic auditors. Now, there are other CARO reporting requirements also under the CARO order of 2020, which requires, review and reporting of the whistleblower complaints, when the auditor certifies or attests certification to the audit report. Then there is, in the Companies Act, they have also, come up with Section 447 explanation to it, which defines what is fraud exactly. There are various liabilities, or I would say obligations, and the penalty for fraud under 447 is huge. In terms of it shall not be less than 6 months, but can be extended to 10 years, and shall also be liable to fine, which shall not be less than the amount involved in the fraud, but which may extend to 3 times the amount involved in the fraud. So where fraud involves public interest, term of imprisonment shall not be less than 3 years. So these are the penalties which are specified under the Companies Act. The auditors under Section 145 are also liable for action under Section 447, where the auditor is a firm or a partner, or partners have acted in a fraudulent manner. The liability for such an act will be of the partner or partners concerned and of the firm jointly and severally. Even the Companies Act does not spare the independent directors. So under Section 149(12), an independent director who's essentially a non-executive director and not a promoter or a key managerial personnel shall be held liable only in respect of such acts of omission which had occurred with his knowledge attributable to the board processes, or where he had not acted diligently. So a director who had resigned, mind you, shall also be liable even after his resignation. So these are some of the draconian aspects which are coming up with the regulatory authorities. Apart from this, there are other regulations which also in India require reporting of frauds. The RBI circular, which says that frauds involving 1 crore or more should be monitored and reviewed by the special committee of the board in case of all Indian commercial banks. Another important amendment which was brought out to the Prevention of Corruption Act, 1988. Now this POCA, which we call it POCA, POCA Amendment Act of 2018, it has covered the supply side of corruption as well. So the concept of corporate liability is coined under Section 9. And all commercial organizations can be held guilty and punishable with a fine if a person associated with the organization promises to give undue advantage with to obtain business or benefit the conduct of the business. So the bribe giver is also covered. However, if the bribe giver was compelled and if the reporting of the offense happened within 7 days, then such a person can avoid prosecution. So, these are some of the aspects which have been covered of late. To add to all this, there is now an ESG reporting as well, which the corporates have to follow. The G stands for governance, and as part of the sustainability reports, you pick up any good multinational listed company, you will find a sustainability report also available on their website, which organizations have to disclose about what are the whistleblower complaints, their categorization, and how they have been resolved, or what is the percentage of resolution. So these are some of the changes which are coming up with all the authorities and regulatory aspects.
So I think we'll, Percy, I think good coverage on that. And I think that's what shows that, there's so much of opportunity also because of the penal prosecution implications under various acts. We'll move to the next one. Surath, this is for you. I think briefly, CA Chetan Dalal has already covered this, but, in terms of what are the skill sets and qualifications you expect the forensic consultants to possess, the ones who work with you, or the external consultants who are coming up? What is it that you expect, and what do you look at it, in terms of what CA Chetan Dalal was said? If you can add on to that as well.
Yeah, so thank you so much for having me in this session today. I think Chetanji has already mentioned a lot, but when I was penning down my thoughts around it, I thought that the guy who is going to come and work for me, work for the assessment, would typically should have an in-depth knowledge of the financial statements, and to be able to critically, have a look at them, analyze them. These particular skills would help the forensic accountants to uncover abnormalities which are there, maybe not when it was identified alone, but even in the past periods for a long period of time, because generally frauds are rarely caught in the first instance. It starts happening at a very micro level, and the fraudsters are very intelligent. They will keep testing the water slowly, and then on one fine morning they may either go for a kill, which can bring the entire organization down, or they can keep on doing it and they get caught, because we have seen of late frauds are caught in organizations through investigation in other organizations. So there is one fraud case which comes up, one investigation gets kicked off, and then the thread of investigation goes and takes down a few more organizations which are apparently unrelated, but then they are related by a thread of business or sometimes a bank loan and so on and so forth. We will also expect these professionals to have a thorough understanding of the fraud schemes which have been going on, not one, two, but all of them, going forward. So how they are interlinked, how they are interwebbed, how money or assets have been put to use beyond the company's articles of association or memoranda of association, how the assets should be used and how they were used for meaningful gains. either for the organizations or for somebody else, some other stakeholder. That's very, very important. So whether money was laundered, whether asset was siphoned off, or there are bribery or corruption, this is one aspect which we see now hitting the headlines more frequently, that even private companies executives are being hauled up, they are being traced, tracked, and being brought into public light. So that's a great lesson, that if we are trying to influence a system outside, how it can lead us to a problem. Then ability to understand the internal control system of the organization. This is something which every organization has a different maturity level. There is no such fixed set standard. So we may look very nice at the outside because we are doing great top line, great bottom line, or we are having very smart people moving around. But what is the real maturity of the risk management practice on the ground? How things are actually happening? Are they being shown exactly the way they are happening? Is the picture which is being painted is too rosy or at times too grim as compared to what the reality is? Let's understand, fraud doesn't always make it look nice. Sometimes fraud deliberately makes it look bad. So fraud happens on both the sides, right? So it's very important. Fourthly, what Chetanji mentioned very well is that the way he started, the time when he started, and as compared to that today, fraud has been completely, it has transformed its platform. So earlier it could be a straight fist fight. Now it's an invisible enemy which is there because of digitization and because of significant automation all around. The way you do business, the way you onboard customer, the way you give service, support, and everything. With people working remote, as Shashank also mentioned, that people are working remote. You actually maybe are onboarding a person who is not that person who you have interviewed, and who may be working for you is not the person who you have designated to do a confidential work. The data which is coming may be shared across platforms with many different people, which is not obviously your intent. So understanding technology, understanding cloud forensics, understanding how data can move, how forensic governance practice around this data could be made is another very important thing. This is almost now becoming a whole of a pie chart is happening around this. Another very important aspect is to understand the psychology of the fraudster, what exactly he is looking at, what would make him happy, how he is prone to act, how he is prone to react. So while interviewing people, while talking to a suspect, how do you need to understand the human psychology, and how you weave your magic through his defenses to finally make sure that he breaks down and he confesses. With various data privacy laws, with human rights and aspects like this now becoming even more important in a country like us, it's important. We can't deal with people the way we used to deal maybe 5-10 years back. So somebody going out and complaining against the behavior or the way he has been handled, because at the end of the day we are not law enforcement agencies. We are professionals who are doing our job. So we need to understand that thin line between the same. And more importantly, we need to understand our ecosystem. So which organizations we are working for. Like if we are working for a private organization, we are working for a limited company, or we are a professional, like from a professional firm, we'll have our boundaries, we'll have our domain of influence and domain of our work. So we should not shy away to seek expert opinion, seek expert advice where where it really matters, because we have to take it for granted from day one that every investigation may lead to a path of court litigation at the end. So how you do your investigation in the beginning really defines how you preserve evidence and how you can then win that case in the court of law. Otherwise, I have seen cases which have been hands down, prosecuted at a corporate level, but then we have drawn a blank when we have faced a litigation, because the process which the litigation system wants, we have not followed it. So we have to be very careful that once we understand the depth of the subject, we need to tie up all the corners, seek professional help, seek legal help, and if required, seek law enforcement agencies' help without trying to meddle around with it, all on our own. Yeah, Rachana.
Very valid points, and I think very well summarized as well in terms of what sort of skill sets and qualifications people need. Both soft and academic, as well as the other skills which are upcoming. So thank you very much for that. Over to you, Percy. What should the team compose of? Like traditionally we had chartered accountants, CIs, lawyers, MBAs, engineers. What do you think it should be the composition, and what is the role that each of them should play?
Very good question, actually, Rachana. So organizations have wide latitude in determining, the most effective composition of a fraud response team. Although team members may perform more than one role in this investigation, team can always include representatives from leadership, finance, technology, HR, risk management, legal, and all these professionals obviously come from varied backgrounds, like a chartered accountant, a company secretary, MBA, lawyer, IT, engineer, etc. So typically a CA in an investigation is required when there is allegations of embezzlement, accounting related aspects, tax tax matters, tax fraud schemes, and wherever financial assets or there is an impact, financial impact involved. From a proactive perspective, also a chartered accountant can help in conducting regular forensic audits, identifying loopholes, and also helping in implementing controls. Some of these aspects have already been covered by Chetan Bhai and Surath in their discussion. Forensic accounting, this is basically the assistance of finance professionals to settle disputes concerning allegations, fraudulence, suspicion of fraud, and misconduct in business. Given the nature of frauds in India, RBI has also compulsorily made forensic accounting audits mandatory for all banks. The rise of financial irregularities is hitting India like anything. And with this, the requirements of forensic accountants is bound to step up in our country significantly, in the coming years. Also, India has a shortage of qualified and experienced forensic accounting skill sets, which make it a prized and valuable career for a chartered accountant to pursue. Now, coming to the other disciplines like an engineer or an IT professional, they help in data analysis, they can help in fraud analytics by helping to identify outliers in the data sets, and then further analyzing them to ascertain if any of these red flags need further investigations. IT professionals also can help in e-discovery and the critical aspects of how to image devices, what tools to use, and the best way to extract and use data from these devices. In some of the manufacturing industries, investigations, for example, analyzing quality of raw materials like coal, data, or understanding the scrap generation and the disposal process. You may need an engineer's help to ascertain all this, and also work with a chartered accountant, with a financial auditor, hand in hand to crack a case. Another example of an engineer and then a qualified accountant working is for some of the project related irregularities. You may need a civil engineer at that point in time to understand how much material has been used, what type of material has been used, as against what was procured, and so on and so forth. With technology again, playing a crucial role in the business models of IoT, cryptocurrencies, metaverse, in today's real life, all these pose a significant risk. And therefore, the need for engineers who understand technology has multiplied 10 times. Now I will come to the role which a lawyer would play typically in an investigation. Any and every investigation has legal aspects to be kept in mind. And this was also touched upon by Surath, in his discussion. It needs to be done in the right manner under the ambit of law. A lawyer's advice should be considered at each and every step, because it can have legal ramifications or pose risks if it was done with using illegal means, like obtaining a bank statement of a subject, which is not obviously legal. But still there are companies who try to encourage such practices and request the consultants to obtain that in an unfair and illegal manner. So then Surath also talked about the human rights, because we are dealing with human beings. So hence knowledge of the subject and the witness rights across geographies is also very important. Adherence to data protection and privacy laws, confidentiality, retaliation of whistleblowers are some of the critical areas where lawyers' advice may be needed. Additionally, in bribery and corruption investigations or investigations concerning, anti-competition, you may need a legal privilege from a lawyer's firm to conduct this investigation. So, so this assumes that all the disciplines put together need to form a fraud response team, and they need to work collectively. But most importantly, whoever be the person investigating, the most important part in this whole investigation process is the independence of the team, the fraud risk investigation team. Because they should be free from any potential conflicts as well. Otherwise, tomorrow again you will have some allegations against the investigation team. That's it. Yeah.
Great. Well said and summarized. So over to you, Chetan Bhai, and which are the empanelments and registrations that can be applied for both, by the consultants both locally and globally, for specializing in forensic and forensic governance as a practice line? And how can these be applied for? What are the prerequisites that the firms would require?
Yeah, if I understand your question correctly, one is you want to know which are the different opportunities which are available in for empanelment and getting forensic accounting work. Is that right? That is one.
Yes, absolutely right. That's absolutely right. Which becomes a requisite, without which they won't be able to practice some of the things.
Okay, so let us divide the domain of opportunities of forensic accounting into 3 parts. One is opportunities offered by government agencies, because this is a separate kind of an opportunity in itself, which I'll talk about. So this is one. Second is opportunities offered by quasi-government agencies, like may not be absolutely government or enforcement agencies, but it could be things like public sector, like IDBI Bank or ICICI, or things which they are in the government and public domain, but they're not strictly into the government domain itself. There is a slight difference between the two. And the third one is the corporate and private sector. Now, the first one, the government one, is one which is very important from the point of view of gaining visibility in the outer world. in that the issue of fees is becoming or is going to be secondary, because in all these government agencies, they have their fixed yardstick of fees which are payable. Like the other day when my office was applying for some bid where a government agency had asked for it, I was told by one of my managers that we can't quote as per the actual participation fee, because they have their own scale of fees. Like you have in bank audits that they will say, okay, if the fraud is of, let's say, X number of crores, then your fees cannot be more than so much. If your fraud is so much, then your fees are so much. So it is nowhere connected with the time, effort, your research, whatever you do. It is only a fact that it's a government agency, and government agency is giving you that kind of recognition that, okay, you are fit enough to do or you are worthy enough to do the forensics for us. So in that case, fees become absolutely secondary. And the registration process in that is quite cumbersome also. And this is applicable across the board except in private agencies. Private agencies is a slightly different ballgame, but in case of all government agencies, or even in public sector or in banks or maybe RBI or even private banks, all these have a very long process. And I'm very sorry to say, because for those people who are budding chartered accountants, it's not an easy, it's a very uphill task. On the one hand, you require an infrastructure. You require to show that you had so much of billings in the last 2 years or 3 years. You require to show that you have so many resources. Out of these resources, how many people are certified forensic accountants, or that they have some kind of skill set technically usable or useful in any forensic investigation assignments. And there are a whole lot of prerequisites in that. It is not easy. Let me tell you upfront, friends, that for getting into government agency, unless you have reached a kind of a middle-aged practice where you have a fairly good setup and you have some billings and you have some kind of documentation to show that you have been around for some time, it's not going to be easy. So now, does this mean that you should not think of government agencies or government or these public sector high-level audits? No. I think what ideally you should do is that wherever you can network and provide a kind of a group of chartered accountants. Like I know many firms who get together and they form a firm. Now, I know everybody doesn't like to part with his or her own practice, and there are a lot of other complications which come in. But friends, time has come now where globalization, big firms, they are all in order of the day. If you want to be in this world, you will have to unite. You'll have to go ahead with 3, 4, 5 people, like-minded people, increase your billings, improve your infrastructure, improve your profile, and you will get good quality work even in the government sector and the other places where all these things count. So 3, 4 variables are very important. Your past billings, your number of resources that you have, the kind of certified people that you have, and of course your experience, your client. These are also some of the things which will add to it. Now, as far as the slightly quasi-government organizations are concerned, some of them, they have their own empanelment systems. They don't necessarily have such rigorous yardsticks of evaluation as maybe a proper government enforcement agency. Like if you go to CBI, or if you go to income tax, or if you go to RBI, there the rigors are many more. But if you go to, let's say, IFCI, or if you go to some other big public sector organization, they have their own empanelment system, which are sometimes easier to comply with. And I think you need to just make inquiries either to their website or maybe by directly writing to them. Some effort will have to be made on your own, but these are also places where you may get some good opportunities over there. But again, in both these, the fee levels are going to be quite nominal. What is important in these kind of organizations is the kind of visibility and your mileage outside. Like if you say that you work for, let's say, the Mumbai police, or if you work for the CBI and you speak to somebody in a corporate world, they will also have some regard for you that, okay, no, these people are also recognized by a government agency. So that is the main advantage of doing work for these people. The fees are not really an advantage in that. in private organizations, with the whistleblower policies, with the kind of corporate governance required, it's a sea of opportunities. Now, how do you, as I said, how do you tap them? I already spoke about that a little while ago, but maybe a little more can also be done. Like you can probably meet with the heads of the internal audit departments, the ethics counselors, some kinds of meetings or presentations for their good, and do some of these presentations without even expecting any fee for that, because this is the way probably you will come across to them as a person who's knowledgeable, or as people who are meaning well and who have something to offer. Because in companies, in particularly in private companies, really good people are always valued very highly, and they remember this. If you are able to get work from private agencies, I think there the empanelment processes are not so strict. And these are the places where I think the way you bring about your own visibility is a bit of a challenge, but it's something which will get you the best of opportunities in that. And otherwise, of course, for the very fresh chartered accountants, even middle-sized businesses, trading concerns, all these people also, you can do a lot of risk assessment work for them. You can do a lot of due diligence work for them. There are many other smaller types of assignments which can be done, which actually lead to the path towards becoming bigger and more proficient forensic accountants. So have I covered everything that you had asked for?
Yes, I think you've covered it well. And I think that's what makes it clear for them to identify where they should head and which direction they should take for certifications and qualifications for that.
Right.
Okay, quickly over to you, Shashank. Would you think, you're in the practice, and I would want to know that would consultants specializing in this field have constant flow of work through the year, important consideration for any firm who's taking this up?
Okay. I think it's a very important question.
Sorry, I'll just add a little more on that. And if they want to have a consistent flow of work, what exactly do they need to do in terms of business development or finding avenues to, make sure that there's consistent work throughout the year? So I think,
So I think that's a good question, because while we talk about the functional expectations and while we talk about the skill set that is required to execute, the starting point is being able to be that person on speed dial when a client has a potential issue. So you should have instant recall. So it's like saying that if I want to buy detergent, do I go in for a Surf or Ariel, or do I go in for Nirma or any of the other products that are available? So you should really be first port of call. How do you do that? So some of the panelists actually talked about it. So I think first and foremost, I think, is to be able to get the foundation right, which means in terms of your skill set, which means in terms of your certifications, because you cannot run with the hare and chase with the hounds. You have to really have a niche for yourself which you can capitalize on. And there are some opportunities where I've seen some areas where I've seen chartered accountants doing very well. One, we've seen, investigations which are financial accounting type of investigations where chartered accountants have done very well. How do you kind of stand within the crowd yet stand out from the crowd? That is a very important element to look at. And, on this call, there are, I think from what I understood, there are over 200 chartered accountants. Maybe some are in practice, some are in industry, plus there are a whole bunch. And I think just recently the CA results were announced, and we have a whole bunch of new CAs which have come into the pipeline. So I think what we really need to ask ourselves is, this is a niche practice, and it's a very high risk practice, right? It's a very high risk practice because somebody's freedom, somebody's independence, somebody's career, somebody's future is at stake, right? So the need to be precise is very, very, very critical, and the need to be proficient with the work that you do is very important. And to be able to do that, we covered some of the other elements of thoroughness, of retaining evidence, of writing articles, of speaking in public, or being part of a network where you can collaborate and try and get work. But I think one of the most important attributes that a chartered accountant needs to have to be able to stand out from the crowd is the quality of the work. And to be able to actually thump the table and say that the work that I've done is done with diligence, it's done with independence, it's done using tools, technologies, and processes which have actually helped me to, gather information in a manner where I can present this finding before a court of law. And, that is a very default kind of setting that you need to have anytime or every time you're doing forensic work. That the work product that you deliver will go to a court of law. You will potentially get cross-examined in a court of law or in an arbitration or before a regulatory authority. You cannot live in a world where, it's like a bullet shot from a gun. You don't know who it will go and hit, right? So as professionals, we need to be really familiar with all the investigation methodologies that are there, right? And an investigation is so much more than an internal audit. A lot of people dabble in fraud investigations. They think I can do internal audit, I've done stat audit, so yes, I can also do an investigation. It's not that, right? So my suggestion to professionals is, before embarking on something like this, rather than trying to reinvent the wheel, rather than trying to say, okay, I will devise my own investigation methodology from what I read and what I study, reality is very different, right? Or as all of us slightly more experienced professionals have discovered, what we studied in the CA final exams and what we experienced later in life was vastly different. So I think the important bit is to try and gain experience. Like during our articleship, we learned, right? We practically gained experience working under a qualified chartered accountant in a firm for 3 years or plus. Something like this you need to try and replicate, where you gain experience working with an accomplished forensic professional, either on an assignment basis or as part of a team, through sending your team for potentially either on a lone staff basis or in some form or shape, gain actual execution experience. And there is no substitute for that. There is no substitute for that. So your reputation in the market, it's a slightly long route. It's going to be a slightly you cannot say that, okay, today I've done my CFE, I've done my the course that the CA Institute runs, and tomorrow I'll start getting work. Right? Chetan Bhai talked about him having started, and he was the pioneer of forensic in India in many ways. And I'm sure initially he spoke of some challenges that he may have encountered. How do you, for instance, there is one or two or three ways in which I'm going to talk about this. First, when you're doing an internal audit, right? If you are doing internal audit or stat audit, try to adopt some forensic type procedures when you're doing an internal audit or a stat audit. Those will yield you opportunities. Rather than the market outside recognizing you as an expert, first test the waters with your existing clients. Do sample selection based on certain forensic data analytic routines. Identify potential fraud triggers or fraud red flags that you can identify through running these data analytics queries, right? When you do the sampling based on these forensic data analytics queries, the chances of you being able to identify a potential red flag transaction or a fraud in your existing client, you're not, completely re-engineering your way of doing internal audit. You're only doing it slightly differently. If you're selecting, say, 10 samples or 20 samples, you're probably selecting the same number of samples. So your cost of delivery is not increasing. You don't have to, burn the bank or, try to break the bank and do something more or path breaking. Try and adopt those sort of procedures. There are elements of things like market intelligence, right? That is also a very important element. You look at documentation, you may not be able to understand everything there is to understand with regard to that fraud. The documentation may look completely okay. If you're comparing quotations of 3 different vendors, they may look completely okay, right? What exactly can you do over and above that? Your sampling is one I talked about through data analytics. Then transaction testing. The transactions that you pick up for select for testing, do them slightly more deeply, right? Do mystery shopping. Try and do, if it's within your geography, try and establish if this vendor actually exists, or whatever documentation you're relying on. Sitting in the comfort of an office, you may not get all the answers, right? I've seen investigations being cracked open because of market intelligence. You may find everything, 9 out of 10, but the 10th point is one where you find issues. So, once you gain that sort of experience, once you gain that sort of credibility in the market, the people that you work with will keep calling you again and again, right? And I've moved from a big firm into a small firm. I still have a lot of my clients from then contacting me today, right? Where Why do they get in touch with me? Because of the fact that they've seen me working. Similarly, for a budding chartered accountant, invest whatever 1, 2, or 3 years of your life to develop a forensic practice, but in parallel, try to do the current work that you do with a forensic bent of mind. Those will lead you, the opportunities which you can use to do investigations. Those red flags can be presented to the audit committee, to the board, and then you can potentially get a forensic mandate. And that can be the beginning of your journey.
Shashank, sorry, one more thing, if you can spend only 30 seconds in telling us, one is continuity of work, the other is, what sort of remuneration should one charge, how much undercutting should be done, maybe just very few seconds on that.
Right. So I think it's an interesting topic, and everybody's cost structure is different. So if you, we oftentimes rue about even within the big four firms, and I used to be on that side of the times, we used to talk about, oh, this firm undercuts and that firm undercuts. We don't know how they manage to do it in such a less fee. So this issue is not general. It's specific even to bigger firms. But to come to the fact that when you are doing your costing, you need to really understand the value you bring to a client. So don't go on a cost plus model. If your cost, for instance, if you're paying, if you're hiring 5 article clerks, and if you have unqualified senior, and don't look at your cash cost and say, okay, I will do 2x or 3x of that as billing. You have to look at the value that you're bringing to the client. And that's where, you are able to differentiate yourself. But to bring value, you need to deliver value. So it's a bit of a, what came first, the chicken or the egg? So unless and until you get to a stature where you can start, I won't say demanding, but the client respects you and pays the fee that you ask for. Until then, you need to learn the ropes, build your kind of portfolio of clients and assignments, build your war stories, build your case studies, right? And then try and evangelize them, try and talk more about them. Then fees will not be a conversation. 9 out of 10 times when I converse with a client, fees are not a conversation. And I'm in a small firm now, relative to where I was. Fees are not a conversation.
Understood. Got it. This is over to you, Surath. I mean, I can just spend a minute. Now, this is specifically to you because, you moved from an accounting role over to so many profiles and handled so many things. How can a natural progression or career progression happen into this, And, so the budding chartered accountants could probably figure out that should they take another way to do it to become forensic professionals?
Yeah, Rachana, I think it's as just Shashank mentioned, it's a bent of mind. So to become any professional, you need to first, understand your ecosystem well, what you stand for, what exactly is going to be your target, and then you naturally progress through that and understand that whether you are able to stand the test of time. So you should first understand how a business ecosystem works, how an accountant will probably work, where the professional or the guy on the ground is going to cut corners. So if you are, say, handling a transportation model on the ground, or if you are handling dispatch on the ground, if you are handling, say, I have been into a role of a cashier, sitting there and disbursing cash, accepting checks, transacting inside the system. So there you exactly need to know how the mindset of the individual, of the fraudster, what he's going to do. He's going to make a transaction look a certain way and actually do in a certain different way. So he's like a magician. We try to, catch the magician in his act, but he makes us look where he wants us to look, and he does all of that. So when you see a magic in slow motion, you see that he has been doing all on your face, right? But you are looking at where he wants you to look. So he takes his hands on the up and says, look, my hands are completely empty. So you are looking at the hand. You are not looking at somebody maybe walking in beside him and passing on something to him. So the fraudster typically, works with that psychology. They strike you where you feel that nobody is going to strike you. So they will strike you on that part of the day, that part of the transactions where you are 100% sure that nothing is going to happen out there, right? So you need to understand the process, the businesses well, so that when you try to find out the fraud, or when you logic with the particular, candidate, you are able to give him that impression that you know what you're talking about. You're not a theoretical guy, reading from some book and trying to, defend the cause. So that is one. Second is definitely you need to grind it through. You need to have much, bent of mind for detail, going deeper into each transaction, not like a sample-based internal audit, what we do. You need to really, pick up a few transactions, stitch the thread through and through. You need to reconstruct transactions, reconstruct events, keep trying to put the pointers of different interviews together, different sequence of events together. So it's really a work wherein you learn on the job. So once you understand how the system works, and then you participate, you do good job, you do shoddy job, you are taken down. Sometimes this guy is wrong, but you can't prove it. So all of that experience actually builds your confidence, your reputation, and you need to then build along with it. So I think even today, Chetan Bhai is a learner in his mind. He is hungry to learn, because every new fraud teaches him something or the other, and every case which a Percy or a Shashank or a Chetan Bhai cracks, they teach everybody. They teach us, they teach the professionals, they also teach the fraudster. Okay, we need not do it like this. So frauds are becoming very, very different, and they will be more different another few years down the line. We may not even get to see the fraudster face to face, So we have to be ready with it, and it's a game. So, sometimes one will win, sometimes the other will win.
Sure. Valid point. So I thought, I should really ask so that people have that, that can they just move to become a forensic consultant, after a point in time, and why not?
They surely can. Yeah.
Yes. Chetan Bhai, there is a question also on this, and I think this was also thought of, that I would ask you this. What are the tools which are available today, that can be applied for forensic? And if you can also, touch upon like which tools do people really need to invest in? Really, there are, n number of tools, but do they really need to invest in all of them?
Okay, there are n number of tools in the market for supporting forensics. They can be cyber tools, they can be tools which relate to data recovery, data analysis, data mining. All these are a big variety of tools. I think what at least we do is, see, we also in our office, we don't have every tool with us. We have some very important tools, like we have something similar to EnCase. It's a very well-known tool where it helps you in data recovery, data evaluation of different kinds. So these are some of the very important tools. But you see, you should build up the costs in some of the assignments that you get, because you can never imagine what kind of assignment you are going to get, because these are not like CARO or statutory audits where you know that there are 20 provisions which you need to comply with and which you need to be prepared for. There can be something, as somebody mentioned, it could be you may have to work with an architect, somewhere you may have to work with a lawyer, somewhere you may have to work with something else. The situation is completely unique in each and every case. That's the reason why forensics is such an interesting subject, because it never fails to arouse my curiosity. In every case, there is something different. And I'm sure all the panelists will agree with me that people who are at the other end, the wrongdoers, are more intelligent than us. They are people, see, these criminals have to be distinguished from dacoits, burglars, thieves, and all that, because they depend on a tangible weapon like a sword or a gun or something like that. Whereas white-collar criminals depend on their capabilities to outthink the other side. And that is why I would not recommend that, okay, you take these 5 tools and you are home. No, it's not like that. You will require tools, but that way, with the internet, with the access to virtually any part of the world today, I can download a tool in a matter of seconds, and so the prices are so very reasonable and low, except for big things like EnCase and all, which one should invest in. But otherwise, I feel that tools should be more customized to the concerned assignment that you have, and you can manage. You don't need to invest so much into tools. As you go a little higher into the level of practice, then yes, then there will be a series of tools which are available. Newer tools will also keep coming in. All different kinds of analytical tools are there, EnCases there, FTKs there. There are lots of tools, but I'm saying not really required for most of the budding forensic accountants.
So so Vijay, one of our participants today is asking that, he wants to know if there's a tool or software which will help him find money routing or money siphoning between group entities.
If there is a tool to find out between entities.
Money routing or money siphoning between entities, groups.
Yeah, any of these analytical tools will be of great use. There are even audit softwares, even like maybe IDEA, ACL and all these, which are used even by internal auditors and all. They will help, because see, ultimately it is the bank money flow that we are looking at. And the best way to be able to analyze bank statements, fund flow statements and all is something that is applicable here also. Of course, you have to fine tune it to the objective that you have in given cases, and you'll be able to do that.
And there's one more from Alok, who's saying, can there be structured forensic pre-audit to control, prevent frauds to some extent before they take place by applying some of the significant tools in an internal audit pre-audit process of the company? The CA firms can then take assignments of continuing forensic pre-audit of such areas where the transactions, financial activities can be prone to a fraud.
Yes, of course. See, this is a matter of semantics, whether you call it a risk assessment, whether you call it a risk management or a fraud management program or a forensic pre-audit, all these fall in the same category. But yes, what Alok is saying is correct. It is now going to be an in thing. There are in fact many companies who have asked us to come and do, I use the word risk management because that's the word that they use, but it is something which is very similar to a forensic pre-audit, where you do virtually everything that you do in a forensic audit, except that you're looking for things which could be going wrong. Like the way you do, let's say, ethical hacking. You want to see whether some breach is coming up when you actually go or hack into a system. In the same way, these are risk audits or pre-forensic audits are those where you want to find out whether a system is robust enough, whether it is able to set up defenses or firewalls within the system in given situations. Then you give certain wrong situations also, and then you find results. So that's a very good question, and that is a thing which is going to be very useful in days to come.
And Chetan, so in case they want to know which tool will apply where, or which is the list of tools, or where they can find it, which is the source where they should look at. Any inputs on that, rather?
I think there are, if you do a search on the internet, there will be tools, but I don't think you will get them at one specific place. Look, these are all the 20, 30 forensic tools. You'll have to maybe use subject wise, like suppose you want to see analytical tools, there will be something. Suppose you want to see data recovery, there'll be something. But more than that, what I would recommend is that they should use their imagination and resourcefulness to find out new things that are available. Like I'll give you one example. Some 3-4 years back, I actually found out that there is also a tool which can find out duplicate images. See, in your internal audits, those people who are in internal audit, everybody knows how to find duplicate entries or duplicate account codes and so on, which is important. That's a part of, but that's a text data analysis. But what about visuals? Can you find out whether Chetan Dalal has opened an account for money laundering purposes as Mr. Suresh Dalal? It is possible, but the only thing that will give him away is the photograph. The photograph in both the things will be the same. So there are tools now which are available, which will give you a visual duplication report. So you go to a bank, let's say, and you tell them that I'm able to offer to you a service whereby we'll find out if there is any account opened by the same or similar looking person. And if they are not already doing it using some in-house tool, then you can offer this, and there are n number of tools available on the net. So my suggestion is that use your imagination, and the internet is such a fantastic medium to get information, to get some part of your research done on it, that I think tools will become second nature to you. You'll be able to use them whenever you want.
Fantastic. I think that's a very valid point. I think people are also very overwhelmed with the tool cost,
Yeah,
and I think you're making the valid, because everyone thinks you need a tool to do everything, and here you have a valid point that you need your intelligence more than your tool.
Absolutely. I couldn't have put it better myself. Thank you.
Percy, do you want to add just for a minute that, is it a myth, that tools are expensive? And you need the tools. I mean, you being in such a big conglomerate, I'm sure you all have applied a lot of tools. Now, Chetan Bhai is on the service side. You are within the industry and doing in-house, managing the entire in-house forensic compliance. What do you all exactly do? And can you clear if it's a myth or it is a reality?
Sure, Rachana. Thanks for this question.
So as Chetan Bhai rightly said, you need application of mind and your imagination to know what exactly you need and how you can get it at a faster pace. So basically, the decision to invest in forensic tools depends on various factors actually. It depends on the type of industry which you are in, a regulated industry like banking, insurance, telecom, and hence there may be requirements to report and investigate frauds on a real-time basis. So there the requirement is much more stringent. Again, it also depends on the size of the organization and the geographies in which you operate in. The laws in which these countries are, countries are there. So this is another aspect which you need to consider. The third aspect, which is linked to the second one, is basically the number of whistleblower complaints which you generally get as a result of your hotline program, and how much of it needs attention and how much of it needs investigation is also a factor which you need to keep in mind. Now, having put together all of this, you will obviously need to know what the turnaround time for the investigation is, sometimes based on the laws as well. So all these aspects, then you make a decision of what are the types of fraud risks these organizations are facing, whether it's a bribery and corruption, whether it's an anti-competition risk, asset misappropriation, or anti-money laundering. These are the type of fraud risk which organizations face. So based on this holistic assessment of the above factors, you will invest in forensic technology and tools. Technology upgrades itself very fast at the speed of light. Everybody knows that. And hence, a software and a hardware upgrade is definitely required all the time. So typically, when organizations of big size invest, then they can have that forensic lab. But for generally for organizations which are more domestic, you would need a consultant to help you out because they are the best to invest in the tools. The ROI is much better for them. So yes, definitely, it's not a myth. I would say it's a reality that tools are expensive.
But then, how much you want to use is something that you can.
Yeah, and say,
you can also find pay-per use also.
Right. I will also give you a simple example. Two operating systems are different. Two devices are different. Apple is operating on a different operating system. Android is operating on a different operating system. If you need to image devices, you will need two different type of imaging tools to image these two type of operating systems. So it's that different. So you will need a concept. You cannot invest possibly in each and every technology. You need a consultant who may have that.
And it also depends on how and when you want to use quantum of
and
data.
how much you need to use. That's what the factors which I put together. Yeah.
Chairman sir and Arpit, do we have a couple of minutes to take one more question, or I know we're running, we're already, over or above the schedule. So if we have, we had one more question for Chetan Bhai, if that's okay.
Yeah, if it is very quick, maybe you can.
Yeah, just one. Yeah, Chetan Bhai, this is on how important is integrity and ethics for the forensic consultants. Maybe a minute, if you can spend on that for the young chartered accountants.
I think that this is possibly the key question in this entire 1.5 hours. I think it goes without saying that in any kind of work that we as chartered accountants do, or we as human beings do, integrity and honesty, of course, is the bedrock. Is the basis on which we should be functioning. But I tell you, it is accentuated several times more in this field of forensics, because here the very basis of appointing a forensic accountant is that something has gone wrong, something is not ethical, something is beyond within the realm of righteousness. So when you appoint a person, you don't want a person who has even the slightest shade of doubt. And that is why when you are wanting to explore your future in a forensic accounting world, your reputation precedes you. Wherever you go, unless you have a good reputation, it will be very, very, very difficult to get good work, good quality work. You can always get the rotten quality of work where you are prepared to compromise and do that. But we are not here to discuss something like that. Integrity, if you develop that reputation, and it will come automatically if you do your work with sincerity. I can only say that it does not matter if let's say your experience is lesser, or if let's say your skill sets are yet to be developed, your integrity will make up for it.
That's very well concluded. Actually, that becomes a conclusion as well, in terms of skill sets, qualifications, tools, integrity, reputation, type of work, opportunities. I think it's very well summarized by all of you all. And I think you all have touched upon some very good aspects, considering that some of you all are from the service line and some of you all from the industry. So I again thank all the panelists, Murtuza ji and the WRC for giving us this opportunity, I hope we made it, we tried to make it entertaining, and you're resourceful as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Rachana.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rachana.
Thanks.
All right, wonderful. I think very well summed up. We had a wonderful session on this. The smiles across all the faces and the kind of interaction that we had, I think sums up the entire conversation. But yes, having said that, very key, big opportunity to be tread with caution. Things that are moving, the direction that we are moving in, as aptly highlighted by most of the panelists, one of the most important keys is how do we present ourselves. Representation becomes key here during this entire space of work. Now, whether you are talking to the court of law, whether you're talking to agencies, whether you're talking to anyone, because today everything is getting monitored and everything is being asked and verified. It's not that you have written something, you put in your report and that's over. No, that's not happening. It's all about how you are standing up to the court of law and how you're presenting your observations. And believe me, there will be a battery of lawyers, by not one or two, by multiple parties, who would be there out there to grill you while you're on the stand. So I think that is one very important aspect that one has to keep in mind before venturing into this entire space of forensics. And no one can beat us with our technical strength, with our knowledge of everything. So I think this panel has been wonderful. It also recalls, and I've got so many messages already, that we need a full-fledged session now, maybe on some small little nuances, and we could do that. So at WRC, we'll be happy to host these sessions more and more. And for any other suggestions, any other thing, please do let us know. Please feel free to give your feedback, and we'll be happy to take that up at WRC. On behalf of the entire council and all the panelists here, we really extend our warm thanks to each one of you. May I request everyone to please join hands wherever you are, and let's applaud for a wonderful panel here. I also recognize the presence of Regional Council member, my colleague CA Gautam Lad, who will be taking you to the next sessions. So thank you everyone for joining in. Goodbye on this virtual stage. See you.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you, WRC. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Vijay sir, are you there?
Yes.
Sir, if you can switch on your camera. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Welcome, sir.
Very good afternoon.
Yes,
in
sir.
fact, it was a very interesting session. Yes, Arpit, how are you?
Sir, absolutely great, sir. Good to see you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are starting, but while we get into the session, people can even take some break. But since it is virtual, we continue, sir, with your permission.
Okay. Yeah.
Gautam, over to you.
Yes, thank you, sir. So, hello, everyone. I'm sure you all have enjoyed. In the last session, we had such a wonderful panel discussion on opportunities for CA in fraud and forensics. Now moving to the next session, which is one of the most discussed topic in the recent past, and we all are closing, moving towards closing of audit and signing the balance sheets of our client. So the next session is on latest changes in company law, including Schedule 3 and CARO. So we have today our wonderful faculty, Vijay Maniar sir, for, to give a brief about it and to discuss what are the changes and to share his experiences. I am having my colleague. So now moving forward, I request CS Sanjay Nikam to kindly introduce our today's faculty. Sanjay sir, over to you.
Thank you, Gautam. I'm audible? Okay. Thank you, Gautam, for giving me this honor to introduce our learned speaker. Friends, today we have with us on the screen very senior member of our Chartered ICAI Institute, having 35 years of professional experience. CA Vijay Maniar is going to deliberate his wisdom with us on the topic latest changes in company law, including Schedule 3 and CARO. CA Vijay Maniar sir is a FCA having over 35 years of professional experience. Presently, he is with ASA and Associates, a top 10 accounting and consultancy firms of India. Before that, he worked with SR Batley and Company LLP, Indian member of EY Global, had done various assignments and has a vast experience in professional practice. He's known for engagement partner for statutory audits of large listed as well as unlisted corporates, Indian, international, including those which undertook capital market transactions. Sector focus, retail, pharma, chemical, packaging, hospitality, manufacturing, and real estate. Extensive audit committee board meeting experience, having attended more than 400 meetings. Special invitee on Accounting Standard Board, ASB of ICAI for 2 years. Member of Accounting and Auditing Committee of Bombay Chartered Accountant Society since more than 15 years. A regular speaker at various forums. Co-author of Guidance Note on Division 1, 2, and 3 of Revised Schedule 3 to the Companies Act 2013 issued by ICAI. Guidance Note on Revised Schedule 6 to the Companies Act 1956 issued by ICAI, and mandatory accounting standards extract from published accounts issued by BCAS. Maniar and Maniar, he is a partner of Maniar and Maniar, Chandrakant Mehta and Associates, set up professional practice and created infrastructure, engaged with entrepreneurs as a trusted advisor and sounding board, developed and mentored team to grow with me. Friends, we have today a dignitary and faculty of such a great experience in the professional practice. I invite all of you to join me with big round of applause in welcoming today's learned speaker Vijay Maniar sir to share his wisdom with us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sanjay, for the kind words of introduction. Chairman of WIRC, Mr. Murtuza Kachwala, Secretary of WIRC, Shweta Jain, Regional Council members, Gautam, Sanjay, Arpit, who was just there, and my friends. In fact, I was looking for the physical meeting, and actually I was very excited till I got a call yesterday that now it is only virtual. Had it been even hybrid and few participants, I was actually looking forward and addressing, because it's very mono when it is a virtual talk. More so because my talk is sandwiched between two exciting topics. So one panel which is on forensic, and forensic is always exciting, full of thrill and suspense, and what was there and what was the outcome and how it was done. So each situation is different. And sustainability, which is also forward looking, both the practices where professionals and we as chartered accountants are looking forward to engaging, as against this dull topic of what are the changes. This is all, we are coming into compliance, right? But but having said so, what I looking at where I was situated, I've tried to do something which is taking the leaf off from forensic. I've tried to give some examples as to what has been actually reported and what has been the situation and how this would have been reported. In key changes, there are two aspects. So once I thought, since listed company audits are over and that few of the reports are out, so I studied those reports. I took the help of my friend Paresh Clark also. He also helped me. And then based on the reports, I've tried to create some kind of few topics for Schedule 3 and few topics for CARO 2020, and at the end we will deal with some of the key changes other than these two. First of all, I've been hearing a lot of murmur about is why so much of responsibility which has been casted on us. Are we equipped to do this kind of responsibilities, reporting? Is it our responsibility to do? We are accountant, we are auditing. And this murmur I've been hearing right from the time CARO 2020 has been introduced. It's been more than more than 1.5 years. So first of all, let me start with why this is relevant. First of all, these are the expectations of the stakeholders. Why these expectations of the what are the expectations? Shareholders or the stakeholders wants to know from where the money has come in and where it has been deployed. Is it been deployed in the manner in which the lender or the giver of the funds has requested? Because here we need to report, if you see, right from the time, whether it is, share capital or the borrowing, whether long-term, short-term, everything, whether it has been used for the purpose for which it has been taken. So all the sides of the, liability sides, as well as the asset side, this is the expectation of the stakeholders. So that is one thing which is there in CARO 2020. If you look at on the overall, so the trail of money coming in, going out. Secondly, there have been sudden corporate failures. Since it is sudden, the question arises as to what we were doing as an auditor. Why we could not, having looked into the books so closely, how did we as auditors did not identify that there could be possibility of a sudden corporate failure? So that is one second, reporting which is there in CARO. There are increasing instances of fraud. So the focus is on fraud. So we have been always taught is we are watchdog. We are not a bloodhound. I think that is something gradually going up. We are more than a watchdog. At least we need to bark. We may not be the bloodhound. So our procedures are not designed to identify fraud, because it is not a forensic audit. That is where there was a previous session. Our duty is we need to bark. So we need to have skepticism. Is it right? Is something gone wrong? Is it possible something could have gone wrong? The next is the importance, and you would have seen, not only regulatory, there is a whistleblower mechanism, which has been instituted under the Companies Act, under SEBI LODR. Also a lot of companies, because this whistleblowing, it's a separate topic by itself, but it's one of the cheapest way in which any irregularity which is happening in the company could be surfaced, provided it is completely anonymous. And a lot of companies have realized the value and importance of whistleblowing, and hence have instituted this, a robust, hotline, as Percy was mentioning, or the Vijay mechanism. And last but not the least is the related party transaction, because there is a focus of stakeholders as to what are the related party transactions. Are they at an arm's length? Were they undertaken in the course of business? Was it to avoid some other regulation? So these are the I've just listed on 4 or 5 expectations from the stakeholders. So this is one way of looking at it is why this change and why we should embrace it, because this is the expectation. Correct. Secondly, of late, regulators are not happy with us as auditors. And if you read the way their clarifications or the way their behavior, if I were to say, it seems that they are losing confidence in us. But I see this CARO 2020 as the bright side. Is this CARO 2020 has been notified after considering all the corporate failures, right from, if I were to say, 2005-6, from the Satyam time till this was notified. What were the kind of irregularities which they found, and how this could be addressed? So probably if we are doing our role of reporting under CARO diligently, and hence this will bridge the gap between us and the regulators. It will also the regulators will have higher level of confidence. The stakeholders will have higher level of confidence in us as an auditor. And last but not the least, if we do too much of murmur, then this is not our responsibilities. There are other professional colleagues who are willing to pick it up. So then it could be the going concern of us as chartered accountants being solely responsible for the statutory audit. And hence, I thought, let me start with this is the why we should accept this. What are the changes? We in the process we may have to develop new skills. Most of them is actually re-emphasizing the auditing procedures, re-emphasizing the way the auditing standards we need to apply, and its documentation. However, in the process, if we feel that there are certain areas, then it gives us opportunity to look at other areas and develop our skills. Any case, we are so excited to get into forensic work or to the sustainability. So why not something which is there with us? We just up our scale, and we become relevant, more than relevant to the stakeholders. So having said so, let me first of all, let me do some of the discuss 2-3 aspects of Schedule 3, because we don't have much time. So we in the next 45 minutes or so, I'll discuss 3-4 items of Schedule 3 and few items of CARO 2020. The first is about trade receivable, and the trade receivable needs to be bifurcated and disclosed as undisputed, which are considered good, undisputed, but there is a significant increase in credit risk, undisputed, credit impaired, and so on and so forth as far as the disputed is concerned. The purpose of this is that how much of the debtor is, we would always say that they are unsecured or secured, but considered good. But this is a further bifurcation between how much is disputed and how much is not, undisputed. Dispute is there is no definition of a dispute. If there are say running account, then there could be reconciliation. Now reconciliation, would you consider it as a dispute or not, depending on whether as the date we are signing off, whether the other party or us as agreed to do whatever is pending. If it is under reconciliation and there is no resolution for this, then it could be considered as a disputed. Also, there are some businesses where there are some incentives which are provided to say distributors or the customers, depending on some kind of volume, which is being lifted. And if those schemes do not coincide with the reporting date, then there could be a challenge because the customer may believe that customer is entitled to some additional discount based on the scheme. However, actually, company may have accrued, but it has not been parked to the customer account. So we need to be very careful about when we send out the confirmation, what kind of response is what we get, and is the responses if is there any differences, and those differences, are they reconcilable or not reconcilable. This is the disclosure which Tata Power company has given as far as the trade receivable is concerned. So it says the original one which was there, but aging schedule, which says considered good, significant increase in credit risk, credit impaired and disputed, so on and so forth, with no due. So all these amounts getting reconciled. So no due less than 3 months, 6 months, 1 to 2 years, 2 to 3 years, more than 3 years. So this is the way I thought, if there are any companies who are, who have already published their annual report, and if some example can be given, I thought I'll give it. So hence this is the example. The next is the trade payable. Now, as far as the trade receivable is concerned, I think most of the companies would have some kind of aging schedule. Because, when the amount is due and to be paid, follow up with the customer, closely follow up next level of discussion if customer is not paying. And hence, the aging is there as far as trade receivable is concerned. However, as far as trade payable is concerned, it is possible that many companies may not have the adequate, IT system or MIS to generate this kind of report. Mind you, you are aware that, any information which is to be given for both current period as well as the previous period. And hence the companies may face challenge as far as generating this kind of information for trade payable. And that too, which is disputed MSME. MSME itself is a focus. And is there any dispute with MSME and dispute with others? So this is something which it is possible that the company may not have adequate system, but will have to, since it is a mandatory requirement, this is required to be, disclosed. Couple of challenges which are there. If number one is if supplier is not being paid for a long period of time, would we classify this as a disputed or, undisputed? And if it is, if say the credit period is say 90 days, 180 days, this is a normal credit period. And something which is not paid for say 2 to 3 years or more than 3 years, would we, agree that the company says it is undisputed, however, it is not being paid? So if so, then one has to go deeper into it. Then also there are some account, and if anybody using SAP, they would say that it is GIIR account, so goods received but invoice not received. And we normally as a part of audit, we look at what are the aging, and if it is aging is more than say few months, then this amount needs to be looked at. But it is possible that if this is not there for few years, forget the few months, how would one deal with it, because they are still unbilled? So would one call it as unbilled, or would one call it as trade payable? So I thought 2-3 challenges as far as trade payable is concerned is, one is companies may not have adequate system to generate this. Secondly, what to do about old vendors which are not paid, whether what kind of documentation we'll need to conclude it is whether it is disputed or not. And number 3 is goods received but invoice not received, whether one would call it unbilled or trade payable. Again, for Tata Power, I picked up quite a few from Tata Power, Tata Steel. So I thought those companies would have most of the disclosure requirements. So here, this is how it has been, disclosed. Undisputed trade payable MSME with all the aging, and others with all the aging, and disputed trade payable MSME with all the aging, and others will with all the aging. The next challenge is for the capital work in progress, and this is so most of the listed companies would have gone through this process, but the challenges which they faced and challenges which we will face while auditing, unlisted ones. So, what was one of the concern is that, a lot of times the money was getting, debited to capital work in progress, and that those projects were not moving. And this was, I think this is one of the very relevant disclosure which is there. So what is the disclosure? The disclosure is what is the aging of projects in progress, and what is the aging of projects temporarily closed. And this would have been, recently due to COVID, quite a few, projects may have got stalled. It is possible. So projects temporarily suspended also needs to be disclosed, and this needs to be, tied up with other documentation. So if the project is temporarily suspended, the question arises is, what about impairment? That is number one. Number two, if it is not impaired, what about say interest cost or other revenue expenditure which are getting capitalized? Now these are all normal auditing procedure. I'm not saying because of this disclosure which is required, but as I said, this CARO 2020 and Schedule 3 reinforces a lot of auditing and accounting requirements, and hence one has to be careful if there is a projects which are temporarily suspended. How have we dealt with and documented impairment and any capital expenses which gets capitalized, any revenue expenses which gets capitalized. Further, what is expected is if there is a completion which is overdue or exceeded the cost compared to the original plan. So if there is any project which the company said, then this will get completed by so and so day, but it is not getting completed, or that it will be completed in say 50 crores, but it is likely to be higher than 50 crores. In that case, we'll have to give project-wise details. The challenge which is there, and when it is likely to be completed. And the challenge which is there, and this is specifically also for listed ones, but more so for unlisted ones, is a lot of times there is no adequate documentation as to, what is the likely completion date. And hence one will have to go back and read the minutes or, look at other documentation to arrive at what is the original, because this has to be based on the original plan date and the original cost. So both the original plan and original cost is likely to be a challenge as far as unlisted companies are concerned. However, I'm sure with this requirement, any newer projects would have adequate documentation as to the plan as well as the completion. And because this disclosure is required to be given project-wise. Again, for Tata Power, this capital work in progress, and this is what has been disclosed. So this is about project in progress. Fortunately, there is no projects temporarily suspended. Now the CWIP completion is overdue or has exceeded its cost compared to its original plan, and this is the disclosure. Now this is coming as a because this has to be project wise and not a generic. So it is all a project wise, the disclosure is there. The last one on Schedule 3 is, it's a challenge, and hence I'm saying it's a disclosure requirement, transactions which struck off companies. Now it's a very, it's a good disclosure, but there are so much of practical challenges. Number one is, it covers all the transactions. So the whole, all the accounts one has to look at. So if somebody has large number of, debtors, creditors, other parties, first of all, that has to be looked at. Number two, when one looks at and compares it with, say, ROC, I think there are some about 25 ROCs. So how do we compile that list of 25 ROCs into one list? Then compare it with all the transaction which has happened. And there is also always possibility of duplicity of name. Correct. So for example, we might have a name as say XYZ Private Limited, and in ROC it may be we may have P Limited, and in ROC it could be Private Limited, which is PRIVAT or PVT Limited, or some spelling error, whether on our at our end. And how do we match the two? So it's a question of, it's a real challenge. How do we match? And there it is possible of a duplicity of name. So for example, sometimes a person may have 2-3 name entities, and a smaller account, if the transactions are smaller, one way merge it into one account. However, and which may be the the main director or managing director, because it's not material, so one can say, okay, this is the account. One would not find it in the ROC list. So that is number challenge. Number two, most of the companies, rather than having a SIN number, it is the linkage is through the PAN number, because the PAN number or the GST number through which it is linked. However, here one has to link it with the SIN number. So one will have to now saying, onboarding any party, one will also need to onboard based on SIN number. Next is, if for some reason the name of the party is reinstated, right? We would not come to know, we'll have to look at the list. And last but not the least, as I understand, these are the live data. But if I want to go, because this is based on the transaction. So on a transaction day, the party may be the parties, they may have been struck off or maybe not struck off. But 31st March it is different. But if we don't have that date of transaction, whether the party's name is not struck off, the company will have to devise some kind of process to say that any transaction, how it touches all the 25 ROC list, and to come to conclusion that it's not doing transaction with the struck off country. So this is something which I thought is a practical challenge which the company will face while ensuring the compliance of this. CARO, I'm not getting into CARO. I think we are running a little behind. So we have got 50 reporting requirement. So half century is there. I'll consider a few of the clauses. First is intangible assets. The challenge why I'm saying intangible, it's not only it's a new clause, but what is the right documentation required for considering that this we are the owner, the company is the owner of this intangible asset, is something which one has to look at, whether it could be say legal requirement, or it could be so regulatory requirement, or it could be arising through the legal documentation. So one will have to evaluate, because now there is no straight jacketed answer as to this is the requirement for intangible asset. So it could be self-developed. So if it is self-developed, then the compliance, any case some compliance with the accounting standard which we look at. But how it is registered, how it is belonging to the company, and that also we'll have to document. This is a modification, but I thought it appropriate to cover, because there is a scope has been enhanced, and what for the physical for the inventory, whether the coverage and procedure of verification by the management is appropriate. And the next is whether the discrepancy of 10% or more in aggregate for each class of inventory. So coverage, see, any case we need to do as a part of audit, coverage, because we look at the instructions and, how it has been, inventory has been undertaken, who has reviewed it. We should also look at whether, it's not only that from the list, the only physical is looked at. It is said book to stock and stock to book both needs to be looked at. Because, otherwise, in the, if there is a paucity of time or due to laxity, somebody will only look at the book list and whether physical is there or not. The diligence on checking that physical may be less. So hence one has to look at both, ensure that it's both the ways. What are the differences? How, any inventory needs to be impaired, how this has been identified, and so on and so forth. So I'm saying coverage is something which we deal with it, and let's not discuss much. But the most important is there any difference between 10% or more in aggregate for each class of inventory? Now this is important. What it's saying is each class of inventory. So the class of inventory typically is, say, raw material, work in progress, finished goods, production supplies, and so on and so forth. So these are called the classes of this inventory. Now, and this is one has to go by the value terms. So for example, if any inventory, where there is a difference is 10% or more, that needs to be reported irrespective of the materiality. So for example, that, the materiality for the purpose of, the audit is say 1 crore, but the 10% difference for that class of inventory is say 25 lakhs only. However, since it is, and 25 lakhs is more than 10%, hence this needs to be reported. So here the idea is that it is not irrespective of the materiality, that class of inventory, whether it is, book stock and physical stock, more or less, is it the variation is 10%. And if it is so, then one needs to, irrespective of materiality, and it has to be done on the net basis. Mind you, if it is, so for example, our materiality is say 1 crore in the example, and the 10% is say 1.25 crore, and the difference is say between 1 crore and 1.25 crore, and hence there will be no reporting requirement. Correct. So if the difference is higher than materiality or lower than our materiality, it is to be ignored. It has to be considered based on the 10%. However, if it is higher than 10%, one has to then look at the internal control and the implications on internal control over financial reporting. The next important, this is whether during any point of time the company has sanctioned working capital in excess of 5 crores in aggregate from banks or financial institutions. So working capital limit, number 1. Number 2 is in excess of 5 crore, number 2. From banks and financial institutions, number 3. Based on the security of current assets. I think these are the two very important things: working capital limit in excess of 5 crore from banks and financial institutions, and based on current assets. If any of this is not there, the reporting is not required. So for example, if there is a limit based on unsecured working capital limit, it is not required, right? Or if it is a working capital limit based on other than current asset, it is not required. Or if the limit is less than 5 crore, it is not required. So the idea why I'm saying is that, we have to first look at whether it is applicable. And if it is applicable, then all, the banks or the financial institutions would request the company to file all the statements. And one has to then look at only those statements which are at the end of quarter. So June, September, December, and March. And if there is a difference between the book and the statement that is required to be reported. Mind you, it is not to be audited. It is the difference between the book and those which is reported. As far as Schedule 3 is covered, so we have all these limitations as far as auditors. Schedule 3 covers all borrowings, and it is not restricted to working capital, and there is no limit. So 5 crore is also not there, and working capital is also not there. So company has to report all. Let me, go to some examples just to see, how this has been reported. So this is for Tata Steel. So during the year, the company has been sanctioned working capital in excess of aggregate from banks on the basis of security of current asset. The company has filed quarterly returns, and then this is the table which is given. The table has the column name of the bank, aggregate, sanction working capital, nature of current assets, quarter ended, which quarter, amount as per quarterly return, amount as per books difference, and the reason for that. And the reason for the difference is incorrect amount of creditors for goods under non-LC and others, net of short reporting of so and so crores on creditors. So there has been some incorrect reporting of creditors. That is what is there in Tata Steel. Because it is possible, companies may have different ways of reporting. It may not be in the way in which accounts needs to be maintained as per the accounting standard. This is for Tata Power. So Tata Power says quarter ended, value as per books, value as per quarterly statement, discrepancies. I'm mainly on discrepancies. Unapproved regulatory assets disclosed as approved. So there would be some unapproved regulatory balances. They were considered as approved, and there were excess data reported by so and so forth. And then there is an explanation, this asterisk which is there, which says while submitting the quarterly statements for all 4 quarters during the year, the company inadvertently included and disclosed unapproved regulatory balances as approved. However, subsequent to the year-end, company has communicated to the bank about such a discrepancy. Further, the bank has confirmed that the intention was not to exclude unapproved balances from the receivables, and has initiated the process to change the sanction letter wherein total regulatory asset balances should be considered as receivable for the purpose of sanction limit. And then it says subsequent to the year-end, company has submitted the revised statement. So what has happened is, because of the audit, because of this reporting, this difference were identified, and then those were regularized by the company by approaching the lenders. Or let's take the case of Birla Tyres. Birla Tyres, what it says is, what is the sanction amount? Nature of discrepancy. Okay. The reported amount reconciled with the gross book balance without adjustment to the provision for trade receivable and advances from customer. So, company makes provision for so ECL provision, and I think this ECL provision was not considered, or that inventory capitalized as a part of CWIP project considered in the quarterly result. Because this is based on the current assets. Current assets includes inventory. Inventory which was capitalized as a part of CWIP was considered as a part of current asset. And the remark says there is no revised statement filed till date. And here also its company says the same thing, that company is yet to file the revised statement. So that was on working capital. The next and the most topical, I think we'll have time only to discuss this, which is about the most talked about clause 3. Now it says that whether during the year the company has made investments in or provided any guarantee or security or granted loans or advances in the loans secured or unsecured to companies limited LLP or other parties. So first of all, in the first clause, we have to give the aggregate amount during the year. Mind you, it is during the year. And the balance outstanding as the balance sheet date with respect to loans, advances, guarantees, or securities to subsidiaries, joint ventures, and associate, and other than them. Loans, advances will be there on the balance sheet, but guarantee or what kind of security is given. So we'll have to look at a lot of other documents. It could be off balance sheet item to ensure that there is a proper compliance. Subsidiaries, joint venture, associate to be interpreted in accordance with Companies Act 2013. This is the disclosure given by Mahindra Holidays, where it says that what is the guarantee, how much is the loan, what are the parties, and the balance which is outstanding. The first clause is not applicable to NBFC, and clause E is not applicable to NBFC. We'll look at it. The next is whether the investment made, guarantees given, and terms and conditions are prejudicial to company's interest. I think it is very important that any of the investment, security, loan, whether it is prejudicial to the interest of the company, and this applies to NBFC. So to be prejudicial, we'll have to use the common sense as to rate of interest, what is the security, terms and condition, whether company has money, on both what basis company has borrowed, if not, and then lend. So I think interest and all, then also it is possible, but I was thinking about all the startups and the kind of investments which are being made. So if there are any investments made in unlisted securities or by startup, and where the valuations are real high, that for us as auditors, how do we conclude that it is not prejudicial to the company's interest? And here I think we'll have to look at all the approvals. So on what basis the board has approved, and that we'll have to get into it, because if there are specifically if there are fancy valuations and into unlisted securities. So one has to be very careful. As I said, loans is possible. There could be objective criteria, but investments and the valuation is something which we'll have to be careful. Number two is, a lot of times I've seen that if we are giving it to something which is a group company, the company will say, I've got surplus cash, I'll get it in the bank, so much of fixed deposit interest I'm getting, and this company is giving me higher interest. To which my take is, we need to look at the credit rating of the company to whom we are giving. It's not that it's a group company and hence the company can give and compare it with the fixed deposit interest. So we'll have to be very careful when is some kind of related party, even if it is not in the color of related party, but if we are companies giving loan, what is the basis on which the terms and conditions are determined? Here, Kesoram Industries, it says, in our opinion, terms and conditions of loan granted by the company to so and so of an amount rupees so and so, asset so and so, and to so and so, are prejudicial to the company's interest on account of the fact that loans were fully provided for in the books and no interest is being charged to loan to so and so. And for other parties, in our opinion, are not prejudicial to the interest, company's interest. So I thought I saw this while reading. I thought I should share this. The next is on the regularity of the payment. It says, in respect of loans and advances in the nature of loans, whether schedule of repayment of principal and interest has been as stipulated, and whether repayments receipts are regular, and if the amount is overdue, state the overdue amount more than 90 days, and whether reasonable steps have been taken by the company for the recovery of principal and interest. So here is the regularity, again logical. The issue is to track, because regularity of interest and principal, number one, correct. So, and think about NBFC. And if there is, so that is one thing which is there. Secondly, if there is no repayment which is there, then we should say that we are unable to comment, because if the repayment schedule is not there, then we are not able to comment whether the repayment is regular or not. This is Tata Steel. Tata Steel has reported that in respect of loans outstanding, so and so, the schedule of repayment of principal and payment of interest has been stipulated by the company, except for one loan aggregating to 2 crores, fully provided, where no schedule of repayment of principal and payment of interest has been stipulated. Except for the aforesaid and the following instances, the parties are, so it is given, this 1 crore, which is not material compared to Tata Steel's size, but these are the companies where due dates were multiple, but the extent of delays, it is 1014, 4861 days to 2000 days. And then there is a remark which is made. This is interesting, Mahindra and Mahindra, because, being an NBFC, and volume of NBFC is, huge. And how do you now report? So what it says is, it has given all the references to stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 disclosures. And at the end, it says, let me read in bit, where credit risk has been, in all other cases, the repayment of principal and interest is regular as at so and so, having regard, this is important, to the nature of company's business and the volume of information involved, it is not practicable to provide an itemized list of loan assets where delinquencies in the repayment of principal and interest has been identified. So here it is going to the accounting standard and how stage 2, stage 3 and the disclosure which is there in the notes. But at the end, it says that it is not possible due to the volume of information. So I think this, for NBFC audit, this may be useful. Similarly, for Tata Motors is there, and Tata Steel is there. Evergreening, I'll skip this evergreening. Evergreening is, it's not something which is defined, but it says that if any loan is renewed or extended or settled by fresh loan, then what is the percentage? The idea is that it's not that it is overdue. The money could have been lent, fresh loan could have been lent prior to the due date, but if it is given, then we need to report. And this is what has been reported, that according to information, following instances of loans falling due during the year were renewed. Similarly, for Tata Power. Okay. Let me take to couple of ones because of the paucity of time. I think one is the whistleblower. So we should, so whistleblower, and I think in the previous session also, which we discussed on the whistleblower complaints, I think we should ask, and we were, earlier, little hesitant to ask the list, but now it is mandatory requirement through the reporting. And as I told you, this is also reinforcing the auditing procedure. But whenever there is a mandatory, whistleblower system and the vigil mechanism, what are the kinds of complaints which has come in? And based on that, whatever is the outcome, we need to ensure that our nature, timing, and extent of auditing procedure is designed accordingly. So we should, when we are planning the auditing procedures, we should know that what are the whistleblower complaints and how this needs to be addressed. So this is number one. Both the places, Tata Power and Tata Steel, it is there. Also, similar is this. I'm specifically highlighting for internal audit reports, because it is, I've seen in the past when the internal audit report would come to us at the end, because either there was earlier reporting requirement or otherwise, because it is placed before the board. Here the idea is that we need to ensure that our nature, timing, and extent of auditing procedure is keeping in mind the observation of the internal audit. If the internal auditor says everything is hunky dory, it's not that we can rely, unless we have complied with the SA 610 relying on the work of auditors. But we need to do those minimum procedures which are there. But if they have highlighted something which is wrong and which we are not aware of, it could be really come back to us, or in the case that despite these observations, we did not consider those observations in the nature, timing, and extent of our auditing procedure, and hence internal audit report has to come to us while we are planning. We are fine with internal audit. Please have this discussion with the management. We are fine with internal draft report, but we need to know while we are doing, and as and when. Otherwise, we'll say that only reporting reports up to so and so period we have considered, even if those were shared after prior to the sign off date, but it is too near to the sign off date and we can't do it. Resignation is fine. Financial ratios is fine. I think we are doing this. We need to do some more procedures. The idea is it's not a going concern, but it's part of the going concern. We are not saying that company will meet its liabilities, but based on the ratios we are commenting. Also, the company also needs to give those ratios. Consolidated financial statements, all the companies have given. You can look at Tata Steel, Tata Power, Mahindra, where if there is a qualification in CARO by the component auditors, that is to be given by the statutory auditors. Couple of points: whether the comment of the component auditor is qualificatory or not, I think that is something which one can give by way of the group instructions, and ultimately the responsibility and the decision is of the principal auditor. Some tips, I think, for the management. First, it requires a lot of planning and all this, but I would say first most important thing, and which is there is, if these are all very onerous requirements of Schedule 3 CARO. So if management can discuss with the regulators to omit requirements to non-PI entities, because unlisted ones, if the companies have not borrowed from the bank, it is all family money is there. There is no distinction between listed companies and small private limited companies, unless it is coming as an exclusion, very small. So if these additional requirements, what value does it add is, I'm not sure, and if it can be distinguished, I think that is something which can be otherwise all this needs planning well in advance and discussion. And similarly is for the auditors. We'll have to have more reliance on ERP, on MIS, on management representation, but management representation is not the only audit evidence which is there, and implications of any component auditors, which is qualificatory or otherwise, is something which we as auditors needs to look at. I think other changes is, number one is the new section has been included, which requires which empowers central government to require class or class of prescribed unlisted companies. So any unlisted company can be, in some sense, can be considered as public. It's not a listed one, but it can ask them to prepare periodic financial results in a prescribed format, obtain and approve, those results will be approved by the board. Audit or limited review would be done as may be prescribed, and file the copy with ROC. Today, all these listed companies file it with SEBI, but here, if those are unlisted companies, central government has the power, and similarly, central government also has the power that if in consultation with SEBI, may prescribe certain class of companies which have listed or intend to listed only certain kind of security. So it is not equity, but some companies list only, say debentures. Those will not be considered. These will be excluded from the definition of listed company. I think both are relevant in that context. And last but not the least, on CSR, I think we have enough of material which is available, and I'll share this presentation. But I've actually crossed my time by 5 minutes. So thank you for your patient hearing. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take if time permitting.
Yes, definitely, sir. There are a few questions. With the permission of chair, sir, can we take, there are 2-3 questions. Murtaza, sir, can we take, sir? Thank you, sir. Sir, one Alok Mehrotra, sir, has asked, can there be structured forensic pre-audit to control, prevent frauds to some extent before they take place by applying some of its significant tools in an internal audit, pre-audit process of a company? The CA firm can take assignment of continuing forensic audit of, I think this was.
I think this was in the previous panel. I think, as I said.
Yeah. My mistake.
This was the question of previous panel. I think they have also answered.
Yeah. So there are no questions. Fine, sir.
Okay. So thank you. I think there is more exciting talk of the sustainability by very expert speaker. So I would not want to come between the participants and Raj. So I think that's more interesting. That's what. So before and after, I was the sandwich between the two. That's what I was. Yes. Yes.
One thing which has come in the chat box now by Tirtharaj Khotji. So can a principal auditor take a different view than the negative remarks by competent auditor?
So what the guidance note says. So first of all, guidance note is talking about the materiality, but also it's saying that materiality will be, the component auditor would have also considered materiality and hence needs to be reported. But in my view, it can be taken. One has to look at the materiality in the overall context. Ultimately, it's all something is not material at a console level. Principal auditor can take up.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Vijay, may I request you to do a formal vote of thanks?
Thank you so much, sir, Chairman, sir. And let me thank all the dignitaries. Vijay Maniar, sir, you guided us throughout the session, and with your wonderful presentation and practical experience, you updated our members with pardon? Hello. We updated our members or enriched their knowledge with respect to changes in Companies Law 2020. Along with that, new requirement under CARO 2020 also. The importance of whistleblower mechanism also explained by you. And I'm hopeful that complete session was so useful and will be benefiting to our members. I'll request all the members to join with me with a big round of applause if possible to appreciate the time spent by our faculty to enlighten us and enrich our knowledge of the fraternity. Thank you so much for sharing dais with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we will resume our next session. I'll hand over the charge to my colleague and our senior regional council member Chetan Patel to move on.
Thank you, Sanjay. I think it was a wonderful session. I was also fortunate enough to look at the last few minutes of C. Vijay Maniarji. So compliments to you for going through and getting through the published financial statement extract. I think one of the most important thing to learn is to learn from what is published, and that is what is most important. Now, I think exciting session is coming on. Vijay also mentioned that no one would like to be in between the exciting session, and we are having ESG. You just look at the topic is corporate governance, companies law, and there are 100 participants who are inclined to spend 2 days on this. I think that suggests that a lot of importance is on corporate governance. And when we look at ESG, the government in India across the board, everybody is moving towards three new, very, very important point. Not only profit. I think profitability, which has been mentioned back earlier, now it has moved. And now it's moved to ESG, that is environmental, social, and governance. And today we are having with us a very eminent personality, CA Raj Mullick ji. And I'm sure that with his experience, we all are going to get a lot of practical insights about what's happening here. Because at this juncture, everybody is eyed on 1,000 companies. And we are hoping that when 1,000 will become 10,000 to every company in India. So everybody is looking at you because you have been part of Reliance Group. And Reliance is always, which is the leader in this kind of initiatives. So before I hand over charge to Raj, let me introduce briefly him. He's a chartered accountant, cost and management accountant, and he's a pass out from Stanford University Emerging CFO program. He's having experience of over 22 years in the area of strategic financial planning, IGAP and NDS, M&A, tax planning, and in different industry verticals in multicultural and multinational environment. His specialty includes managing 500 plus entities, business transformation, SAP implementation, cost planning and control, financial risk management, direct tax, indirect tax planning. He also has been director in several entities, member of accountant in member of ESB of ICAI in 2021, presently nominated member of accountants audit and tax committee of BCAS, member of accounting auditing committee of BCAS, has been ex-member of INDS committee of ICAI. He has been confirmed with the prestigious Professional Achiever Award by ICAI. He has been a speaker in several professional forums, including RIL, Learning Academy, ICAI, ICSI, BCAS, and International Association, and etc. He is a presently Senior Executive Vice President and Chief Accounts Officer of Reliance Industries Limited. So with these brief introductions, welcome Raj Mullick ji to this August gathering. And I'm sure that under your guidance and leadership, everyone is going to get a lot of practical exposure and what the future lies here for all professionals for ICAI. Now hand over charge to Raj ji.
Good afternoon, friends. Good afternoon, Murtuza ji. Good afternoon, Chintan ji. Good afternoon, Sanjay. Good afternoon, Sweta. And my very good friend, Vijay ji. Vijay ji, I thought that your session would continue for some more time so that I get some more enlightenment. Whenever I hear you, I learn so many things. And CARO is the topic that there is no end to learning. So I really enjoyed your session. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sir, your session is more important. It's a future. Mine is compliance.
Yes, my session is like almost going to Mars. I know, I understand that, at least for chartered accountants. So my session is interesting. Yes, I also take a lot of interest. Normally, you will not find head of the accounts or chief accounts officer in the area of sustainability. But I have been working for last 2.5 years in this area, and I really find this very interesting. And not only interesting, I can tell you something which will definitely interest to all of us, that I think chartered accountants have a future in sustainability. I mean, without chartered accountants getting involved, sustainability cannot be done by corporates. Today, as Chintan Bhai said, that only top 1,000 corporates by market capitalization are required to file BRSR in this current year 22-23. But I'm telling you, in no time, this 1,000 will become 5,000 and 10,000 and 50,000. I mean, the way the world is traveling, the direction they're going, all the corporates have to be socially responsible. Now, I'm sorry, I forgot to share my presentation. That's what happens when you become too excited. Yeah. So my presentation is all about ESG and sustainability reporting. So my first question, this slide, you can see so many terms: sustainability, green economy, sustainable development, regenerative economy, corporate social investment, circular economy, ESG, EHS, that is environment, health and safety, environmentalism, circularity, social responsibility. I agree there are so many terms, and you all must be thinking that the speaker will explain all the terms, the relevance of all the terms, what is the connection of all the terms and correlation. But don't worry, nothing will happen of that sort, because all the term leads to the same intent and definition. If you understand all the terms, the intent and definition of all the terms is same. Instead of going to a very theoretical definition, I would like to tell you about a video that I've seen. It's actually an experimentation which is captured in a beautiful video. I don't have the video, but I want to narrate it. It's an experiment that has been done. A group of around 50 adults were taken in a room, and in that room there are all colors being kept. A box of colors were given to each of the adults, and there a piece of paper was given to each of the adults, and said that the next 1 hour is yours. Please, each of you draw a picture. So in next 1 or 2 hours, every adult has drawn a picture, and then they submitted. They were asked to roll the picture, put it in a place in the room, and walk out of the room. And after the adults walked out, they really found it beautiful, because it took them to a childhood. They have enjoyed drawing, they have giggled, they have shared jokes, they have laughed, they have smiled. They had a fantastic time, and everyone walked out of the room very, very happy. Then after they walked out, 50 kids, small children of 7 to 10 years old, have been taken in the room, and they have said the color is there, because each box of color was 50 box of colors were there, and they have given papers, and they have asked to fresh papers, and they were asked to draw the picture, and they also drawn the picture. And after 2 hours of time, allotted time, they all walked out of the room. And after that, those pictures were showcased on a wall. The group 1 separately, and just adjacent to group 1, group 2. When you see the picture of the group 1, you will see all bright colors: red, violet, pink, yellow, blue, green. And the pictures of the second group, there were very less bright colors and more of brown, ash color, black, etc. Now, what has happened exactly? Do you feel the kids do not know how to use bright colors, or they do not have affinity towards bright colors? No, the answer is not. The answer is something else. The box of color is same for those adults and for the kids. The adult used all the bright colors, so the kids are left with very little bright colors. That they are left with brown, black, and ash colors, and darker shades of the colors. So their picture were not bright, but the picture of the adults were very, very bright. Here we are not commenting on their talent in drawing picture. It is only the kind of colors they have used. I think this experiment actually shows our responsibility towards sustainability and what sustainability is. So the adults have used so much colors that for the future, the next batch, which can be synced with, or which can be linked with future generation, none beautiful colors, bright colors were not left. So their pictures were dull, right? So this is what is happening to us. It is our responsibility to hand over a sustainable green planet to our next generation, so they can have the same quality of life that we have, even better. But if we are not misusing what Mother Nature has given us, the soil, the air, the water, and all other natural resources, they'll all be depleted, and our next generation will not have anything. It is said in some study that after 50 or 60 years, there will be natural calamity all across the world. Even the city of Bombay may not be a city, because it might go down under the water level, because sea levels are rising. You can see natural calamities happening in Australia, fire in USA, the floods and the storms in Himachal Pradesh. You can see the landslides. You can see the change of weather everywhere. Bombay hardly has a winter now. These are all reasons of our irresponsible behavior of our previous generation and us that has led to this weather change. So it is all about us to give our next generation a sustainable planet so that they can live. The choice is with us. And I think now the world is woken up. If you see the corporate leaders, if you see the world political leaders, everyone is woken up. Everyone is speaking of sustainability. Everyone is speaking of ESG. Everyone is speaking of preserving this world. Everyone is speaking of reducing emission. Everyone is speaking of stop wasting water. Everyone is speaking of stop pollution. So in COP26 few months back, everyone has vowed that, we have to become net zero by 2050 or so, whatever be it. Every country has put a target, every corporate is putting a target. So sustainability is very, very important. In fact, I will say as individuals, we also need to put a target, and really trust me, we all can put a target, and we all can contribute with our behaviors. So sorry, I forgot to ask you, are you people able to see my slides, able to hear me clearly?
Yes, all okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fine.
So now I move to a very theoretical definition of sustainability. I mean, always it's better to have the foundations right. World Commission on Environment and Development, 1987, Brundtland report, that actually defines sustainability, and that definition, the definition of sustainability is as old as that, and that is the actual definition of sustainability that is being used all over, and that is like the pillar of the future definition that's coming on. It means development that meets needs of the present without compromising ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So it means development that meets needs of the present without compromising ability of future generation to meet their own needs. So in our example of the experiment, needs of the present is to draw a picture, but you draw a picture in such a way that you use all the colors and you did not have anything for the next generation. So ability of the future generation to meet their own needs, no, it is not there because you have used up all the colors. So if you see this, this is the platform, and this is the basic definition of sustainability, and whatever you go framework you go, you will find the definition emerging out of this. Okay, so there are 6 broad interconnected focus area as given by the, or as stated by the Brundtland Commission. One is population and human resource. So how do you deal with population? How do you human resource? Food security and sustaining potential. I can help you with, I can give an example of food security is very, very important. India and many countries are prone to cultivate wheat and rice. But wheat and rice, and we produce a lot of wheat and rice. We export wheat and rice. You must be heard that we have exported wheat to Ukraine and other part of the world. So and if you go to the godowns, you will find huge stock of wheat lying in a godown, and you must be reading in newspapers. But is producing so much wheat and rice, people don't know it is actually not good for us, not good for the country, because wheat and rice both are products, both are crops that needs immense amount of water, immense water, and water is a critical resource. Water is a scarce resource. Instead, we can cultivate many other things which needs less water, and yet it can meet the requirements of our people. Like you produce wheat and rice for extra requirement, don't produce extra. Produce other things that people require and that possibly import, and that leaves less water. So there are many things which we don't know. Population and human resource, you must be knowing how the population curve goes, and it ultimately becomes flat. And once it gets flat, the country is in doldrums, because if you see in Japan, you have only age-wise population. If you plot, if you see Japan, the highest population is the most of the bulk population is toward the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. So their productivity comes down and they become burden to GDP. The best population graph is of the Africa, where the bulk of the population is in 20s. Next is India, it is in 30s. So we are in much better position than Europe, Germany, US. All they're almost getting flat. Japan is in that other extreme. It has already crossed an end of the curve. So even you must have heard that one of the great corporate leader has commented on Japan's future, and he felt Japan has no future, where Japan government vehemently protested. But that is fact. That is really reality. Japan has not taken place. So this is all about population, human resources, food security, for example, species and ecosystem. There are so many species of plant, animals, and ecosystem, and a lot of them are getting extinct from this old world because we are careless. We are not taking care of them. So this principle is about that. Energy, choices of environment development. Do you want to use coal, or you want to have gas, or you want to a liquid fuel? That is a choice that you want to make for manufacturing energy. Okay, so what choice do you make? This principle 4 deals with that. Industry, producing more with less. in economics, if you go to broad economics, I always felt sustainability is very much connected to economics. They are interlinked. Economics and sustainability is like producing more with less. To get the efficiency, to maximize, you have to produce more with the minimum amount thing. That is the efficiency actually. Sustainability also speaks the same thing. You produce more with less raw materials, less emission, less wastage, etc., etc., etc. So you will get the desired output with lesser input. So it's all about minimizing the inputs and maximize the output and leaving it for next generation. That is sustainability. And next is urban generation. Your urban challenge. Sorry, your population is growing. Need for food is growing. So more and more land is brought under cultivation. So while you are doing land and cultivation, what exactly you are doing? You are cutting down trees. You are destroying the species and the ecosystem of that area. You are destroying the commons. Commons in the terms of economic sustainability are open areas, open resources which can be used by all without the ownership being anyone. Like air is a common resource. If you go to Kolkata and you go to the Maidan, it's a huge stretch of land of greenery. Anyone can go play football or cricket or anything. You go walk and run, anything. So that is a common. That is something open to all the people and resources. So are you taking care of our commons or are you irresponsible? So all these things come to the part of urban challenge. So broadly, these are the 6 challenges that have been focus area of the Broadland Commission. And these are the pillars of sustainability. Balancing need, wants, and limitations. So when you speak of sustainability, the 2 phrases that always comes up or mostly used. I said there are many phrases. I have given you many examples. I can example many, but I told you the intent and meaning is almost same. 2 phrases that always being interchangeably used or mostly used is ESG and sustainability. Okay. You know what is ESG? ESG stands for 3 separate words: environment, social, and governance. What does environment means? Environment means it includes the area like water use. Are you using water? Are you drawing water from the soil? Are you cleaning the water, retreating the water? What is the draw amount of water? What is the usage of water? The difference between the different wastage? Are you wasting water? Okay. Resource use and biodiversity. What are the resource that you're using? And are you killing biodiversity? Are you generating biodiversity? Are you supporting biodiversity? Water generation and recycle. Are you generating water, recycling water? No. Or you are throwing the wastewater down the drains? Energy and emission. Are you what of the energy that you are creating, generating, and what are the emission? What is the SOx? NOx. SOx is sulfur oxide. NOx is nitrous oxide. CO2 emission, the methane, etc. What are the emissions that you are throwing in the environment? And whatever energy comes out in the environment, are you capturing it, or you are doing something else to prevent that or balance that? So all these things are covered under the environment bucket. Social bucket. Social. Employee management. How you are managing the employee, diversity, training, how you are treating your employee. It's a fair treatment, human rights, etc. Supply chain management. How you are managing supply chain. It is not only to manage yourself, it is to manage the entire world. Like in life cycle assessment, in BRSR, when I speak to BRSR, you will see that it is not enough to manage your company, but you manage your supply chain and your environment. You have to manage your debtors, your customers, your creditors, and everyone else. Because if we are moving in a direction of creating a world that is sustainable, and in that we need to have it all of us together. One cannot make a difference. If everyone acts together in a concerted manner, then only we can make a difference to this Mother Earth. Communities. Are you doing good for the communities? Are you helping the communities? Are you helping the people around your offices, your manufacturing locations? How you are affecting their life, positively or negatively? You can do it positively. You can build a water. You can build a water source for them. You can give them food. You can give them job. You can make roads. You can construct stadiums for them. You can build schools, hospitals. You are positive. Negative. You're throwing your wastage in the open land, creating pollution, creating you are throwing wastage in such that their crop growing is coming down because of the soils is getting polluted. So these are the negative side. So what exactly you are doing as a community to your communities, where is a positive and negative, you have to decide. Customers, how you are treating your customers, whether you are taking customers and moving your customers along with you, you need to, because alone you cannot make a difference. You want to make a difference, it has to, you have to take everyone together. Governance. Without a proper governance, how do you manage your environment and social? The governance is very, very important. Our belief, still now we believe that governance starts with the board. A very effective way of governance is the board composition. Do you have diversity in board composition? Do you have female directors in the board composition? Male, good mix of that. Okay. Do the board have independent director? Do the board have independence? Do the board can think independently, act independently? How the functioning is there? Whether the functional leaders are reporting to the board, whether the board's visibility, whether there's transparency across the organization, what is the track record of management under control, what is the disclosure that you give to shareholders, what are the compliance and controversy checks. You can see in compliance, lot of things have been there in BRSR. It's coming. I will take you through. But very briefly, these are the three verticals: environment, social, and governance. So ESG stands for environment, E stands for environment, S for social, and G for governance. So I have tried to briefly explain you. Okay, further deep into this explanation. In environment, what are the questions you're asking? Climate change, emission reduction, like what are your GHG stands for greenhouse gases emissions, SOx, sulfur oxide, NOx, nitrous oxide, ppm, carbon monoxide, ethane, etc., methane, etc. Water management, water recycled, water withdrawn, water consumption, fresh. Are you doing fresh water consumption or recycling? Very, very important question. Waste management, hazardous. No, are you bifurcating the waste between hazardous and non-hazardous? Because treatments are different. Are you recycling the waste? Are you using value-added products for the waste? Okay. The company while assessing any environment footprint and impact mitigation initiatives should keep in the mind 4 R's, philosophy of 4 R's: reduce, reuse, recycle, remove. That has been the corporate mantra across the globe to actually contribute positively in the areas of environment. Reduce, I mean reduce your raw materials, reuse as much as possible, recycle them, and remove the toxins that you have generated, remove the emissions, hazardous emissions that you generated, remove the hazardous and waste that you are generating out. Okay, so reduce, reuse, recycle, and remove. Remember these 4 R's. In social, learning and development, diversity, equality, inclusion, health and safety, etc. LTI for lost time frequency and injury rates. Lost time frequency and injury rates. If you go to the annual report of many companies, you will find very little disclosure on LTFIR, lost time frequency injury. You will find very little disclosure on the fatality rate. Fatality means during your operation, if some accident happens and people lose their life, whether your employees, your contractor employees, any human being loses, any human being loses the life, it has to be, this is called a fatality. So people are not giving fatality data. Or the rating agencies, the regulators are up to corporate chasing them. Fatality data is required to be given. Till now, there is no law where fatality data is required to be published in annual report. But now with BRSR coming, seeing the light of the day, fatality data is required to be reported. Corporates cannot run away by not reporting fatality data. So things are changing across the globe. Things are changing across India. And I think we chartered accountants has to play a lot of important role, because who will give assurance? Data, if corporate has to report, it has to go to assurance process. No, who will give assurance? Chartered accountants are I think well poised along with others professionals to give assurance, and this is definitely would be our strong area if we take it seriously. Otherwise, some other professional will take this assignment, take these jobs. So I think I'm appealing to all my chartered accountants friends who are here. Please take this seriously. I think there is a future in this. Governance, board diversity, number of women on the board. That's very, very important. One of the first questions being asked on the board governance part as ESG is, what is the board diversity? What is the composition of the board? What is the independence of the board, etc., etc. Does ESG performance monitored by the board? One of the very important questions now asked. Few days back, even Airtel Star had created one, whether the board has a ESG committee or not. That is one of the first questions the analysts ask these days, whether there is a separate ESG committee or not. It means whether you are giving, if the board, the company through its board giving adequate weightage to ESG or not. So this is very, very important. I'll move on to my next slide. See, if you ask randomly, do a survey and ask CFOs, and ask, see, make us take a survey. So what is the most difficult thing that you need to know you face in the ESG? The CFOs will more or less will echo the two things. One is, I mean, boss, whenever I go to any meet, any analyst meet, people ask more question on ESG than anything else. Yes, they are right. People ask more question on ESG than profitability, because people feels, analyst feels that if the company is not good at ESG, not serious in ESG, that company will not be able to sustain, neither it will make the world sustain. So better you carry up. Mr. Larry, who is the head of one of the largest fund houses, he writes a letter every year to all the corporate honchos, corporate leaders. And if the last letter that he written last year, I have read that letter. He from very indirect approach, he has gone to direct approach. He says that sustainability is an opportunity and challenge. Challenge means because yes, you have to change the way you do business, you have to look at business, your perspective. But opportunity means if you can change, then world is yours. You can progress. Others will not. So it's an opportunity and challenge. And he says, I'm seeing it. So today when the individuals we go to take loan, people ask us what is a CIBIL score. I'm telling you, very soon corporates will have a ESG score. When there are a lot of rating agencies, they will have a ESG score, and based on the ESG score, your rate of interest and other things will be decided. You take it from me, it will come. It will come in next few years. ESG become so serious. So first problem that auditors from the CFOs will face if you ask them randomly, if you take a survey, that whenever I go, people ask more questions ESG than accounts, than profitability, than my future projection. That's right. That is going to stay. That is going to increase, I'm telling you. Second, he says, okay, I want to do ESG. I want to be serious. I want to be a good citizen. But there are so many frameworks. Which should I follow? Fine. Yes. On the left-hand side, you can see so many frameworks. CDP, GRI, IR, SASB, and so many. I mean, so many of them. So WEF, World Economic Forum, this is, and then now we have one more, BRSR, Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting. Okay. So which one should I follow? Okay, in SASB is something of US, so all the US companies normally follow SASB. In India, across the globe, I think we follow GRI and IR. That is the most commonly followed. In fact, if you are preparing integrated annual report for then it is based on IR actually, and lot of companies also with GRI. Now Indian government has come up with BRSR, Business Responsibility, Business Responsibility Sustainability Reporting. So this is I will speak about that. So if you this is a questionnaire sort of thing approach. If you fulfill or do the BRSR, which is mandatory for top 1,000 companies with market capitalization during the current year 2022-23. So end of this year, around March, April, May, you will see BRSR coming out for lot of large companies of India. So if you fulfill, so you will mostly meet all the goals of IR and all the goals of GRI. Now, what does IR speak and what the GRI speaks? Let me give you a few synopsis, or give a bird's eye view in the next slides. On the right hand side, your global rating agencies. Everyone wants to know your ESG rating. I mean, if you're a big company, the rating agency will rate, and you come to you, you say good rating, bad rating, and whatever be it. So people look after the rating. And I'm telling you, 5 years down the line, if you want to do business, people ask first to give me a rating, as they ask individuals for CIBIL score before giving a loan in the bank. Rating will be of immense importance. Rating is a big business now. Rating agencies, there are Sustainalytics, there are Thomson Reuters, there are Maplecroft, and etc. There are Bloomberg. There are so many rating agencies, and it's a big business. MSCI is a big business now. So one of the areas for chartered accountants future to work in rating agencies. Yes, for rating agency, if you work, you need chartered accountants, you need MBAs. There are MBAs, but I think chartered accountants are equally important with ESG coming into play right now. I think chartered accountants have a lot of opportunity for career in ESG. Okay, please take me seriously. I do believe it is coming. So now let me give you a journey of BRR. So friends, till current year, we had till the previous year, not current year, sorry, previous year, that is 21-22, BRR was mandatory for companies. Now top 1,000 companies has to move on to BRSR. The other companies will stay in BRR, but not very long. Very soon they will also move to BRSR. That is what I feel. If you don't trust me, don't listen to me. You can see next 2 years it will happen. It is bound to happen. It is very simple. You don't need to be a soothsayer to predict this. It's a writing on the wall, and it's visible to everyone. It's our choice whether you want to see or not want to see. Okay. So in 2011, Ministry of Corporate Affairs introduced NVG, National Voluntary Guidelines, which focus on the principle of social, environment, economic responsibilities. It is more or less on the focused area of Brundtland Commission that I've already explained. In August 2012, they have brought BRR, that is Business Responsible Reporting, and mandate for only top 100 listed entities. Then December 2015, in 3 years, from 100 to 500, 5 times by market. So this is how it increases. So we started with one. They have started 100 in BRS. Started 1,000. So very soon we become 5,000 in next 2 years. Just trust me. In November 19, it has made to 1,000. So 500 to 100, 500, 5,000. In 3 years, 4 years time, it has been doubled. So you see the rate. BRSR will be even faster than this. Now, what is BRSR? Two difference from BRR. Let me explain that. BRSR is based on NGRBC's National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct. Previously, it was based on National Voluntary Guidelines, but now it is National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct. Is it different? It is not false outputs. No, not exactly. It is the same thing, which few words, few phrases being added. Actually, sustainability cannot be different. I mean, there cannot be invention in sustainability. Sustainability is only preserving this mother earth and giving it to and making it ready for our next generation and handing over to next generation. It cannot be different. I mean, principle cannot be different. Principle is very fixed. We can only improve on the principle, make few tweakings, add few words, etc., etc., etc. But otherwise, the basic principle is always remain same. Always remain same. Okay. So March 21, SEBI board has decided to introduce new requirements, BRSR, which will replace BRR for the top 1,000 companies. Okay, so we are mandated. So Reliance, I work for Reliance, you know. So Reliance is one of the company which is mandated to report BRSR this year, 2023. At the end of the year, you will find BRSR report of Reliance and all other big entities, whether it's Tata, Birlas, Mahindra, etc., with the big names. Okay, market. Now, what is the difference? Why BRR? Why BRSR? Some people say BRR are there. No, we're managing. No. So why to worry about BRSR? Boss, BRR and BRSR is totally different. BRR is a lot of verbose. There are quality things, the qualitative things. There you have to tell how you are doing. You have to write stories. You have to give examples. BRSR is numbers. You have to give number. You can say that the company is manufacturing this materials. However, we take all steps to minimize emission, etc., etc., etc. That is BRR. In BRSR, you have to say how much amount of carbon dioxide generated, how much ethane you have generated, how many of sulfur dioxide generated, how many NOx, nitrous oxide you have generated, and then did you do anything to absorb it back from the nature or left it? And if you see you have done it, how you have done it, what is the process, etc. So BRSR is very specific. It is like it is most of the chartered account is fixed on numbers. BRR was more of storytelling. So storytelling is gone. Now please come to specific, give the numbers, so you will be evaluated. Secondly, BRSR will be integrated with filings made on MC portal, like you file for your annual returns, etc., etc. Sorry. You can see my slide. Can you guys see my slide? Sorry, I think something happened in between. Hope you can see my slide, right?
Sir.
Okay, thanks. So BRR was more of storytelling. Now BRSR is specific numbers. I'll explain the BRSR and you will see you have to be very specific. So you're going to run away telling a story. And BRSR, secondly, BRSR will be integrated with filings made on MCA 21 portal. You do your annual report filing. Similarly, you have to do cost audit filing. Similarly, you have to do your BRSR filing. Okay. So it will be there. So now government can slice and dice your number, compare the numbers across the industry, etc., etc., etc. So the way the government is moving in digitization and with this BRSR data with them, the government can do a lot of things. So let us be very, very careful on this. Yeah. So what are the NGRBC, National Guidelines on, sorry, I keep on forgetting this, National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct. So there are 9 guidelines: integrity, ethics, transparency, accountability. Does not make any sense. I will explain those so it will make sense. Safe and sustainable goods and services. So the goods and services that you're generating, are they safe and sustainable? Okay. Well-being of employees. Either you are bothered with well-being of employees or not. Suppose you are running a coal mine. What safety measures you have taken? You're running manufacturing plant. What safety measures you have taken? How many fatalities are there? How many lost time injury are there? All these things will come out of this principle. Respect and responsive to all stakeholders. Are you respecting all the stakeholders equally or not? Are you taking care of shareholders? Are you taking care of customers? Are you taking care of creditors? Are you taking care of employees? All the stakeholders. Are you taking care, or only you are looking at the profit making is your goal, which was there in 1970s, 1980s? Okay. Respect and promote human rights. Are you promoting human rights? Are you having child labor and etc, etc, etc? Okay. Respect, protect, and restore environment. Wow, this is the 6th principle, very, very important principle. In BRSR also the 6th principle is very, very important. If you can see, the one of the longest and principle is the 6th principle. How much SOx you are generating, how much methane, how much carbon dioxide, what are the water you are generating, what are the source of the water, are you treating water, what is the wastage you are generating, are you recycling water, etc, etc. A lot of questions are being asked. Very, very important. Responsible and transparent policy advocacy. Again, a board level, whether responsible, whether transparent policy advocacy. Promote inclusiveness, growth, and equitable development. Are you promoting inclusive growth and equitable development? Again, you have to answer. Go to BRSR. They'll ask pointed questions. You have to answer them. Provide value to consumer responsibly. Are you providing value to consumer responsibly or not? So there are 9 principles. If you will see, the BRSR will also echo on these 9 principles. So now I come to full page BRSR. It is a report, a brief recapitulation. It's a report that you need to fill, that corporates need to fill. Current year 22-23, it is for top 1,000 corporates by market capitalization. But don't worry, it will increase very soon. 1,000 become 5,000, 10,000, and it will happen very fast. Trust me. If you trust me, it will happen very, very fast. It will not require a lot of resources. If you go to today market and find sustainable professionals, you will hardly find. And those who are there are of high demand. I know I have to recruit few people, I know. So that's why I'm telling you. So sustainability is very, very important. If any young chartered accountants are here, I mean, you may consider taking up this area. I see there's a lot of future in this area. So there are 9 principles. BRSR asked for 122 indicators. I'll give you a list of some of the 122 indicators, not all 122 indicators. Each principle, there are 2 things: essential and leadership. So the essentials are mandatory. So some questions are essential. You have to report. If you are not reporting, then you are not fulfilling the requirements of BRSR. And there are some are leadership indicators. You can do it after 1 or 2 years if you choose to. So they're voluntary as of now. But essential indicators are mandatory ones. So these are the 9 principles you can see. I will just briefly take you to the principles. Business should conduct, first principle 1, business should conduct and govern themselves with integrity and in a manner that is ethical, transparent, accountable. In BRR, there are 5 indicators. Okay, there are 2 old and 3 and 5 new indicators. In BRSR, in the essential, sorry, my mistake. In the essential indicators in the BRR, there were 2. In the BRSR, there are 5 more indicators added. In the leadership indicator, there were no leadership indicator. In BRR, in BRSR, there are 2 more indicators added. So previously it was 2 indicator, and now it is 5 plus 2, 7 plus 2, 9. So a 78% increase. Okay. Then if you go to your if you go to principle 2, business should provide goods and services in a manner that is responsible. There were 2 essential indicators. There are 2 new indicators added. There were 2 leadership indicators, and there are 3 indicators added. So there are 56% of additional indicators. So okay, so this is how it is. So in case of business should respect and promote the well-being of all employees, including those in value chains. So there is 91%. You can see new indicator as a percent of total indicators is 91% of the indicators. Okay, because 14 indicators have been added. So principle 3, principle 4, business should respect and the interest and of responsive to all stakeholders. So there were 2 indicators only. They have added 3. So there are total 5 indicators now. Okay. So how they have calculated 5, I'll tell you. Total indicators is 3 plus 2, 5. Out of that, new indicators are 3. So 3 out of 5 is 60%. Okay. Business should respect and promote human rights. There were 1 indicator only, and on leadership there are 2. Total there were 3 indicators. Now it has become they have added 9 plus 3, 12. So become 15. So 12 out of 15. So 80% new addition of indicators. Business should respect and make future to protect and restore the environment. There are only 3 indicators previously, 2 essential, 1 leadership. Now they've added 13 in mandatory indicators and 8 for leadership. So 88% indicator added. Okay. Business, when engaging in influential public and regulatory policy, should do in a manner that is responsible and transparent. There are 2. Now there are 2 more added. So 50% addition. Business should promote inclusive growth and equitable development. There were 5 indicators. They have added 7. So 58% increase. Business should, in the last one, principle 9, there should be engaged with and provide value to consumers in a responsible manner. There were 5. They have added 7 more, so 58% increase. So these are the 9 principles. Total is about 140 questions. Out of that, we are asked, our total number of indicators is 122. Each indicator has more than 1 questions. Thus, number of questions 140. Number of indicators are 122. On average, this is 60 to 70% is increase in the question being asked. So previously, qualitative questions were there. Those questions were retained. Now quantitative questions are asked. So now we have to specifically say what is your SOX, NOx, what is your water recycling, what is your product recycling, whether you do a life cycle assessment, whether you have done a materiality concept, materiality assessment, and if you have done, how it is. So don't worry, I will take you through. I have 10 minutes time. I will take you very briefly through the BRSR questions, very briefly. Okay, I'll complete in time. Maybe next 5 minutes we have questions. So these are the IR framework. I said BRSR is following IR and GRI. So in IR there were 6 capitals. And our integrated annual report is based on IR. There are 6 capitals: natural capital, human capital, manufactured capital, financial capital. The both are included 1. Social relationship capital, and there is 1 for intellectual capital, which has not been stated here. So IR framework speaks of 6 capital in integrated finance. If you take a balance sheet of any company, annual report of any company which follows IR methodology, the IR framework, you will see they speak of 6 capitals. So BRSR also follow IR. So in natural capital, again, since I have been already discussing it very fast, I'll go through energy consumption, air emission, solid waste, etc. Human capital, employee workmen, women representation, safety related question, etc. Manufactured financial capital, they will ask you which are the 3 top products in terms of turnover, but 3 top products on contribution, then total contribution, total turnover by top 3 products, national interest, etc. All these things will be there. In social capital, you have grievance mechanism, and in the grievance mechanism is quite exhaustive. I think I have a slide for that. I'll tell you what the given mechanism or grievances that have been received by communities, business partners, investors, shareholders, customers, value chain partners, etc., etc., etc. One simple question: suppose a shareholder writes to company secretary, "I have not received my dividend, or dividend has not been credited my account." Is it a grievance? It is a grievance or not? That is yet to be there. That is not explained here. Okay, so companies decide whether a grievance or not. So I think there is a huge case when BRSR is coming. A guidance note for BRSR should be taken out by our institute or any other institute. Otherwise, it is very difficult for people to fulfill the requirements of BRSR. There are a lot of questions which are not being answered. So I'll go principle by principle. First principle, what was the first principle? first principle is what about business should conduct and govern themselves with integrity and in a manner that is ethical, transparent, and accountable. Now, in this principle, in this principle, what are the types of questions? Whether it is a governance, fines and penalties, whether fines and penalties levied, bribery, corruption, etc. What are the corrective actions taken? What is the awareness for board and valuable partners? What is the process to prevent conflict management, etc. Now, what is I have presented one question, right? In this question, one sample question is they have asked, and those who are in corporate will understand the pain of the corporate in fulfilling this. They ask that they have given a template. This template is given in BRSR. Okay, board of directors, KMP, employees other than board of directors, KMPs, workers. Worker means the worker is defined there. So what are the total number of trainings and awareness program held for each of these categories? What are the topics, principles covered, and percentage of person in respective category covered? Means, suppose your board of directors, how many programs your board of directors have been conducted? How many? What are the key themes of this program? And how many of the board of directors have attended? That also you have said. So it becomes some very embarrassing sometimes. So board of directors are now required to do training. If they're not doing training, fine, nothing happens. No problem, but it will get reflected in BRSR, and which is not a very good thing, I can tell you. Keep KMP. Are your KMP doing training? What are the percentage of KMP doing complete training? Employees, sometimes what happens, certain people do trainings, others are left hand, whether your workers are doing training or not. That is very, very important. So it will come out in this. So again, this is very, very important. Principle 1. Principle 2 is all about, it is about the company should produce goods and services in a manner that is sustainable and safe. Okay. So what are the questions? So to produce sustainable goods and safe, you need an R&D department. So because research and development will enable the company to produce better goods and services using minimum resource. That is what is sustainability is. So are you investing R&D? If yes, what is the amount of investment? What are your sourcing? Is it sustainable sourcing or not? Are you recycling or not? Right. Qualities of and process reuse, recycle. Are you fulfilling the 4R principles? If yes, please demonstrate. Extended product responsibility, applicability, and plan. What is your product life cycle assessment? LCA. This is very, very important. All these 1,000 companies have to do LCA. In Reliance Industries, we have already started on the verge of completion. LCA is life cycle assessment, means during the birth of the manufacturer to cradle or cradle to grave, what is the amount of emission that a product will generate? Okay, so there are experts and there are processes, systems which can be done to find out LCA. So there is a specific question on the LCA. So if you are doing BRSR, you have to do the LCA, and then you have to answer the questions or the data required on basis of LCA. Then quantity of recycle, reuse. Suppose if you're manufacturing plastics, are you recycling plastics? If you're manufacturing PET bottles, are you have a facility of recycling PET bottles? So all these questions are asked. So let me give you a sample questions. Yes, fantastic. This is life cycle perspective assessment, this question. So in NIC code, there's a code given for each product that is available. Your business team will know. You have to put the NIC code, name of the product and services. What is the percentage of total turnover? Suppose in 3 lakh crores turnover, if you select a product of only 100 crores, the percentage will be 0%. So it will come out that you have not significantly covered. So you have to cover those products with I think somewhere it is written at least 80 to 90% products are required to cover. Somewhere it is there. I might not exactly remember, but some percent is there. So total covered. Boundary line of the spice assessment conducted. It is conducted by an external agency or not. That is very, very important. Internally, you can do anything else, but whether it's conducted by independent external agency, yes. And I love this last question. You have conducted and kept it in a file in the organization, or you're made in public domain. So they ask you whether the result are communicated in public domain, yes or no. If yes, please provide the web link. You just cannot say yes and run away. You have to keep the web link, website, report, etc. in public domain where the results are communicated. So this is very, very important. So you can see the seriousness of the government and seriousness of regulator and seriousness by which they have come out with this. So it is very, 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 very exhaustive. You have to give the product, you have to give the percentage turnover, so that you can see what is the amount of total coverage. You can give the boundary line of the thing. You have to tell on the quality of experts in internal, external who have done it, and if they've done it, whether you have communicated in public domain, whether it's available in public domain. If yes, kindly give the link so people can see it. Now I move to the next question. Principle 3. So principle 3 is all about business should respect and promote the well-being, including those in their value chains. Okay, so well-being of the employees value chain. So it is not only employees, it is all workers, all contractual workers, etc., who comes. So everyone who is in a value chain has to be done. So you see the nature of questions. Benefits of employees and workers. So workers will always mention the well-being, insurance, parental leave, daycare, gratuity, PF, ESI, accessibility, and for differently abled. Do you have a provision for differently abled workers? Are you employing differently abled workers? Whether you are equal opportunity employment provider or not? What is your retention rate by gender? Okay, not only total retention rate by gender. Do you have employee grievances, redressal process and complaints data? Do you have union membership? How are the training hours by gender, by category of employees? Do you have career development reviews? What about HSE, that's health, safety, environment? What are the safety incidents, that is LTIFR incidents, fatalities, etc.? People are very sensitive. Industry is very sensitive to give the number of fatalities. Very few industries give. So now they will have to give because it is mandatory part of the BRSR. Okay, so I have taken one question. Okay, it is a very important thing on safety part. Lost time injury frequency rate you have to give for category wise, employees, workers. Okay, then total recordable work injuries or employees, workers separately. Number of fatalities, employees, workers separately. High consequence of work-related injury or ill health, work employees and workers separately. So if we are taking care only of employees and not workers, non-contractual workers means all the people who comes in the organization, in your plant to work, daily wages, daily laborers, etc., then it is not enough. You have to take care of the entire ecosystem. You take care of everyone and move forward. That's why it is specifically stated employees separately and workers separately. If you have a high rate of employee 90%, workers 5%, then it will not be good, not look good for your organization. There is a definite case to buck up, definite case to pull you up. Okay, so this is what this question means. And trust me, all these question templates are there as is given in the BRSR. I have not changed it. Okay, now I'll go to principle 4. I think, let me see how much time I have. Oh, I think I have covered time. So there are other principles. Very briefly, I'll go. The principle 4 is stakeholder identification, consultation, material assessment. Materials are again very important. You should know that there are in the globe there are 40, 50, 60 material topics for CSR. Okay, it covers all the verticals, that is ESG, environment, social governance. So out of the vertical, you have to find out which one is more important. So in Reliance, we have done that. We have completed that material assessment current year in 21, 22. So we have gone to expert. There's a process to follow. So there are various stakeholders you have to discuss, internal, external, and they have to rate against each of those material items. And then you have to take an overall average to find out what is material for the company. That has to go to your executive committee, leadership team, and they have to find out. They have to also agree to that. If they want to change, they can change it. They can make some changes. But then it starts from internal, goes to external. It starts from the base to all the groups. It will come to operating groups, manufacturing groups, industrial relationship, secretarial, finance, account. There are all stakeholders, all the groups, leadership team, etc. And ultimately it will go to a board or leadership team, and then it has to be blessed by them. And then though you have the priority of 20 material items on which the company will focus. So that is our material assessment, so that you can focus on things which are important. Okay. So here the question also says that. Next is principle 5. It is a human rights and etc. How do you treat your employees? Wages paid, median wages, human rights committed, grievance redressal, complaints, etc. Labor hours, wages, etc., etc. So here a lot of things are there. This question is on salary. So is that your directors are taking very high salaries and the KMPs are taking very high salaries and other workers are not? So all this data will, the template is such that it will come out. So we need to have a good salary structure. See, principle 6, biggest one, most exhaustive. It speaks of energy, data, ESG, water, landfill, all environmental things. Okay, and if you can see the question, I mean, it's a very, very big principle. Lot of questions are there, so you can see a lot of content in this. So, but this basically deals with all the aspects of environment. This is the questions. I mean, you can see water. In water, you have to see that with you are taking service water, groundwater, third-party water, sea water. What are the sources of water? So it is important to see what are the sources of water. Have you recycled? What are the emissions that you've done, etc. Everything is there. You can see. And here you are required to give scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Let me take few seconds more and explain what is scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 stands for emission. When you are generating emission while manufacturing, a manufacturing process is scope 1. Whenever you are consuming energy like electricity, any utility, etc., steam, the energy required to generate those is scope 2. I mean, so suppose if you have consumed 100 kilowatt hours of power, so while manufacturing 100 kilowatt of power, amount of emission that has happened, that is scope 2. If you use that power and manufacture some product, in manufacturing process, the energy that you emitted, that is scope 1. Now, what is scope 3? The product you have manufactured, and when the product is used by a third party outside your organization, the amount of energy it generates, it is scope 3. So BRSR mandates giving scope 2, scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3, reporting scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Most of the corporates in India does not report scope 3. Let's see, but here it is mandatory. Let's see what happens. Principle 7, list of association, corrective actions taken, policy, etc., etc., etc. You can see name of trade unions, etc., etc. You are required to give here. Principle 8, social impact assessment. Again, whether you have done a social impact assessment in VS, what are the results of that you need to narrate. Principle 9 is about complaints. So you have to give complaints of various types of data privacy, advertising, cyber security, various department-wise complaints has to be given, unfair trade practices, etc., etc., etc. So those are required to be given. What are filed? How many of them filed? How many of them are resolved? What are pending to be resolved? Previous year, what is the opening balance of not being resolved? How much you have resolved this time? So this will give a comprehensive table. It is available to the investor community, analyst community to see and to judge you in the field of sustainability. When you go to a rating agency, these data will be very, very important. And I'll tell you, I was speaking to some of the consultants, and from my experience also, I agree to him that if you are fulfilling the requirements of BRSR, then you are fulfilling 90% requirement of IR and GRI, two very important frameworks. So you are there. So BRSR is very, very comprehensive. Thanks to our regulator, they have brought in a very, very comprehensive. We hope this sees the light of the day, and then until end of the year, exciting times ahead. And many of the corporates, you will be top 1,000 corporates definitely will be reporting BRSR, and we will a lot of data will be public domain, and we should be excited to understand the data and learn from that. With this end, I've come to the end. So guys, I'm very upset. I'm telling you, I was looking forward after 2.5 long years to meet you guys, do a physical session than a virtual session. I'm tired of making virtual, tired of doing such virtual sessions. I want to meet all of you. And I thought it was a very good opportunity, but you know, the rain has really played a spoil sport. Possibly the Bhagavan Uparva does not want us to meet a few more days, but definitely we'll be having more of these sessions. So I am there at LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, especially LinkedIn. I'm very, very active. A lot of my learning, sharing, etc. Please be part of my ecosystem. Please, please follow me in the LinkedIn and Insta. I'm quite active in LinkedIn. I share a lot of things. So hope to see you there, and hope to continue discussion, continue association, and let's really enjoy the profession that we are in, the chartered accountancy. I'm really proud of being a chartered accountant. I'm sure all of you are proud of being chartered accountant. With this, I would come to my end. There is paucity of time. I understand. If you have few questions, I can answer. Otherwise, let's call it a day.
Shweta madam, universe shall be.
I can see 93 participants. Is it that I have spoken and you people have not understood at all, or you felt that I'm speaking something which does not make sense? Is it like that? I'm really worried now.
Yes, sir. Any questions from any participants? I can see in the chat box, like, will the presentation be available for participant? Yes, the presentation will be available. We'll upload the presentation on the WRC website. You can download from there. That is not a problem at all. And Raj, there are some good feedback also for you in the chat box, and really excellent presentation. Let me look at the Q&A also. I think something appears to be there. Here in the Q&A, Alok Malhotra is asking, is Chief Sustainability Officer in a company a KMP position?
No. KMP position is defined in Companies Act. The Companies Act is yet to include Key Sustainability Officer as a KMP position. But if your CFO is also a Chief Sustainability Officer, then yes, it's a KMP position.
Okay. And he's also asked one more thing. Is there any change in the role and responsibility of CSO?
What does CSO stands for? Chief Sustainability Officer? No, I don't.
I also assume that.
Because I have not heard of CFO. I have heard of CTO. I have seen CMO, but not CSO. Sorry, my ignorance. I really apologize. I don't know the term what the CSO means.
Right. So I think yes, there is one more comment there. He shows us the part in the future. Corporate reporting is not going to be confined only to financial numbers, etc. Very good.
Absolutely. I completely agree with the participant.
Yes. So I think an excellent session. Now let me request Secretary Shweta Jain to carry out a formal vote of thanks for Raj for this session, also on sustainability and also for the whole day. Shweta Madam, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think it was a wonderful session taken by you, and it's a new area where everybody is looking for to know something more about it, and you have given a perfect justice to it. So thank you so much for accepting our invitation and sharing your valuable knowledge to our participants. Really, thank you. And participants, I hope you enjoyed the day. Because the whole day it was a power pack seminars, sessions by each and every panelist. Also, it was a wonderful panel discussion. So again, tomorrow morning, we will start with a very interesting panel discussion. So till that time, please enjoy your evening. We'll meet tomorrow morning again. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mutsuaji. Thank you, Swetaji. Thanks, everyone, for inviting me, and thanks for all the people who really spend the entire day, and especially 2 hours, 1 hour with me. So I'm really thankful. Hope to see you.
All the participants were till the end of the day. All the participants were there. So I mean, it's really a wonderful.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Mishra ji.